Hey y'all, I'm AdaKay, and I must confess, I'm a trial junkie. I enjoy viewing trials as if I was the seated juror. So grab a cup of java, get comfy, and join me as we hop into court. And don't forget to comment, like, and most importantly, subscribe. And if you're really enjoying the channel, please join our membership. Hello, good morning, everybody. How are you doing today? Blessings, blessings. It is an early morning. I will confess, it's a wee bit early for us. We were here until after 1 a.m. Yes, it was a late night last night. So let's see who actually is up and going with me this morning. Excuse me. I have to admit, I'm barely here. Physically, mentally, I'm good. Good morning. Let me know you're here. Woo. Hearing aids are hot. Thank you guys for joining. Today, we are going to be going into the third day of this murder trial. Yeah. Here we go. Georgia versus Chloe Driver, baby murder trial. Yep. We are going into the third day. I'm trying to find out the court feed. Now, it told us that they were going live at 8. Now they're saying 9, so we're here an hour early. Ay. Wait a minute, that's today. Yes. Okay. So let's kind of talk about this particular trial.
20. Court TV's Matt Johnson has the background on this case.
We're going to watch this.
Welcome back to Court TV Live. Another trial we're tracking, which begins tomorrow. It's the mother stabs daughter murder trial in the state of Georgia. Chloe Driver, accused of stabbing her 1-year-old daughter, Hannah Nicole Driver, to death back in December of 2020. Court TV's Matt Johnson has the background on this case.
December 9th, 2020, police respond to a call at 2:30 p.m. in the Mountain View subdivision of Canton, Georgia. Once they arrive at the home, they discover 20-year-old Chloe Driver and her 1-year-old daughter suffering from stab wounds. Chloe and her daughter Hannah were taken to nearby hospitals. WAGA spoke with police.
We learned to find out it looked like it'd be an attempted suicide, murder-suicide.
Hannah died, and Chloe was arrested after her release and charged with malice, felony murder, aggravated assault, and cruelty to children in the first degree. Police reports allege Driver admitted to stabbing her daughter multiple times. Driver's defense is claiming an insanity defense, saying that she is not responsible for her actions due to mental illness at the time of the crime.
That is what we are waiting for. So as soon as that happens and pops into court, we'll be on. Let me invite the interpreter. Don't know if what her schedule is like, so we'll just get that up and running. So how are all my good legal nerds? I don't want to say law nerds. I guess you are nerds. I just don't want to use somebody else's courtroom junkies. That's right. That's what we call ourselves. How are all my courtroom junkies doing this morning? Hello, Miss Ronnie. You're up early. And guess what? Court doesn't start till 9. It isn't. They have an hour delay. So I'm going to find some for us to watch. In the meantime, I'm working on it. So, by the way, we have a birthday. Happy birthday, King Charles. It's weird saying king. It is so weird saying the word King Charles. I'm so used to saying queen. So, anyway, it is his 76th birthday. Yes, we're going to do this. Girl.
5 days after Brad Simpson was charged with the murder of his wife, Suzanne Simpson, we are getting our first look at the arrest warrant affidavit. 8 pages of narrative laying out the case that investigators have spent the past month building against Brad Simpson, a collection of interviews, cell phone data, receipts, and perhaps most crucially, surveillance photos, surveillance video, documenting Brad Simpson's whereabouts and activities and the hours and days following the disappearance of Suzanne Simpson. Joining us now to discuss the main takeaways from this arrest warrant affidavit are Mariah Medina and Jordan Elder, 2 reporters who have been on this case from the very beginning. Jordan, I'll start with you. You've had a chance to read all 8-9 pages of this affidavit. What are your takeaways from this?
My main takeaway is a lot of the questions that we had in the lead up about what makes investigators believe that Suzanne Simpson is dead. A lot of those questions get answered in this affidavit, and it also really fills out the timeline that we've been trying to piece together over the last few weeks as well. So a lot of these details, everything about this is interesting, but that's what was most interesting to me, is piecing together that timeline of when she went missing and what happened from there.
I mean, we're talking minutes, hours that are now accounted for. She disappears Sunday night, Sunday evening, but all the way through the middle of the night on into the next morning and into the early morning of Monday, October 7th. We now know a lot of what Brad Simpson was up to, according to law enforcement.
Right. And something that this affidavit is revealing is that law enforcement really did know a lot more than they were letting on last month. Just a week after a lot of the surveillance video was obtained, just days after she had disappeared, some even a week after she had disappeared, really just paints this picture that law enforcement really had a lot going on behind the scenes that we didn't necessarily know about. This was initially sealed, and it's worth noting, Robert, that last week we had emailed the judge that had authorized this warrant asking for clarification after we had learned that there was potentially grounds for the release of this affidavit. And I emailed Friday, I emailed yesterday, and I emailed today. I even called the judge's office minutes after we had called. The warrant was unsealed.
Sure.
So it appears as if perhaps maybe the authority for sealing the warrant perhaps didn't exist initially.
Perhaps. Well, we're going to spend the next 15 to 20 minutes walking you, the viewers, through the key points of this timeline, as Jordan, you were referring to. And I would just put out there, I would posit that what you're going to see is the surveillance video really painting the picture at about 5 or 6 key locations: an HEB in Olmus Park, the school where he dropped off his 5-year-old daughter, a Whataburger, a Home Depot, a dump site or a waste facility in Kendall County in Bernie, and a gas station in Bernie, combined with interviews along the way that really let us know, according to law enforcement, what Brad Simpson was up to. How about contradictions? Anything we learned in terms of when they first initially asked Brad, hey, where is Suzanne, on the evening of Sunday, October 6th, after that confrontation at the Argyle Club? He initially says what? The last time he saw her alive was Sunday night.
When he tells, we find out in this document that he had told police that he peeked in on Monday morning and saw her sleeping.
On a second time. So initially he tells responding officers,
the second time.
Last time I saw my wife alive was Sunday night, around 11 o'clock. He then the next morning speaks with the police chief, Fidel Villegas of Olmus Park Police Department, and says, well, actually, I saw her Sunday night, but I also saw her Monday morning around 6:30.
I peeked in and I saw her sleeping.
So that's a
is what it's
contradiction
called.
right there that we
Mhm.
initially see that kind of raises concern from law enforcement that there's not a consistent story being told. How about the cell phone cycling on and off? What's that all about?
So it says in the affidavit that he kept turning his phone on and off, but something very interesting is that the law enforcement officer who wrote this warrant up indicates that he turned his phone on lockdown mode. Now, having sent this to a few individuals in law enforcement as well as in the legal world, they had to Google what that was as well. But apparently, it's a feature on an iPhone that prohibits certain applications
We
from being
actually
downloaded. Essentially,
that
makes it so that
that
your
information
phone is a lot
is
harder
highly
to
redacted. So we'll go through
be
it.
attacked.
Yeah.
Will be attacked by any sort of tracking. But a feature of that is that it doesn't necessarily track your whereabouts. Something that we've learned from true crime podcasts and things like this is just because your phone is off or on airplane mode doesn't mean that it's stopped tracking you or stopped collecting data about your whereabouts. And so this lockdown mode, I believe the investigator notes that it's rare to see that an individual would actively put their phone in this. Yes, so it says
In a manner rarely seen.
right, in a manner rarely seen, referred to as lockdown mode. FBI forensic examiners define lockdown mode as a shutdown of a cell phone done by a person who wants to avoid detection. So this is more than simply turning your phone on and off.
And Jordan or Mariah, either one of you can take
Mhm.
this. Another early contradiction was what happened to Suzanne's cell phone.
And we learn a lot more about that in here. So we actually find out at 9:15 p.m. Suzanne Simpson called a family friend, says, "I'm coming over to your house."
This is after the fight at the Argyle.
Yes. And then she calls that friend, says, "I'm on my way." Then she calls her mother and reports that Brad Simpson has assaulted her and gives details on that.
About an 8-minute conversation that starts at
Yes.
9:16.
And so then we learn that Suzanne Simpson's cell phone carrier reports that her device was suspended at approximately 9:16 at the request of the subscriber. So law enforcement believes that it was Brad Simpson that called the carrier and said, "Cut off her phone."
Which contradicted his initial statement to law enforcement that she lost it coming home from
Mhm.
HEB. She was at an HEB. She somehow lost her phone at the HEB.
Yeah.
And somehow she's making calls to her mom after that.
Right. Well,
And-
sometimes on Wi-Fi, like you can still do that stuff,
you don't
especially
know.
with iPhones. And then we find out also that her phone was popping up at home at their house at about 10:22 as well. So she had gone to that friend's house. She had come back, and that is when I think things escalated further.
Because the family has the Find My iPhone feature. The
Yes.
children, the siblings, and the parents use it to locate
Right.
each other. They contact the 20-year-old daughter of the family and say, "Hey,
Mhm.
when was the last time you see the Find My iPhone feature with your mom, Suzanne?" She says, I believe it was around 10:22 on
Mhm.
Sunday night. She took a screenshot of it, shared it with investigators, and said, "This was the last time my mom's phone was active at her house at 10:22 on Sunday night."
That's right. And so something that we also learned from this affidavit is the, I guess, the levels of control that Brad Simpson apparently
Came to light through interviews with family and people who had been in contact via cell
Right.
phone.
Right,
Text
that
messages
that
that
he
were
had
shared.
exercised over Suzanne, including one individual telling law enforcement that Brad Simpson would often take Suzanne's phone and whenever they would get into arguments, and then their 5-year-old child, telling I guess somebody at the daycare that Brad Simpson had taken his mother's phone and because they were fighting and turned it off, which also contradicts.
That she lost it at HEB.
Right.
Right.
And also, I believe friends had told law enforcement that this was a common theme, that she lost her phone. She'd have to tell her children that she lost her phone, and when in fact Brad had taken it from her.
Right, right. And something that is just very eerie, and it's a pattern that I've seen across various cases that unfortunately result in death that deal with domestic violence. It's that friends and close ones, loved ones of these individuals often tell police, they said, if I go missing, it was
This person.
or if I disappear,
That's
look
kind of-
here. And in
kind of-
the affidavit, we see that
Jay.
an individual that I believe handled Suzanne's finances had told
Her
investigators,
personal banker.
right, that Suzanne told her that if she ever disappears, to look in a lake.
Mm-hmm.
What a heartbreaking thing to even anticipate.
Right.
And to share with a banker who you wouldn't typically, I feel like, share things like that with.
Right. And but I do also, something that I see a lot of in the comments is, where were the neighbors? Where were people in the community? The friends knew. But what you see a lot of in this affidavit is that they came forward with information. A lot of this case is built upon the testimony and information provided by close friends and family of Suzanne Simpson. Domestic violence is a very, very complicated thing to navigate, especially as somebody, on the outside of this. So
when all this was
to those at home that are wondering, where were these people? They were there, and she confided in them, and they provided her with resources and help.
In fact, Jordan or Mariah, correct me if I'm wrong, but this is the first time we confirmed that Brad was in fact not the first person to report her missing. It was a close friend at 9:57 who called police, urged Brad to, didn't get the sense that he would. So she herself calls police and says, Suzanne is unaccounted for. It was then at 10:11, some 14 minutes later, that Brad calls the police chief of Olmus Park and says, I haven't seen my wife. So it was at the urging of others. If you're not going to call, we will.
Right.
We didn't know that until now. That's another detail that comes to light with this affidavit.
Right. Definitely. And you had mentioned earlier just how minute by minute we're learning his whereabouts. Something that stood out to me was the use of flock security cameras. These have become so popular amongst private companies, HOAs, and even law enforcement uses them. So they're basically license plate readers. These cameras were able to detect Brad's license plate at various locations. That's how I believe they learned that he was at the Home Depot. Brad paid cash at the Home Depot. What did he buy?
How about we walk everybody through the
I feel like we're getting a little ahead of ourselves.
So we'll start with around 11 o'clock on Sunday night. That is the last time that neighbor witnesses the fight in front of the Simpson household, the attempt by Brad to restrain his wife. They then get out of view of the neighbor, but that is when he sees a physical altercation. That's what initially leads to his arrest on domestic violence charges. Now we're in the middle of the night. Now we're the next morning, around 7:50, I believe, is when Brad is spotted on surveillance video dropping his 5-year-old daughter off at the early childhood education center. And we're starting to get a glimpse into what's in the back of the bed of his truck.
And it's so eerie
when
you think about it. He,
at an hour
in this video, drops his child off at school. And in the back of his truck, it details that you see trash bags and what appears to be a large ice chest. So investigators flag that. They continue through his day.
He's about to have a busy morning after dropping off his child.
So
multiple stops.
After he drops the child off at school, then he goes to a Whataburger and
to get some food. He's hungry.
To get some food. It says he does use his debit card here. And then they observe these items in the truck bed: 3 white trash bags, a large gray heavy-duty trash can, ice chest, a large bulky item wrapped and secured in a blue tarp with a silver in color metal firewood rack placed on top of the blue tarp in a manner to conceal and weigh the tarp down.
Now, what does the affiant believe? The person writing this affidavit, what do they believe that means?
They believe that he's trying to avoid people detecting whatever is in that tarp.
In fact, he goes on to explicitly say that he believes there is an unknown object concealed within the blue tarp due to its shape and size and it being secured by a strap rope. In the person writing this opinion, training and experience in past investigations, he is aware that criminals will commonly conceal, transport, or disguise their victims in the manner described above to purposefully avoid detection by law enforcement. So that is seen in the surveillance video where he pays by debit card at Whataburger.
And he doesn't stop there.
No,
he keeps going.
So Jenny's asking, what are the new developments? Jenny, and for those just tuning in, we are currently going through the timeline. So
Suzanne disappears October 6th in the late hours of the evening after being witnessed in a confrontation with her husband by a neighbor. That's the last time she's seen alive. We're now Monday morning, hours later. He has just dropped off their child at school, making a stop at Whataburger to get some food, pays with a debit card, and in the back of the truck, we're starting to see the evolution of the contents of the back of his truck. What was it at the Whataburger at this point? What have we seen?
So at the Whataburger, so at the school, backing up, at the school, they see that there are trash bags and an ice chest. I believe they probably got a better view through cameras at the Whataburger, knowing that there is a firewood rack holding down a tarp. At that point is when the investigator says, from his experience or their experience, you can say that in this method, usually criminals would be trying to hide their victim because of what they're seeing in his truck at Whataburger.
That's 9:12 a.m. a Whataburger in Bernie, Kendall County. Then fast forward about 30 to 40 minutes. He's still in Bernie. Now he's at a Home Depot.
Yes. And he purchases 2 bags of cement, an orange Home Depot construction bucket, a box of 32 count heavy duty trash bags, a 30-ounce Clorox disinfectant spray, and insect repellent.
Now he's going to come into contact with a complete stranger who law enforcement manages to track down. Seen in surveillance video in the parking lot, Brad Simpson walks up to a man and starts a conversation. Well, police want to know, well, who is this man he's talking to and what are they talking about? What do we find out when they track down that man, that stranger? They say Brad Simpson randomly comes up to him and asks what?
For instructions or directions rather to the nearest dump site. And that is in Kendall County. Shortly after purchasing all these things, mind you, which he paid for with cash.
And they found the receipt. They found a receipt.
And right. And they found the receipt, and that's how they were able to find out what he had purchased. And then not only this, we've mentioned that the phone use was very key.
He needs directions, but he doesn't want to use his phone for those directions.
Right. And so he turns his cell phone off, I believe.
And it says, though, that guy, that random guy he walks up to, he says, can I use your cell phone to pull up the directions to the dump, to the site, so that I can dump off these belongings? Yeah, right? So he doesn't want his phone to be tracked looking up directions to a dump site.
Right.
So he asks the stranger, can I use your phone for these directions? So that's yet another attempt. But he uses his debit card to buy the food at a Whataburger in Kendall County, which would be hard to explain if they were to track that. Maybe they would want to look at his cash records and his debit card transactions. At that point, he wasn't fully thinking it through. So he goes to the dump site. They find some businesses nearby that have surveillance cameras.
Right. And it shows even more about this, what are the contents of the truck bed. Jordan, if you want to.
Yeah, absolutely. So after he visits this dump site in Kendall County, he pulls up to a gas station. And then in that surveillance video, he does use a debit card to get gas, and then purchased water with cash. So he pays for gas with the card, but water in cash. And then at that point, the white trash bags are now missing from the truck, but the blue tarp, the firewood rack, and the trash can are still there. And then it says, this is interesting to me, it says defendant changed footwear from black sandals into dark colored cowboy style boots.
It's now 11:15 a.m. at this gas station in Kendall County. This is it's in Bernie. He's already visited the Kendall County solid waste site. And so he goes from the Whataburger to the Home Depot to the Kendall County solid waste site. And now he's at this gas station. It's 11:15 a.m. A solid 2.5 hours have elapsed since he dropped off his child at school. He's been busy. And he's been tracked pretty much every step of the way.
Yes. And if you want to read through this with us, we have a redacted version of this on our website if you're wanting to see all of this for yourself as well. I'm a visual person. I would want to be reading through this with us as well.
So if you're his defense attorney right now, it doesn't look great. I mean, these aren't the activities of a normal Monday morning, especially the Monday morning after your wife went missing.
That's interesting that you mentioned that. I have sent this to a number of criminal defense attorneys, and one had said, I don't see any evidence of murder at all in there. He bought some things at Home Depot, period. And to me, that struck me as interesting from that perspective, from the legal or criminal defense perspective.
Beyond a reasonable doubt, what will a jury be able to hear? What will they be able to, weigh and consider?
Right.
I mean, we're on YouTube right now. We're reading an arrest warrant affidavit. It doesn't look great. I mean, it's not ideal for your client to have had these activities on camera to be seen doing all of this. But you're saying a defense attorney looks at this and says, well, why are you charging him with murder? Where's the body? Where's the murder weapon? What's the murder that took place here?
Right. And something that we see is that there's obviously no evidence. They say that there's no evidence of Suzanne being alive since her disappearance was first reported, but other individuals have said just because there's no evidence, absence of evidence is not evidence of absence.
Well, I guess we're growing
point.
our crew here. Yami Virgen joining us now on the set as this discussion unfolds.
Yeah.
If you had a chance to look over the arrest warrant affidavit or
Yep.
the fact that it's been unsealed, what are your takeaways? What's your reaction after reading all this?
My takeaway also after working the phones, that's why I'm late. This is a clear message to the defense attorney on the part of law enforcement that we are serious. Your case
I would think
is in trouble right now. You better talk and you better cut a deal now because these kids deserve to know where their mother is. I don't think anyone that's working the case, any law enforcement agents, believe that Suzanne is out there alive. I mean, just everything. Even when you look at in the notes where he has the last will and testament, where he's talking about also what he did to her. I think it's very damning. And
We haven't actually mentioned that yet.
Yeah.
They
Yeah,
found on his phone a
well,
reference to a
yeah.
previous 2023 event where he had
Right.
abused
Well,
her.
So let's keep going through the
Okay.
timeline so
So-
that we can.
So we've established that he goes to the Kendall County waste site. He then goes to the gas station, but the data on his truck shows another path that he continues towards Bandera and Medina County, continuing that cycle of shutting his phone off, shutting it back on, turning it back on, cycling on and off to try to avoid detection or the ability to download, collect data from his cell phone, as it were. But that they saw, once again, more surveillance video that shows now the blue tarp is gone. Now that rack, what was it referred to? The rack was repositioned.
The
Firewood rack has been repositioned in the back of the truck. So all of this, all the contents of the back of his truck is getting bigger and then getting smaller, getting repositioned. This is now 1:15 in the afternoon on Monday. So this hours have gone by at this point.
They say that he was in Medina in Bandera County for only 13 minutes. So he's headed to Kendall County. He's in Kendall County and he's
between
in Bandera
about an hour
County
drive.
for only 13 minutes before heading back.
The
to-
town of Medina in Bandera County. That's where I was a little
Correct.
confused, right?
Correct.
That's straight. You're right. Okay.
But there's also a part when they're talking about at some point, I know you guys are going through the timeline. I'm just thinking in my head from everything I read and all the conversations I've had in the last hour, there's a part when they're talking about how concerned they were when they arrived and there was a fire pit. Have you guys talked
No, we
about
have
the
not
fire
gotten
pit?
there
yet.
yet.
Okay, let's get
One
let's
thing
get
really
to
quick
those
before we
things.
get to that, because this is kind of eerie. We mentioned how he dropped off the 5-year-old daughter at Howard at 7:50 in the morning. Well, he's picked back up on surveillance video at Howard at 3:27. They get a look inside the back of his truck, and now they see, like I said, the blue tarp is gone, the metal firewood rack is gone, but the bed does have that ice chest and a large gray heavy-duty trash can, both visible inside the back of the truck. He's picking up his 5-year-old daughter.
potentially after maybe disposing of his wife's body. That is the extremely conscience shocking part, because before he goes and picks up his child from the early childhood center, they say that they obtained surveillance video that shows that the blue tarp is no longer visible and the firewood rack is now repositioned. But then at 3:27, that's when the blue tarp is gone and the metal firewood rack is also gone.
That's
so
at Howard. That's the video we're looking right now. The video
Right.
from our chopper. Then 4 o'clock, 4:07, he's at Bubble Bath car wash.
right.
Time for a car wash.
Yeah, there's splashes of cement in the back of the car.
Yes.
There's a thing of Clorox. He's cleaning, he's seen in the video, I believe, cleaning the front, the driver's side of the vehicle.
Rear left
He's
passenger
seen
side.
cleaning the rear side. There were splashes of blood there. There was also splashes of blood and splashes of cement.
Dried cement splashes were later located in the rear passenger compartment of the vehicle to include in the truck bed. 30-ounce Clorox bottle located within the rear passenger compartment. Truck bed contained only the ice chest with no other items that were observed in previous
Correct.
surveillance videos.
I mean, it's again, he's still presumed innocent until he's found guilty, but this doesn't look good. It does not look good.
Definitely.
And you know what they've put on there again. I mean, between all the things that were picked up, the shutting down off the phone, and we had talked about this last week. Your apps will pick up. If you turn something on, the apps will record where you were and when it got picked up. Oh, thank you. Where the apps got picked up, where were you? I know that, like I said, you guys are going through the timeline, but this to me, just reading it, it's just so damning.
All right, so
it is damning.
Jordan, Yami, Mariah, any of you can take this. 3 days later, the 9th of October, law enforcement goes out to that property in Bandera County. That's where they find the ground level burn pit.
That's the property that his father used to own and was recently sold. We believe it was sold to someone within the family. We had looked at that property before.
Jordan, what did they find in the burn pit?
They find at least 3 cell phones. They find a burnt laptop as well. So lots of burned devices in this pit. And they believe that at least 3 of them belonged to Brad Simpson.
And what does his training and experience tell the person writing this affidavit?
That criminals often engage in destruction of evidence in an effort to impair or hinder a criminal investigation.
And he was, in fact, on top of the domestic violence charges, he was also charged with evidence tampering. So that would be an example in the eyes of law enforcement of tampering with evidence.
And I will be interested to see 3 phones is a lot. I have 2 phones because of the work that we do, but 3 phones. I would be interested to know what all those phones were for.
So page 7, if you want to read this, Mariah, the very top, they get the warrant for Brad Simpson's cell phone. What do they find on the cell phone?
Right. So they have 2 notes within that cell phone that say, or one was titled "This Next Life" and the other was titled "Last Will and Testament," apologizing for physically assaulting Suzanne Simpson one time in August of 2023 and again on the previous Sunday night, which was the 6th of October.
The fight at the Argo.
Right. And so these notes were created on October 8th, which was after the alleged assault of Suzanne Simpson and prior to his arrest by the Texas Rangers on the 9th. And something the affidavit also notes is that Brad Simpson was not surprised by his arrest.
Yeah, didn't even ask.
Right. He did not even ask, why am I being arrested? Or, what is the purpose of this questioning? It was just complete lack of surprise. Something that also comes up is during this timeline on the 10th, that Brad Simpson is texting his business partner, James Cotter, who was released from jail last week.
And his bond lowered the same day the murder charge came.
Right, exactly. And oddly enough, when we were outside, we were there for hours just waiting for him to come out of the South Tower like most criminal defendants normally do. And we were informed that no, he was released to the custody of the Texas Rangers and taken home.
Escorted out of the view of the media.
Out of the view of the media. Now, to me, I don't believe in coincidences, and you never really hear that.
So you're implying maybe there was a little bit of special treatment going on.
Oh, absolutely. And it makes you wonder what was that special treatment in exchange for. I mean, we have to understand also that this affidavit was supposed to be sealed. So it wasn't unsealed until today after repeated emails to the judge that had signed off on the warrant.
Jordan, Mariah earlier referenced Suzanne's personal banker. Can we talk a little bit more about what she revealed?
So we're getting into the part now of the affidavit where they're listing out all of the people that they've talked to in this investigation. And so they bring up Suzanne's personal banker.
That's the interesting part.
Apparently Suzanne told this person that Brad would commonly take her phone away. And then it says that the person advised the investigator that Suzanne Simpson said to tell the kids that she had lost her phone when really he had taken it from her, and told the banker, the personal banker, Suzanne Simpson, advised them that if she went missing to look for her in a lake.
Right.
Which is such a, we talked about this a little bit earlier, but that is a huge thing to share with a personal banker or some like that's.
Yeah, unless you're friends.
That's a very concerning thing.
Right. And so when investigators served an additional search warrant on October 23rd at their home, they located black trash bags, a gray heavy-duty trash can, the metal firewood rack, and only 28 of the 32 total trash bags were still in the box.
This is the Simpson household.
Right, right. So they had only located one bag of Quikrete, and it makes you wonder, where did the rest of the stuff go? Where were those other trash bags? What are the whereabouts of the contents of these things? And it also sheds light on why investigators were searching those that landfill. A lot of people had wondered, why are they searching this landfill? Well, it turns out it's because they got a tip from somebody who had spoken with Brad Simpson and asked for the nearest landfill. A lot of these locations were very intentionally searched after receiving information that perhaps he had disposed of his wife's body there.
Yeah. Well, there's not enough water in the lake, so I'm sure he had to get creative if he, in fact, killed his wife. I mean, all of these things that they have here, it's great, evidence, but they still need him to talk. I mean, somebody wants to sit there and read it, you can read it. I mean, it's all on there. Who writes a will? Who writes a will? And the next chapter, and then saying that I shouldn't have gotten mad at her, but then he's driving around town picking up stuff. I mean, we've seen this before. Most people that are watching this right now, I mean, they're going to read this and they're going to come up to the same conclusion, but without evidence that really points him out with that body, it's going to be difficult. That's why we again said we were so surprised when Joe Gonzalez did this. I mean, I have been following a case for 15 years of missing baby Gabriel. We have recordings of the mother. We have recordings of family members saying she killed the child, and they have yet to take her to trial. So why this case?
There are also several references in the affidavit to Brad's demeanor, especially when he was approached by law enforcement and told that he was being placed under arrest. I believe they said he had no reaction, was not surprised. Answered some questions about that alleged assault that took place in the front yard that was witnessed by the neighbor, but then asked for a lawyer when the conversation continued. The implication being that if someone comes up to you and says, hey, you're being placed under arrest, while your wife is missing, that maybe you'll put up a little bit of a fight and say, well, what do you mean? Why am I being placed under arrest?
Well, and my question for you all, with the last will and testament that they found on the phone, to you, does that signal that he might have been planning to take his own life?
Absolutely.
I think he was. And that's, if you keep reading, that's the reason why, they called up in Bandera and asked law enforcement there to go check on him. Well, he was sitting around a campfire.
I thought that they had arrested him on his way back from Kendall County, or in Kendall County. We have put in an open records request with DPS and with the Kendall County Sheriff's Office for any body-worn camera. But from those interactions, DPS has advised us that because it's an open investigation, they're going to send that to the Texas Attorney General's office for a decision. Have not yet heard back from Kendall County, but
yeah, this was interesting. You referenced this, but just to lay it out a little more explicitly, that when they were looking through Brad's cell phone, they found a text message that he had sent to a woman who lives in Longview, Texas, a friend of his, who basically, he apologized. He says, a quote, I still feel bad about tonight, referencing Sunday night, the confrontation at the Argyle Club that was witnessed by, members of the public. I never should have grabbed her phone and drove off, but she was so protective of it. My dumb ass didn't know her passcode, so I got locked out, had to bring it back. I really have no interest in looking through her phone and anybody else's. These devices are the devil. So then they reach out to that woman who received this text message, asked for her take on all this. She says, well, she tells the Texas Rangers she was aware that Brad would track. No, Suzanne Simpson told this friend that Suzanne was aware that Brad would track her and that Brad was, quote, extremely jealous.
Right.
So it's just painting the picture, part of the stew that's kind of coming together.
And you have to wonder, you get into an argument, you go through all of that, and then she went to the person that's quoted on there as being a family friend whom, according to LinkedIn, works at Frost Bank, and she went to his home. So if you're already in a fight, you know what I mean? She gets back to the house. There was a part on there that talks about a hole in the wall that the housekeeper
indentation at the base of the stairwell.
Yes, that wasn't there before. So you got to wonder what happened when she finally came home. The locking of the device, I mean, it's just so much. there is so much there.
And
So-
turning off her device before she was even home.
Mhm.
That was
Right.
part of the timeline that we didn't know before
Yes.
that. While she was out at that friend's house, that's when he had her phone shut off.
Yeah.
Too.
Yeah, and her daughter is saying, we're on the family. This is where my mom's last location was.
Oh yes, I share my location with my partner. I share my location with my family.
Mhm.
That's something that I share just out of an abundance of caution. But at the same time, it comes in handy for things like this. I mean, even when Brad
Deactivated
had
it.
deactivated her cell service, I mean, there's still ways to make phone calls that get connected to the internet. It's just really disheartening. A lot of people were getting a lot of questions about the lake. The lake piece comes from Suzanne. So according to the arrest affidavit, Suzanne had told her
In
her
August of
banker.
24, this was a conversation. If I ever go missing, look for me in a lake.
Right. And so people are asking, were any bodies of water searched? And to my knowledge, I don't think any were. But something that Yami had noted is that
Mhm.
the bodies of water have very low levels here.
Right now, yeah.
And not only that, the truck GPS data doesn't really align with having visited a body of water. So what they make note of is that Brad is on this path to Kendall County. He's in Medina for 13 minutes, and then he makes a beeline back to Kendall County. So, if I'm a betting woman, I would say that more than likely we're going to have to look in and around Bandera and in Medina.
But we do have to say, I mean, the water is not high enough right now to keep a body down that long. And the amount of
it's
cement
not.
that he would have used with one bag, I
It's
don't think
far
would have
from
been
being
enough to
that.
keep a body down in a body of water. But it would be enough if you wanted to keep something hidden in the body of water. So what items have yet to be found that haven't been found that belong to Suzanne?
Yeah.
Well, in fact, to that end, at the very end. So what does this all add up to? The conclusion that the person who wrote this arrest warrant affidavit says they submit
Sorry, guys,
probable
I am
cause to
taking
believe
a
that Brad
quiz while
Simpson
I'm listening.
intentionally and knowingly caused the death of Suzanne Clark Simpson on or about Sunday, October 6th, 2024, in Olmus Park, Bexar County, Texas. The facts in this affidavit come from my personal observations, my training and experience, and information obtained from other officers. This affidavit is intended to show that there is sufficient probable cause for the requested warrant and does not set forth all my knowledge about this matter, implying that
So-
there's more out there.
Yes.
Right. So I just got this message from a longtime law enforcement officer. It says this is all circumstantial evidence. I'm not sure how they got this warrant signed for murder. The warrant clearly shows that it was an abusive marriage, but I don't see how this warrant shows evidence of a murder being committed. Am I missing something? Why would you need bags of cement if you are dumping a body at a waste site? In other words, these same conclusions that are being reached by defense attorneys saying, I just don't see it. You have
There's
a
more.
story. You
There's
have
more.
you can tell a story, but you almost kind of have to pick what story you're telling.
And as we've seen over the course of the last few weeks, law enforcement's being very selective in what the public can see or what we can see with it. They had all of this days ago when we were asking questions. I'm sure they have more based on the questions. we're asking
And
now.
you make a great point. I mean, there's a lot of holes that can be poked. I'm just going to say, from an appearances standpoint, standing by a flaming pile of cell phones the day after my wife went missing and a law enforcement agent walks up to me, not a great look. I might start being a little nervous. Might get some butterflies, if someone comes up to me and says, "Hey, what are you doing?"
Right.
I'm just burning my cell phones. Can a guy live? I mean, is that normal? I mean, I don't know.
No, Robert. It is not.
Exactly.
It is not normal. But how far can they go? Yeah, you're burning your cell phones. Are you breaking the law? At that point, they didn't know
No,
that.
it's not a great look, But
Yeah.
yeah, it says a Bandera County Sheriff's deputy walks up to him, sees a roaring fire. It says, "What's going on?" My cell phone's burning,
Well, and they also note that all 3 cell phones belong to him. It says 3 cell phones belonging to the defendant.
Mhm.
The
So what
laptop
about
and the
about her?
laptop.
And a laptop.
So
Right.
what about her phone?
And it makes you wonder, what about her phone? So, in terms of tampering with evidence, is it truly tampering, if they're his devices, like you said, can't a man just burn his cell phones? And I know it sounds ridiculous, but I mean, you have to take into account other cases. For example, like in the Andreen McDonald case, her husband was charged with her murder, but was ultimately convicted of manslaughter, the lesser charge. So even with the body, a jury of his peers did not find that there was enough.
Right, and it was all similar evidence, a lot of stuff in the back of his vehicle, a lot of trash bags, a lot of burning taking place, and that was all after the fact. It was more like it's manslaughter because you can't prove what led up to this murder.
Exactly.
Yeah, he even took the stand. Former Air Force Major Andre McDonald takes the stand and said, I was mad at her after she died because she caused me to get in this fight with her. The fight was an accident. That's why it was manslaughter. But then I hit her bones. I took her out to a rural property. Then I went back and started desecrating her bones because I was so mad at her. But that doesn't imply murder. That just implies desecrating a body.
Correct.
And so, yeah, he's got cement. Yeah, he's got heavy duty trash bags. Yeah, he's asking a stranger in the parking lot of a Home Depot, hey, give me directions to the nearest dump. I mean, sure, that doesn't look great, but that doesn't prove murder, is what these defense attorneys are saying.
Exactly. And even law enforcement. And so to add to that, though, I mean, many of the same circumstances here in the immediate aftermath of Andreen's disappearance. I remember distinctly one of her friends calling the station and telling me, she always told me if she disappears that Andre did it. And, you see all these anecdotes from friends, family, loved ones, and even
she would never abandon her kids. There's been no sign of her since she was missing.
Yeah.
No activity of any sorts.
Exactly. And I think for a lot of these cases, I've done other cases when I was up in Milwaukee. There was one that the woman was being poisoned with antifreeze. And she did tell someone at the bank, and this was a national story, if anything ever happens to me, it was my husband. He was poisoning me. I think most of these people know when things are so bad that they may end up dying. And that's why they start telling the story to people here and there so they can be found later on. I mean, I'm sorry. At this point, if he does know something, his attorney has this. I would love to hear from his attorney. So if you're out there watching, give us a call, because I'm sure right now you have got to be freaking out with this if I'm the attorney.
So defense is saying, hey, they have A, B, and C, but they're not showing how A causes B causes C. So like the final step, number 37, is this is the probable cause to file this warrant. Well, it's number 36, really quick. This is him making the case of like, well, how can you prove murder? Well, he's saying there are no signs of Suzanne Simpson being alive since Brad Simpson physically assaulted her on October 6th. This has been verified by Suzanne Simpson's cell phone records, financial records, family, friends, coworkers. I am aware that no credible tips or information were obtained from the active Texas Clear Alert, and law enforcement has been unable to locate Suzanne Simpson after a large amount of search efforts. However, all family, friends, and coworkers agree the victim would never willingly abandon her children. So he's asking people to read between the lines, but you're saying in a court of law, you can't just read between the lines. You have to prove beyond a reasonable doubt.
Right. If the presumption is I am innocent, I start at innocent. I don't start at guilty. It's the burden of the state to prove that I did what you are saying that I did. And to be charged with murder is that's a pretty substantial thing. I just really quickly, there were two questions that people had. One individual had asked, were there any wounds that may have resulted in a struggle at the time of his initial arrest? Scratches
no references
or
made.
But there is blood. His blood is on the back of that truck. It was already tested. It came back that it was his blood.
Is that a Yami insight? I mean, because I don't believe it specifically says that.
On there. It's on there.
Okay.
It says that there was some blood and it was tested by forensics here in San Antonio, and it came back as his blood. It wasn't her blood. So,
wow.
I mean,
well, a defense attorney could say he cut himself on the thorny bushes while he was out.
He was out in Bandera in the middle of nowhere at their cabin with
mesquite.
the fire.
Hey,
Yeah. And then another question is
Yeah,
there a map of travel that the suspect took that can be published so the public can see and possibly help with the investigation?
We have a lot of web sleuths. This is the part that always, to me, for the last 20 some years is interesting. It's the number of people that are watching tonight and they want to help from home. So,
well, the key point is it starts at Howard, which is, in off Broadway.
We are waiting. We have 7 minutes until the trial begins for the Chloe Driver case. We have some new people. Thank y'all so much for joining. I greatly appreciate it. But one thing that they were talking about, that it was his blood, is there's a lot of mesquite, and mesquite has thorns this big. It's a tree here in Texas. It's got thorns on it, and then you also have cedar. So it would not surprise me if he was trying to find a spot to leave
Yes.
her
In San Antonio, Alamo
remains,
Heights, whatever.
he
And so
did
then
so
from there, that's when he
that
makes his way into
would
Kendall County. His
have
first stop is
cut.
Whataburger.
Mhm.
I'm not sure how many Whataburgers there are in
Whataburger
Bernie,
is
but this is
a
Kendall County. I
hamburger
think it
place.
has the specific address.
Yes.
I can work on a map. Yes.
Yeah.
I will.
There
When
That
you
we
is
go.
a
get done
Jordan
here, I'll
Elder
go through that.
special.
Yes.
Yes.
I don't know if we have the video of the Whataburger. We were showing it earlier, but
We have. I was seeing video that we got the
Yes.
car wash. We got a lot of the key places, so we'll work on a more specific map.
but yeah, it was 621 West Bandera Road in Bernie. That's where the Whataburger was. From the Whataburger, he goes to the Home Depot. That's 633 West Bandera Road
Mhm.
in Bernie, Kendall County. And from there, he goes to the Kendall County Waste site, which is 46 Spanish Pass Road
Mhm.
in Bernie. From there, he goes to the Bernie Valero Stripes gas station. That's at 37101 Frontage Road, Johns Road. Located at Johns Road on 37101
Welcome
Frontage
to all
Road,
the new
Bernie,
people.
County, Texas. That's the Valero
Hi,
Stripes
Gritty
Mhm.
Grat.
gas station. And then where does he go from the gas station?
Oh,
Yes, we
Yeah.
are
The
covering the
Medina.
driver
Or
case.
that's when he goes to the
We
Medina.
have 5 minutes,
Yeah,
so
he
we're
goes traveling
moving the case
westbound through Bandera
about
County
Suzanne
into
Simpson. Brad is
Medina,
the
Bandera
husband
County.
who's being charged with unaliving her.
So,
We have
were you
yet
say
to
Yeah.
see
something?
the body.
I did want to
Yeah, I'm in
clarify
practice
to
about
that
an hour
question that
and a half,
viewer
even
had
after
regarding whether or not Brad
this
had any
case that we're
injuries.
listening to.
So the affidavit does indicate that he had numerous lacerations and bruises on his hands and arms
There you go.
during the custodial interview.
Wow. Okay. Well, yeah, that's the gee whiz. I passed right over that part. Yes, he conducted a custodial interview. This is what day? This is
Right.
October 8th. This is 2 days. This is the night of October 8th. 2 days after two.
Okay, I'm going to pause this because we're just a few minutes away from the trial starting in the Chloe Driver case. Have a little bit of housekeeping. Please leave some DNA. I am AdaKay. I am your host. I can speak clearly because I was raised hearing but became deaf as an adult. So welcome everybody. Our interpreter is ill today. She's really, really not feeling well. I just spoke to her. Dawn, you're awake. For those who don't know, we were up until 1:30, I believe, catching up with this case last night. I didn't get to home and in bed till 2:30, and I was up at 7. So it was a quick night for a lot of us. With that, I want to say that we have a fabulous sponsor, and I'm about ready to have me a cup of tea. So let's hear from our new sponsor. I want to welcome Ollie Tea to our family. They are our new sponsor. Ollie Tea is a veteran, woman-owned company. They are passionate about creating artisan small batch herbal teas, focusing on self-care and wellness, while at the same time offering tasty drink options. Ollie Tea does not incorporate scenting or flavoring agent and is naturally caffeine-free with no added sugars. They let the natural ingredients speak for themselves. The herbal teas are packed as loose leaf and in convenient tea bags. Certified Go Texas and homegrown by heroes. They offer many different choices from lavender citrus to lemony mint to restore and to scarlet nibs. They also offer fabulous Christmas gifts such as these wonderful tea strainers. Y'all, this is absolutely beautiful. Please click on the QR code or go to www.buyollytea.com to get your tea. Let me know which is your favorite. I hope you enjoy. I'm having a little bit of the salting little. I love these little. What are they? Oyster crackers. I love them. I'm drinking a lot of caffeine on an empty stomach, so God help us all. So we are about a minute and a half away. Y'all, if y'all want to see some of the craziest testimony I've ever seen in my life, go back and watch last night's live. It does start off with Karen Reed, but we get past Karen Reed. Watch day 2 of this trial. An acquaintance / friend of theirs who they lived with for a period of time was on the stand. He is in orange because he's in jail right now. Ends up to be a very violent person. I would say he has the beliefs of David Koresh with that of being a sovereign citizen. It was horrible. It does come with a warning. Dylan Ellen, it does come with a warning. You guys, it is disgusting. He talks about drinking his own urine, amongst other things that are crazy. But it is if these young girls who became wives, I mean, she had to met him when she was 17. She's pregnant at 18, gives birth. She's at 20. She unalives her 13-month-old and tried to unalive herself, and is not successful because this friend saved her life. And so she is now up for murder and or unaliving. Oops. And I really feel that, in all honesty, if anybody deserves to use right now, just with what I've heard now, if anybody deserves the right to use not guilty by reason of insanity, this girl has a right. She was so brainwashed. It is definitely your CULT. I'm trying to not get tagged so quickly this morning. That's what I'm wondering. I would love to see him on the stand. I would love to see him on the stand. Mhm. Yep, I would. Okay, I got to open the shop. So real quick, our second and last sponsor. Hey y'all, please help me welcome the Hitchman Homestead Coffee. They are fabulous. They have many different blends of freshly roasted, freshly ground coffee. They have a monthly club where you get 4 bags for $40 or a Keurig option. Also, they just came out with a half and half. Oh my gosh, I absolutely love it. So do me a favor. Go down to the link below at hitchmanhomestead.com. Order you some coffee and show them some love. Apologies. I have an office in my son's shop, and I had to open up because I kept him up all night. I told him I would take the shop today. Yeah, this ought to be really good. Okay, Don, what kind of coffee are you getting? I know this is really good tea, y'all. I'm real picky who I ever put out and sponsor. If I don't believe in it wholeheartedly, 100%, I'm not going to put it out there. But this tea, it's been a hot minute since I found a tea that I like this much. And ever since I had chemo, anything that has a preservative like coffee or tea that's shelf preserved, I get a little chemically taste on the back of my tongue, and I hate it. So my coffee is freshly ground, freshly roasted, made here locally. The tea is done here locally. Locally means in Central Texas. I absolutely love both of them. And so anyway, the chocolate raspberry. Oh, who keeps talking about chocolate and raspberry? Come on. Favorite combination right there. You're making me hungry. And all I got are these little wafers for breakfast. Yum, 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 yum. Okay, we are waiting for court. We, as always, you never know if court's going to be on time. So, what I'm going to do is we're going to go back to what we were watching. It's only a few more minutes.
2 evenings after the evening of the 6th when Suzanne was last seen alive.
Right. There's things that are going to stand out to people. The things that are going to stand out are the things probably
Hi,
that they're
Dan.
working
We
on.
lost you
And
last
they
night.
did say on there, they knew we were going to get a hold of this. You're not going to put out your whole playbook, so the public
Immediately.
can get it. But Brad and the attorney, if right now, I'm sure they're having conversations. This thing here would tell me that they're asking them to come to the table. Let's do a deal and give your children the peace that they need in the case that he in fact killed his wife or knows where her remains are. So do the right thing and let your children have some peace and mourn their mother.
Brad Simpson, quote, appeared unconcerned about his wife being missing and showed little to no emotion. Invoked his right to counsel after being questioned about the physical altercation that occurred between Brad Simpson and Suzanne Simpson on October 6th. So a lot to go through. We posted this online. We really appreciate you joining us. This is all a live reaction, very fresh.
Okay, they said they posted the paper online. I want to see if they really did, because I want to see if it's redacted, because what we have is redacted. And that to me is interesting. How do we get that online? Well, I guess I don't know. We'll figure it out. So Channel 4 news in San Antonio, I'll have to figure it out later. Hey, Dawn. I am so blessed. Oh, here we go. I'm so blessed to have all of you here this morning. Please, we're trying to build our membership. This channel is only 7-8 months old, and we appreciate everybody hopping in. Please just subscribe. It doesn't cost you anything. We'd love to have you as a part of our family. Right after Thanksgiving, she visited her family for a couple of days. If I remember correctly, and chat, correct me if I'm wrong, she did not take the baby with her. She did not take the baby with her. By the way, if you read these ticker on the bottom of the screen, the Starbucks tumbler giveaway, subscribe and comment I sub for 1 entry, become a member and of any level, and you can get 10 entries, a maximum of 11. Drawing will be November 30th. I've got 2 going out for last month. This is not the one. I have multiple. If you love this one, if it's still available, I can get this one. This is my own personal one, but I love giving away the tumblers. So if you subbed today, please put I sub to get you in and let us know if you're a member. And we'll be doing the drawing on the end of November. Yay, True Crime Junkie. Thank you. Yeah, they kept the baby when she went to the parents. So they were using the baby as a ploy to keep her there, which is typical. Well, I think the court's getting ready to start. I feel some vibrations. Thank you so much for subbing. Welcome to our humble family. There will be times you will see sign language. If I know a deaf person hops on or hard of hearing that uses sign language, you may see me just start signing. That's fine. That's normal for this channel. For those who are new, I am deaf without my hearing aids. I grew up hearing but became deaf in the last 15, 20 years. So signing happens sometimes, just like right now when I talk about it, but it's okay. All equal access. Definitely. I subbed, that's fine. SUBBED will catch that. Well, Gritty Gret, if it will only take you once, so if you not sure, say it again. If it is a multiple, you don't have to worry about it. It will catch it. No big deal. I appreciate y'all subbing so very much. Once again, we are waiting. Some of the points that really shocked me, not really shocked me, the urine shocked me. The guy drinks his urine even in jail up to today. Ugh, just the thought of that. We have it's just gross. IASA. Dan, we have this running thing with Dan. He likes to put up things. We put up jokes. We put up riddles. So y'all are welcome to participate in that, Dan. I appreciate that. This guy, of course, with this type of mentality that this particular group of people have, that women are subservient, that women are really good at playing with babies, but they're not capable of philosophical conversations, et cetera, et cetera. We had a lot of screaming goat moments last night. I don't go code red often. I went code red last night. So Chloe, it's not Chapman, it's Driver. Oh, Dan Farrell. Who is Chloe Chapman? Sorry. I actually saw aliens. Gritty Grit, that's good. Well, we love you too, Dr. Bullbutter. And here's something else. I got a pet hair on my lip gloss. I love this community because we have all kinds. We have doctors, we have plumbers, we have lawyers, we have so many people of different educational backgrounds. We're a very diverse group. And for those who are new, if whatever your skill sets are, we welcome you to share. This is a friendly place that we can agree to disagree, but we do entertain all on concepts. Just no politics, just pineapples, as somebody else says, pickles. But with that, we if you have knowledge, please share it. This is a very, very open and chatty page. So enjoy. But yep, we're waiting. I wish I had the Jeopardy music, but I can't get it. It's copyrighted. Dang it. Let me see what else is in the news. I said no politics, but this is entertainment. This is fun. Bakery responds to Whoopi Goldberg stating an order was refused because of political reasons. The Menendez brothers, they have a new district attorney. He is going to reevaluate the case. The new district attorney is kind of putting a wrench in the Menendez brothers' cog in their wheel to freedom. So this is going to be interesting to see if that is going to be a continued process that they're going to get to go through, it will be very, very saddening and heartbreaking, and to the entire community that has been built up around them, if this particular new district attorney removes that takes that off the table. So I am looking, see what else we can find out. Oh, let's do this while we're waiting. I like to kind of see these kind of things. What happened in history today? So let's kind of, while we're waiting for court to start, thank y'all for being patient. I can't do anything. Dan, the case that never ends. You got that right. Who is Karen Reed? The case that never ends. Let's see. Dawn has Cheerios and coffee. However, I have drink clothes in case it gets bat crazy. By the way, when y'all become members, we have special emojis that I'm so proud of Miss Kevin and I created. I've never done anything like this, and I've learned so much in the last 8 months. I can't even begin to tell you how much I've had to learn. RA with Recovery Addict was absolutely fabulous in helping me and educating me, and still has been very kind to me. And I thank you, RA. But anyway, it's been a little crazy, but we learned how to make emojis. Okay, Notorious Jules has arisen. Now, some of you know she had surgery. Some things I've learned that happened while I was hospitalized and recovering at my son's place. Number one, Trump won. Richard Allen was found guilty, and I'm still scratching my head about that. Bravo, Defense Diaries, broken law, outstanding coverage for Richard Allen. Okay. Nancy Grace made false allegations against A. Burkhart Law. Okay. Josie Ibarra requested a bench trial for the unaliving of Lake and Riley. People that blocked me and vice versa are now back on my feed. That's been an issue. Still no justice for Enrique. Never send leopard Leo, I don't know, text message if you don't want them to appear on X. Judge Bev is still blatantly showing her bias in the Karen Reed. Was there anything else I missed? I'm so blessed that Miss Jules, I know you're not watching us right now, but just know that you have been in our hearts, our prayers, and I'm so blessed to see that you are now communicating again. Uh-huh. Yep. Sure did. Um Wow. Hi, Kathleen. Welcome, welcome. So, historical events that happened on this day. An earthquake hit Japan, kills 35 injured. Okay. Let me see. Anything of interest. Let's see. Okay, just a bunch of deaths. I don't want to repeat. Apollo 12 was launched this day in 1969, carrying the crew of Charles Conrad Jr., Richard F. Gordon Jr., and Alan B. Bean. And 5 days later, the mission made the second landing to the moon. 6-year-old Ruby Bridges began attending William Frantz Elementary School in New Orleans, became the youngest of group of African American students to be integrated in the schools in the South. Wow. That's awesome. Prince Charles was born this day in 1948. King Hussein's, who reigned from 1953 to 1999, marked and shaped the modern kingdom of Jordan. The kingdom of Jordan was born today. American journalist Nellie Bly began her around the world race against the record. That's awesome. So we've got some things that have happened today. Yay! I saw something about Sarah Boone pretrial investigators is up on docket, but it's confidential. Yeah, I saw that too. Unfortunately, for those who don't know who in here, I lost my husband to prison. I didn't know about his crime until he was arrested. And yes, unfortunately, he was on Nancy Grace. I do not have a very nice thing to say, so I'm going to keep my mouth shut about Nancy Grace. We don't. I'm looking. So I want to talk a little more. I'm trying to remember what all we learned last night about this case, because we didn't stop till after, was it after 1:30 in the morning we stopped with this case? She never waived her rights to counsel. Interesting. This young lady had a very rough childhood growing up. In this case right here, it was Chloe Driver. Apparently her parents were abusive, or supposedly it was a bad situation for her. Most young girls at that age, when they're in those situations, the first person to show them love, especially of the males, and they feel safe. The guy makes them feel secure and safe and supported. They will cling to, and that's what happened here. They ended up getting married. I don't know if they got pregnant then married, but with this guy's religious beliefs, and they don't call it religion, but we do. Apparently he would have married her prior to any course of intimacy. Something I often call baby making activities, but she was super young, y'all. I know 18 is the age of an adult in the eyes of the law, but mentally, no, I don't think this girl knew what hit her. And that is what's sad. These guys prey on women. In fact, the person who testified yesterday, the friend in association with this family, was caught to have been talking to somebody in his prison phone calls, and they brought up the fact that they really look for the homeless and the down and out, which to me is just insane. Absolutely insane. Okay, they're bringing in the jury. Look at her. She's 24 years old. Yeah, I know. I'm trying to keep that word to a minimum, because I don't want to lose. I mean, monetization's not that much, but I am trying to be careful. Looks like the jury's entering. Let's see what kind of shenanigans happened today. Are y'all ready? Welcome. Take a seat and join us.
Crawford, you may call your next witness, please.
State House Diana Cruz.
Let's see if my monitor. Oh, it didn't. Yay. Okay. Hearing aids are not always very comfortable to wear. Hi, Skybill. Oh my God, she
Can you
is
raise your right
so
hand?
young.
Do you solemnly swear or affirm the testimony you shall give will be the truth,
And
the
again,
whole truth, and
everybody's
nothing but
looking
the truth,
younger
so help you God?
nowadays to me,
You do.
including this
Have a seat.
woman.
Thank you. Can you state your name and spell it, please?
Andrea, you
Taina Cruz,
need to catch up.
Taina. Last name is
Craziest thing I've seen in a while.
And how are you employed? I am a sergeant with the Criminal Investigations Division at the City of Canton Police Department. And what does that mean?
Sledge.
So I investigate crimes that happen within our jurisdiction.
Different
And
kind.
can you tell the jury a little bit about your background and education in terms of what led up to your role as an investigator? Sure. I was
Me too, when
mandated
it
in
happened.
September of 2017. What does that mean? Mandated is when you become a law enforcement officer. And I spent 2 years on the road as a patrol officer. Directly after that, I applied to the Criminal Investigations Division as a detective. And in August of 2019 is when I became a detective. And this is in December of 2020 is when I actually got this case. Okay. And can you tell the jury a little bit about the Canton Police Department? How many investigators do you have? Sure. Currently, we have 5 investigators and 2 supervisors, and then we have a lieutenant over the division. Okay. And where do you fall in that? So I am one of the supervisors. And with regard to how the division of cases works, do the investigators at the Canton Police Department specialize, or do you all handle investigations of all types? So we do handle investigations of all types. Generally, you'll know the strengths and weaknesses of each detective. In this particular incident, I am specialized in crimes against persons. Okay. And back in December of 2020, what was your position? I was a detective. All right. And when did you become aware of sort of the incident that led us to here today? Tell me about December the 8th of 2020 and how you became involved. Sure. I was actually at Starbucks getting my second win of a cup of coffee, and I got a phone call from my lieutenant. He said, "Did you hear what happened over the radio?" I said, "Yes, I heard what happened over the radio." He said, "I need you here now." He told me the address, 215 Mountain View Vista. And I went straight away, blue lights all the way to the scene. At that point, I saw EMT had already been there, a couple of officers had already been there, and my supervisory staff is already there. And they told me, "Your lead, this is your case." I said, "Okay." And who was your supervisory staff that was there? Lieutenant Ray. Okay. And when you what time did you get the call or arrive on scene? Do you know? It would have been around 13:41. Okay, and what time is that in? 1:41, I'm sorry. And when you arrived on scene, who was there? Like I said, we had 2 officers there, well, actually 3, Officer Pruitt, Officer Yurkovsky, and Officer Soto. We had my Lieutenant Ray there. We had another detective there, Detective Priest. And then I arrived, and then we had several EMT officers there. When you arrived on scene, were the injured parties still present? One of the injured parties was still present. The baby had been taken away. Okay. And who was the other individual that was injured? Chloe Driver. All right. And who else was on scene? You indicated that your supervisory staff said your lead. What does that mean to be lead, and what did you do in terms of sort of navigating or calling the shots at that point? Sure. So when you do become lead over the crime scene, you're basically calling the shots. You're telling people what they need to do, how they need to do it. You're interviewing most people on scene and taking them to specific places so you can interview them in a quiet setting. You're taking photographs if you can. If not, you're telling crime scene what to get, what to collect, what to look for, things of that nature. Okay. How many people were on scene in terms of first responders, law enforcement, EMT, fire rescue when you were there? Probably over 10 of us. Okay. And so tell me what steps you took when you got on scene. You indicated that Hannah had already been taken from the scene. At that point, when you arrived, did you know whether she was deceased or not? I did not. Okay. And what was sort of the way that you navigated
from the time you arrived on scene this investigation?
I told everybody to separate all the parties. I did not know who was involved or what had happened. I also told crime scene take the photos of the scene, collect whatever evidence they could collect, including a murder weapon if there was one. I let them know that if there are parties still there that were on scene that saw it, I'd like them to go back to the station so that way I can interview them appropriately. And then also just to make notation of what the scene looks like. Again, sketch it out, whatever they needed to do.
Okay. You used the terminology crime scene. Who are you referring to with regard to who crime scene is in this particular case?
So we do have our detective taking pictures, Detective Priest. So he was part of the crime scene, but we also have Cherokee Sheriff's Office crime scene come in and their techs take pictures, collect evidence and things of that nature. I think Officer Shaw was one of our crime scene techs there.
All right. And what dictates whether you call in the sheriff's office to assist with crime scene?
If the scene becomes too big in order for our small department to handle it.
And was that a decision that you made?
Yeah.
And at that time, were there any search warrants obtained or additional steps taken in the investigative process to facilitate that?
So yes, we do have to take a search warrant for the house in order to gather information and evidence out of the house in order to collect photos and things of that nature. So yes, there was a search warrant taken for the house.
Okay. How was the scene secured in terms of who was allowed to go where or?
So it was roped off like we always do with crime scene tape. And there was officers standing at the scene until that search warrant came.
Okay. Any idea how long law enforcement was at that house after the initial call?
Long time, maybe up into the wee hours of the night.
Okay. You indicated when you got on scene that you instructed other personnel to separate the parties.
Mm-hmm.
Was that done?
Yes.
Right. And you mentioned sort of on-scene interviews and then taking people down to the station. What can you tell me about sort of how you navigated, who you talked to on scene, and where that happened?
So because it was so chaotic and we had certain people interviewing certain people, I went to the person who wasn't being interviewed first, spoke to that person, got general information, and then asked that they take that person back to the station. Then I tried for the next one, asked that they take that person back to the station. So they were taken pretty much separately in different cars. So that way I can interview them separately.
Okay. And who were the people that you made contact with on scene that were not law enforcement or responders to this, the people that were at the residence when it occurred?
Everybody that was on scene, Jerry, Jason, Benjamin, Sarah, Jessica.
Okay. And did you make contact and speak to those people or other officers make contact and speak to those individuals separately while on scene?
They did.
Okay. And were they able to provide information about what they had witnessed or observed that day?
Absolutely. My officers came and told me specifically who they talked to. They had their information for me, even photo IDs that we can photocopy and things of that nature.
Okay. And then you mentioned that there were multiple people involved in transporting them to the police station. Where is Canton Police Department in relation to where this residence was?
Less than 10 minutes away.
And what was the reason for transporting each of them in a separate vehicle?
I didn't want them talking or giving statements that can conflict or convolute what they saw, but also I wanted to have independent witnesses of each other.
Okay.
So that way I can get the true facts of the story.
Okay. Is that pretty routine in sort of investigating a crime like this to try to separate people as quickly as possible?
Absolutely.
And who all went to Canton Police Department on that day to be interviewed by you?
Jerry.
The homeowner?
The homeowner, Jerry.
Okay.
Jason Spillers, Jessica, Sarah, and Benjamin.
Okay. So the two other wives, Benjamin, Jason Spillers, and Jerry?
Yes.
Okay. So the 5 of them?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. And did you interview each of them separately?
I did.
And were they willing to speak to you about the circumstances surrounding Hannah's death?
They were.
Okay. How long were you there that evening interviewing all these parties?
Late.
Okay.
The next morning.
Did you collect anything, any evidence from any of those parties?
I did.
What did you collect?
I collected 2 cell phones,
Okay, whose cell phones did you collect?
Benjamin's and Sarah's.
And after you concluded those interviews, did you give them any instructions? Did they just leave? How did you leave things with the group?
So I did tell them that I was going to download their cell phones to still be in the general area if they wanted their cell phones back. I also told them that they could go back to the house, but they couldn't go in the crime scene in case we were still there collecting things, and not to take anything away from the crime scene.
Okay. Do you mean the room itself?
The house.
The house. Okay. And were at that time when they left the police department, were officers still on scene processing?
They were.
Okay. And did you have any idea at that point how long they were going to stay in Cherokee County?
I did not know.
Do you have any idea how long they did stay in Cherokee County?
I did not know.
Okay. Did you have any physical contact with any of these people after December the 8th of 2020?
Yes.
And when was that?
The very next day I talked to Benjamin. I actually went to the hospital to speak to Chloe, and I put him on the phone, so I knew he was in the general area still. And then I spoke to Sarah again, and I believe I spoke to Benjamin again.
Okay. And you indicated you told them to stay in the general vicinity so you could download their cell phones, and was that with the intention to return their cell phones to them once you downloaded them?
Correct.
And when did that happen?
Immediately. I went and took their cell phones right away, and I think they got them back probably within a day or 2.
Okay. And when you say you took their cell phones, what did that look like?
So when you take their cell phones, actually you get a search warrant for them, and we have the Cherokee Sheriff's Office that has their own investigations group that does all of their downloading. They use Cellbrite to download.
All right. At what point did you, on that day, learn that Hannah had died?
Pretty much right away. When I was on scene, they told me maybe 30 minutes into it that she had passed away.
Did you make any death notifications on scene? Did you tell anyone?
No, I did not.
Okay.
I know Benjamin was informed, yes.
Okay. And at the time that you interviewed them, were all the parties aware that Hannah was deceased?
Yes.
Were there any other investigative steps you took that night other than interviewing all the parties, having the crime scene processed, collecting the cell phones?
I did get a search warrant to take photos and some blood for Chloe Driver so I can get it the very next day.
Okay. And what was the purpose of, you said so you could get some blood?
It's a sample. We didn't know who the parents were because they were all married, so we didn't really know who's mom and who's dad. So we did take blood, or a sample, not a blood, but a sample of saliva from Benjamin, and then a sample from Chloe Driver.
Is that the purpose for proving parentage of Hannah?
That is correct.
Okay. And did you obtain a search warrant to get any evidence from Chloe Driver's body?
Yes.
And what was that for?
I wanted to get swabs off of her hands to see if she had DNA from Hannah on her hands.
All right. And where was Chloe Driver taken after she left 215 Mountain Vista?
Taken straight to Kennestone Hospital.
All right. And in terms of the law enforcement response to the hospital, once she was taken to the hospital, was there an officer at the hospital with her?
Yes. We had an officer sit on her 24/7.
Okay. And you mentioned that you got a search warrant. When did you first go to Kennestone Hospital to make contact with Ms. Driver?
12/9, which would have been the very next day.
The next day. And when you went to make contact with her at Kennestone Hospital, you indicated that you had a search warrant. What was sort of your intention in making contact with her on the 9th?
So my intention was just to get photos of her, to get her saliva, and also to get DNA off of her hands.
All right. And when you interacted with her on that date, was it recorded?
Yes, it was.
All right. And
Catch up, Dan. I'm getting you today. There's a greenhouse inside the greenhouse, which is the outer skin. White
Your Honor,
house, which is the
speaking with the
rind.
defense,
Red
based on our
house, which
earlier
is the
discussions
meat.
about
And all the
the,
babies are the black seed.
videos of Ms. Driver's interviews and the written annotations that have been added to them, I believe the parties are in agreement to stipulate to the admissibility of State's Exhibit 100, 101, and 102.
That's correct, Judge. All right, you're admitted.
All right. When you went and made contact with Ms. Driver, was she capable of speaking verbally?
She was whispering, but not necessarily loudly speaking like I am today.
Okay, and why?
She had a slash in her throat.
Okay, did she have a trach?
Yes.
All right. And was she capable of giving written responses?
Absolutely.
And did she give written responses?
She's the one who told me she wanted to write stuff down.
Okay. May I approach the witness?
Yes.
I'm handing State's Exhibit 103 and 104. Do you recognize these?
Yes, this is my handwriting on the top and her handwriting on her social security number, date of birth, and address, as well as her name. And then this is her statements.
Okay. And do these truly and accurately reflect in State's 104, the Miranda form you exercised on that day, and State's 103, her handwritten responses to your questions?
That's correct.
Your Honor, I would tender States 103 and 104. No objection.
You're admitted.
Your Honor, at this time, I would like to publish State's Exhibit 100.
All right.
And on what day did you indicate this was?
12/9.
12/9, okay.
Who had a birthday coming up and we missed it? Who just had a birthday? You're supposed to remind me so I can.
Is Detective Cruz, and I'm here because I have a search warrant, okay? But I'm here to collect kind of DNA sample of your inner teeth, a DNA sample of kind of your hands, and then take some pictures, and that's pretty much it. Okay? I'm gonna ask you a couple questions, and then see if you're okay to even answer. Because you can't talk, I don't want to ask you any questions, okay? So, do you know how many quarters are in a dollar? Good. Do you know where you are located today? Good. Do you know what day is today? Very good. And so I'm just here because I want to make sure that A, you're okay, okay? And that B, I get stuff from your body to make sure that nobody is hurting you, okay? You have experienced some trauma, and so we want to make sure that you are taken care of, all right? And I'm going to leave this paperwork for you and my business card. And my business card will have my cell on it, if you need anything. That cell is on 24/7, okay? You got that? Perfect. I'm going to leave this paperwork right here. You don't have to talk. You don't have to talk at all, okay? But we're not going to talk today, okay? And I'm going to visit you again tomorrow, okay? And I'm going to visit you the next day if you want. But I want to make sure that you're okay, okay? So let me put this here for you. And I'm going to leave you my business card. Okay? And then I'm going to take this out of here because we don't need this anymore. Okay? Okay. Are you cold or your feet cold? A little bit? Okay. My camera is ready. Would you hold this for me on this hand if you can? Perfect. And stay like just like that. So I'm gonna come on this side, okay? Thank you. Hold up this hand. That's perfect. You can put that one down, okay? Okay. Again. So I wanted to tell you, I did talk to mom for you and dad. And they asked about you, and they want to see you. That's okay. If you want to see them, you can. If you don't want to see them, you don't have to. But they can't come into the hospital because this is a trauma unit. And so when they move you to a new unit, they may be able to visit. Okay? So we will ask at that point if they can visit you. All right? Is that okay? But you don't have to see them if you don't want to. Okay? Can I take pictures here? Okay? I'm going this side, okay? You're all closed up. How's your legs? Are they swollen? Are they okay? Can I take a look? Oh, you got compressions on. Okay, that's good. That's good. Okay, I'm gonna leave those on. Those are very good for you. You want a nurse? Want me to get a nurse? You sure? Can we talk tomorrow? I want to talk to you tomorrow though, okay? Because I feel like I want to give you everything, okay? And I haven't visited yet, so I can't tell you for sure, okay? So I want to make sure that you're okay first. She's at a different hospital, but this is not a baby hospital, okay? Breathe, please, and feel. I want you to breathe, okay? I do not want to put up your blood pressure. It looks like it's going to go up. So I'm going to have the nurse check, just be on the safe side, okay? Hold on. The nurse, I just want to make sure that her blood pressure is not going up too high. Can you check that just for me? I just want to make sure that her blood pressure is okay and I'm not elevating it in any way.
I don't know what it has been, but she's okay.
Okay.
Yeah.
I'm just, I was concerned because I'm like, I see it a little bit spiking and I'm like, I do not want to cause any spike in anything.
It's okay.
I'm sorry, I don't know anything about medical
It's
stuff.
okay, that's what we're here for.
Okay. I just did too, just so you know. Okay.
We get scared of the other stuff too.
Okay. All right. Sorry, I just want to make sure you're okay, that's it. And when I look at that and then it starts going up, I'm like, So, because you can't speak to me currently, is why I don't want to talk, okay? I want you to be able to say, well, you can write stuff down? You want to write stuff down? Okay, we can do that. We can do that. Let me get something to write with, okay? Are you wanting? You want to write? I don't understand. So, let me get something for you to write. I don't want you to talk, okay? Let me get something for you to write with. I have her write stuff. She wants to talk. Yes. How about that? These are all juveniles. This, yes, I have them in different languages, just so you know, yes. Okay. Yeah, all types of stuff, but what do you do now? All right, at least I got one. All that matters. Okay. And I think he has a book. I'm gonna take a look at it. I'm gonna see if she can write on that. I found something for you to write with, okay? Okay. Before you say anything to me, I want you to read your rights, okay? And I have to do this because it's our policy, state of Georgia, you have rights, all right? And everybody has rights. And I do not want you to not listen and hear them and then read them for yourself, okay? This is your first right. You have the right to remain silent, okay? You don't have to speak to me, okay? Anything you say can be used against you in a court of law, all right? You have the right to talk to a lawyer or have them present during questioning. If you cannot afford to hire a lawyer, one will be appointed for you and any questioning if you wish, okay? You can decide at any time during this interview that you can exercise your right and you can quit being answered with any questions, or you can quit me asking any questions or making any statements. You can just stop at any point and say, I don't want to talk to you anymore. Is that okay? Fair enough? Okay. I'm going to do this. I'm going to write everything for you today's date, which is 12/9.
Why did they
We are at Kennestone Hospital.
go to that view?
Okay, the time is 15:59. And I'm going to put mine. Okay? And him, I'm going to have you witness her signing this, okay? I'm going to sign here. Okay. You're going to put your name here, how old you are, your date of birth, your address where you live. If you don't have an address, don't put one. You're going to read each right and then put your initials, and then read that paragraph saying you understand your right. Then you're going to sign, okay? That's for you, and that's for you. more details? Oh, okay.
They check the temperature and then the door was sitting there. So like I walked into the
That's all.
Okay, for those of you who do not know, she unalived her baby and then tried to unalive herself by stabbing herself here and in the lung. You can see in the photo here this big scar in her throat right there. I guess they are so close, or there's something they don't want us to see visually, so they put it so.
What question?
Oh, wonderful, Ronnie. Thank you. Last night, witness was absolutely
All right, I'm gonna have him sign this paper, but I'm gonna take this
insane.
paper from you. You can write whatever you wanna write, all right? Sign that with Mr. Line. Thank you. I appreciate you. Thank you. You wanna do this? You wanna ask the question, write it down, and then I'll read it out loud and I'll answer the question? You wanna do that? Yeah? Okay. You can keep the pen. She said, I want to know if my baby survived ASL. That's one question. I want to know who is staying with her. That's the second question. Okay. And I'm gonna answer both for you. Your baby did not survive. Okay? Your baby did not make it. All right? Your baby is currently getting an autopsy done to find out what actually happened to her body. Okay? You want to ask more questions? No? I'll do it for you. You can ask me anything you want. Who did that to you? Did your husband do that to you? That's the question? You want to answer? Yeah? Okay. I want to speak to Ben Young and Ben Michael and Renee Driver. Okay? We can't let you speak to Ben Young, okay? Because we have that in there. We can't let you speak to your mom, and your mom said she's coming, okay? Do you want to speak to her? She's coming here. Do you want to speak to her in person, face to face, or on the phone? In person, face to face. Okay, good. So I've already called your mom, and she said she's going to be here tomorrow morning, okay? She's on her way. You have another question? You cannot speak to Ben Young, because I think he did this to you. Can you tell me what you're saying? I don't want anybody to hurt you anymore.
Her heart rate is getting elevated. Take some big deep breaths.
They may get ready to end this interview because it's the second time she's had a heart rate problem.
Breathe. I want you to breathe. Breathe. Okay.
Look at me. Breathe. Slow. You're breathing. Look at me.
Chloe. Chloe.
Chloe. Look at me. Breathe. Breathe. There you go. There you go. You're doing good. Just breathe. Just breathe. Okay. It was going wonky because her pulse ox was right here, so when she was writing,
Oh,
it was just
sorry.
No, it's fine. That's why it was alarming. And then she just got worked up.
Do you want me to read it? Yeah. You want me to read it? He didn't do it. I did. I was going insane and no longer wanted to be with his friends, but kept coming back for him. I only wanted my baby and husband, but he refused. Who are his friends? Who are they? You know their names? Help me. You don't want to? Okay. Okay? Okay. We're stopping. That's it. No more. I don't want to do this anymore. Breathe. Breathe, please. Breathe, please. I don't want to talk and get you worked up. Okay? You're already worked up. I can see it. Listen to me. I'm coming tomorrow again. Can we call tomorrow? Okay? He can't come here because they won't let him. Because of COVID, nobody can come in this hospital. So when you switch.
Okay, let's do a quick run through. We got some new people that have hopped on. Hi, Karen Lester. Thank you for joining. Basically, her husband is of a like Mormon faith and had up to 4 wives at one point. She was one with him the longest, I believe, up to the point of the incident. She is 22 here in this or was she 20? She was 20. Here in this video, she became, basically they drove her crazy. You know, the domineering, friend of theirs got them into urinating and drinking urine. She had a baby. She was struggling. They sat there and gave her CBD and then THC. This happened in December of 2020. She met him when she was 17. They got married. She got pregnant right away. Basically, this is a cult fascist type group. Anyway, she tried to end, she ended the life of her baby and tried to end her own life. And she is now being tried for murder. Okay, I said the M word. I'll probably get demonetized, but oh well.
Then people can visit you, okay? But nobody can come in here. Only law enforcement can come in here. Nobody else. They're not letting anybody into this hospital. It's a major COVID center, okay? Listen, tomorrow they may move you to a new room, maybe out of the ICU, okay? And then at that point, how about we call him now? You want to do that? Tomorrow? What time? What time do you wake up? Okay, that's okay. What about 9:30 a.m.? Good? You want me to set a date with you? 9:30 a.m. That's good?
I don't believe that this is a normal Mormon way of belief of what they did. Not knocking the Mormon faith. This to me is beyond the Mormon belief. And the friend testified yesterday. If you want to get your toenails curled with grossivity, go watch yesterday. It's under the Karen Reed, my live yesterday, because we did Karen Reed and then we decided to catch up on this trial. But yesterday, the friend, oh, wow. So we're all waiting to see if the husband testifies.
Good. I don't want to get you worked up anymore. Okay? No more working up. Okay? I want you to breathe. All right? And again, I'm protected for you. I'm here for you, okay? Immediately, she did suffer. Immediately, she did not suffer before she left the house. Okay? Breathe, breathe, breathe. Okay?
Mind control.
That is for your family to decide, okay? When you get better, your family wants to take her to Knoxville. I know.
One of the other wives,
okay?
maybe, and ran in the middle of the night. I wonder if
Then Yaman wants her body too. He said so. Okay? You want Ben Yaman to have her body? He can't come here and talk. Tomorrow he can't come and talk. They won't let him come into the hospital, and I don't know if they're transferring you from here. I have to ask, okay? And I know, but we can call him tomorrow, okay? I'm gonna get his phone number and everything like that. He doesn't have your phone. It's at the house? You want me to go get it? Okay. He's not at the house. I want you to breathe.
her mother and father for 2 days after Thanksgiving, but they wouldn't let the baby go. He went without her infant. Was not ever permitted to bottle feed.
You're scared? Your stuff is at the house. Upstairs in the room?
All natural.
Okay. Your phone and the bag. Okay. Phone and bag is upstairs in the room. I got that. Okay. Is there anything else you want to tell me before I come back tomorrow for you? You just want to call him? You want to talk to him? Okay. Okay. I will make that happen. Okay? All right? I will make it happen. Okay? I'm going to get his phone. That way we can call. I have your phone. I have my phone. I have your phone. Yes. Okay? But I can't bring it here because it's dead. We got to charge it. It's dead? Yes. We tried to look to see about your mom's phone number and couldn't find it on your phone. So I had to look somewhere else. Take the pictures off. Is mine off? Yours is off. Yes. Okay. I'm going to charge it for you tonight. Okay? And I will bring it tomorrow. Oh, I can't get it now. Canton is far from here. And your phone is in Canton. Canton is like 45 minutes from here. Okay? We're not near Canton. So I would have to drive all the way over there and then come all the way back here. Okay? That's why I'm going to do it tomorrow. We're going to schedule an appointment tomorrow. Okay? 9:30 a.m. Okay? And your mom, she's coming tomorrow. So hopefully we can get you in a new room so your mom can see you. I talked to your mom already. You want me to talk to them about moving you? Okay. I will. Okay. Is there anything else I'm missing? No?
I sometimes issues with people being interviewed in this kind of setting because under a lot of
Tomorrow,
medication.
9:30. Okay?
And
Yeah, but I do, that's the only way I can get my husband to go to
that
I want to follow up with you about a couple of things about that interview. We put the annotations in the Miranda form on the video, but what we've already previously admitted is States Exhibit 104. I'll put that up on the screen. All right. First, tell me, when you walked in and you started asking her questions about how many quarters in the dollar, what day of the week is it, do you know where you're at? We heard your portion, but was she able to accurately answer all of those questions?
She was. She whispered everything.
Okay. And why did you ask her those questions?
I wanted to know if she was of sound mind and judgment, and that's usually questions that we ask. I didn't know how many medications that they gave her, if she was lucid even to talk.
Okay. And did she seem to have any difficulty understanding you, knowing who you were, knowing why you were there?
Not at all.
Okay. And then you had previously indicated that you were not there to talk to her at all, that you were just going to sort of take swabs until she indicated she wanted to write. Is that correct?
That is correct.
Don't forget to write.
We saw that you did take those swabs. Were those sent off to the crime lab?
They were.
Okay. Your Honor, we do have a written stipulation, which I can read into the record at the appropriate time. Any objection? Okay, I'll just read it this time. Stipulation: swabs from the left and right hands of Chloe Alexis Driver were collected by Canton Police Department on December the 9th, 2020. The swabs were sent to the GBI crime lab where chemical examination revealed the presence of blood. Further laboratory testing revealed the DNA of Hannah Driver was located on the swabs from both the left and right hands of Chloe Alexis Driver, dated November 14th, 2024, signed by myself, Katie Gropper, and attorney Angela Trethewey. Well, Jonathan Kessler for Angela Trethewey. All right, going back to, you asked some preliminary questions about to assess sort of what mental state she was in, her ability to communicate coherently. When you handed her this Miranda form that we're seeing in States Exhibit 104, tell me which portions she filled out herself.
Sure. She filled out her name, her age, her date of birth, her social security number, her address, She put her initials 1 through 5, and then she signed at the bottom.
And did she require any assistance doing any of that?
She did not.
And then we saw the annotations on the screen. I'd like to publish State's Exhibit 103, which has been previously admitted. Is this the complete writing from when you spoke to her in that interview we just saw?
That is correct.
Okay. All right. At some point, you and her in that interview were still communicating, but she wasn't writing anymore. But you were obviously responding to things that you were hearing her say, but they were not audible. So I want to talk to you about some of that. At one point in that interview, you said, "I don't want to call him and get you worked up." What was that in response to?
She wanted to speak to Benjamin, and I told her her blood pressure was already going up. I don't want to call him and get her worked up, meaning her blood pressure would have been even sky through the roof. And I knew she was in a fragile state, so.
Okay. At one point you said immediately before she left the house. What was that in response to?
If she had passed away.
Okay.
Yeah.
And at one point you said that is for your family to decide, and you engaged in a discussion with her about what was going to happen to Hannah's body.
That's correct.
What did she say she wanted to happen to Hannah's body?
She said she wanted Ben Michael to have Hannah, not her parents.
Okay.
Or wait.
And then toward the end of the interview, you made arrangements to return the following day. What was her request about why she wanted you to return with her phone the following day?
She wanted to call Benjamin and her parents.
Okay. All right. That same day, did you ever go back into the room and speak to her a second time?
I did. I believe I asked when they were going to move her.
Okay.
And they told me they weren't going to move her. So I had mentioned to her that they weren't going to move her just yet.
Okay. Was that recorded as well?
That was.
Your Honor, I'd like to publish State's Exhibit 101, which has been previously admitted.
All right.
Okay, I just got word from them. They are not moving me tomorrow, okay? And they don't make any exceptions for mom or anybody to come in the room because of the ICU, okay? So I want to be very clear. Mom can't come in.
They're lying. They're lying to her. ICUs, you can have one close family member, parent or spouse or child. So that's a police thing. That is a bull-faced freaking lie. Wait, was this during COVID? Yes, never mind. You're right. It was during COVID. My bad.
Mom, we can do that, okay? So, 9:30 a.m., first call, you want to be the mom or you want it to be the Benjamin?
Yeah, that's about.
You want to write it down? Because whatever you write, I can tell them. That's up to you. Will they move for 2 days from now?
I don't know. I don't know when they'll move it really. We don't have to get definitive, this is when it will happen.
Thank you, I appreciate it. The better you get, then they'll move you, okay? So your job is to stay healthy and to get better. So they can move you and then we can have visitors. You can't have your phone, okay? We took a search warrant for your phone too, okay? Because we thought that Benjamin was hurting them. And so we took your phone and his to make sure that's not happening, okay? We wanted to make sure that there's nothing on that cell phone that says he's been hurting you, he's been violent towards you, he cut you. So we wanted to make sure of that. He did it. Okay. That's what we wanted to make sure of, all right? So once they're done with the phone, then we'll give them back, all right? All right.
No, you won't get it
I
back.
will be back tomorrow at 9:30, and if you want to call people, we'll call and use my cell phone, okay? We'll do that, that's fine. I didn't bring it with me today because I had a lot of camera equipment and I can't carry everything, all right? But tomorrow I'll carry it and I don't have the camera equipment, okay? But I am going to take a sample, a swab of your hand, and then the inner cheek, okay? And that's basically the DNA sample to say that you are her mom, okay? Because at that point, we didn't know who's the mom, all right? So we have to confirm that you and Dianne and our parents, all right? And that's the only reason why we're doing
Because
it.
there was 4.
Okay, are you okay and comfortable with that?
They want to make
All right.
sure.
I'm gonna get my little swab, it tickles a little bit, but it doesn't hurt, okay? All right, let me go get that down. So.
I'm ready when you are. Okay. I can have part of it.
I'm not allowed to do the same policy. Okay, yep.
I haven't.
Yep. Okay, I'll let you there, okay? No, I'm good. Don't even worry. Thank you. Okay. Are these sealed? Yeah? Okay, they are, okay. I wanted to make sure I showed you that. Is this sealed? Yeah? Okay, perfect. I'm gonna open this one and we'll do cheek first, okay? Let's see if I can actually open it. There we go. Usually when my pen doing this for me, but. Do you want me to move so you can empty that out right now?
No, you good.
You sure?
Good.
Okay. Now, I haven't broken any of these things. I got a little too forceful. This is not good.
Does not appear to be easy to open either. It'd be a good thing, but it'd be a bad thing.
Is that sealed?
I guess she is considered detained at the hospital at this point.
I'm gonna swab your right cheek and then your left cheek, okay? And like I said, this is the
Does
food
she
that your
have the
mom
right
needs,
to refuse this?
okay? And then Dianne and Daddy.
Does she have the right to refuse this? Does she know if she has the right to refuse this?
Can you say ah for me? Ah? Thank you. Okay. Left cheek. Thank you.
There's a court order they don't, but I know situations where someone's been in ICU due to a crime and they were treated kind of like this, but there was no court order. Good question.
Okay. This is my least favorite part. getting the evidence tape just right, okay? Yeah, I need to find that actually. Let me get the pen again. Okay, perfect.
Yes, I totally agree. This is important to do. Definitely needs to be done. There are multiple women in the home.
Chloe, you spell C-H-L-O-E? Is that how you spell it? You have a middle name, Alexis, A-L-E-X-I-S. Okay. And last name is Driver, D-R-I-V-E-R. Okay. I'm going to have you sign here, put your date of birth, whatever race that you go by, okay? And that's it. You see that for me? Word signature first, okay?
He knows, Cabell, the other people are out free. The guy that testified yesterday was in jail for another offense against another person.
You're right.
Nothing to do, I mean, not against this young child. Although it was his THC they were giving her after she had given birth, and they said she was going crazy. Most likely it was postpartum depression. And then they started self-medicating her because they don't take pharmaceuticals. But since THC and CBD is a natural product, they were giving it to her, which I think may have most likely exacerbated her problem. But she did unalive the child. So, but was she in her right mind? If I had to go to jury right now with this, I would say not guilty by reason of insanity. NGI. NGI. NGRI. Thank you. NGRI.
Thank you. Appreciate that. Do you go by Caucasian, African American, Hispanic, Asian, Native American, Caucasian? Yep. Okay. And your social security number? You want to write it down? Okay. Write it right here for me.
Actually, he got it from somebody he knew. Wasn't straight off the street, if I remember correctly. But it doesn't matter. You don't know what's in that stuff.
You want to write it down? Here.
So the friend of the family they were living with is the one who supplied the THC. Along with the isolation, the mental, the possible physical, definitely verbal abuse she suffered, along with that, the THC and everything else, I don't know how this girl had a chance.
He said, how long will my prison
And they
sentence
were
be
20 years
before I
older than
answer?
her.
I can answer
Not the
that.
20
You
year
know
old.
why? I'm not your judge and I'm not your jury, okay? I'm only a mere detective collecting evidence and investigating. So I'm not your judge or jury, okay? So I can't answer that. All right? You want to write again? Or you're good? All right. Oops, I'm sorry.
Horrible.
10 more samples. Fetal? Yep. Okay. Let me get a little bit of water from there.
Gotcha, Dawn.
Okay?
Gotcha.
I want you to
My
open your
apologies,
hand.
Dawn Ellen.
Perfect.
I apologize.
I'm going to take a little bit of
I thought the person grew the stuff themselves and sold it as a dealer, but I definitely couldn't have thought.
all right. Now take your other hand, okay? All right. One more time, okay? Same thing, I'm going to do it. Have a bit of water. All right. Let's try a different finger. Yeah. Let me know if I'm hurting you, okay? All right. So this one. Is that okay? Let me know if I'm hurting you, okay? All right. You want to ask me anything before I leave before tomorrow? No? Maybe? No? Okay. I'm going to be back tomorrow. Numbers that I need from Mom and Dianne, so that way we can call them, okay?
I don't think there
9:30 in
was
the
a
morning, are
chase
you going
in
to
the
expect
street
me?
for her.
I'll be here tomorrow for
They
you.
did.
Okay?
They had to keep
All
her
right.
alive on scene and transport her
Do you
via
want me to leave this so
ambulance.
you
I
can
don't know what
communicate
you're
with
talking
other
about.
people? Yeah? I'll leave it for you, okay? Okay. All right. Thank you so much for your patience.
Are you talking about the disagreement in the street where the friend body slammed one of the neighbors on the ground? And oh, I got you. They ran into the shop. I'm thinking car chase. Yeah, she ran out of the home, fleeing, and they caught up with her
My brooch.
and ended up having to go back into the house.
Yes,
But
this was the
another
last
neighbor got
sentence that she
involved,
asked of me.
sensed something wrong,
Really accurately reflect what Ms. Driver wrote
had an
on
altercation
December the
with the
9th of
friend. He
2020.
pled guilty
Yes.
to it.
Tender states 105.
He body slammed her into the concrete.
Permission to publish?
Go ahead.
Slammed her.
And we heard you read this out loud, but is this the
Yeah.
actual original writing of Ms. Driver?
Yeah,
That
it
is
was a
the
lot
actual
to take
original
in last
writing of this
night.
driver.
At
There
one
was an
point,
altercation.
I believe when you were swabbing her hands, you said in the interview, "Is that a cut?"
Yes.
What were you observing?
On her right hand, she had 2 visible cuts that I could see. And so I asked her, is that a cut?
Probably from unaliving the baby.
Your Honor, we do have another video. Are we going to take a morning break, or how do you want us to time?
How long is the next video?
It is 30.
This woman's like, morning break,
38
please.
minutes.
Okay, sounds like this would be a good time to take a break. We're gonna let you be in recess until.
So there we go. We're going to take a morning break. Oh my gosh, y'all, wake up. Stretch. Excuse me. Only if she wants to be. I'm starting to feel last night already. I'm ready to go back to bed. Thank you everybody for watching. I'm AdaKay. We really appreciate having you here and with us. This is I know, right? It's kind of like, let's see what else I got here. Wake up. What's the other one? No, don't want to listen to native fluid. It'll put me to sleep. It does. Oh, I need to go empty out the part of my car because they're going to come fix the seatbelt. I have a friend who's fixing it. The part finally came in. We got the part. He's going to come pick up my car. We're going to get my seatbelt fixed. Thank you, dear Jesus. But I got to go out and take the dog. Since I have a service dog, I have that dog thing that covers the back seat and all her stuff in that floorboard. Oh, how awesome. Well, we were live until 1:30 our time, Andrea. 1:30. And it was crazy. The guy's testimony, I mean, it was just so bad. And then they'd asked the defense was crossing and ask him a question. And he goes, I'm not going to get into my personal life. I'm not here for that. And I'm all like, dude, really? You didn't have a problem sharing your personal opinions with the prosecution. But the moment the defense brought up your criminal record and the fact that you are currently in jail awaiting a trial, you have a problem. Even though you're here in an orange jumpsuit. Hello. It was odd, y'all. Creepy, odd. He went on multiple times to talk about the benefits of drinking urine. He also talked about electric wave therapy, which I've heard about, and I don't have any problem with that. But drinking your urine, no bueno. Not going to happen. 1,000 points of light. If anybody knows what that comes from, tell me. Who said that? Who said 1,000 points of light? And what does it mean? Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. I have. I have my native flute. Sometimes I just come in here and feeling stressed or whatever, and I just get my flute. I can't really hear it. I can feel it, but I can't hear it. No. It was a precedent
A president said that. 1,000 points of that. Yep. That's right. It was Bush Senior. Bush Senior. Yep. I use that phrase quite a bit. Mm-hmm. Really, Dawn? Oh, wow. Yeah, I play the Irish whistle. I could play that. I could play the native flute. And when it comes to woodwinds, I'm very instrumentally inclined, but don't get me on anything like a guitar. I don't want to do a guitar. I can do dulcimer. This chick needs to stay awake, and all of a sudden I'm melting. My energy is going. What, baby girl? That sounded like that hurt. Did you flap your ears hard enough? Come over here. Come here, baby. Come here, touch. Good girl. Come on. Come here. Come here. Come on. Most of y'all met my little girl. She's not so little. She's little for her breed. Sensei, here. Come here. Up, up. Sensei. Up, up. Sensei, come here. Come here. Up, up. Oh, that's a baby girl. Kiss. Oh, get a belly rub. Oh, get a rib rub. Oh, that tail's wagging. Get a butt rub. Get ears rubbed. Oh, hair coming off. Ears rubbed. Kiss. I love you. Okay, down. Please. Oh, I tell you what was so nice to. Oh, she's a lab. She was born into the Service Dogs for the Blind program, but when she was matched and they started working with the person, they went to go around a puddle of water and she go through it, and she wouldn't. She'd go around it. She hates water. Lab that hates water. And so they were going to just retire her out, and they tested her and found out that she does fabulous for sound. And so they had her trained for my ears. So she was trained both for the guide dogs and for sound. And she saved my life in Washington, kept me from getting hit by bus, that the bus was illegal, not me. She alerts me when there's somebody here. I know that there's a doorbell. I don't hear it. She does. A lot of people don't understand how I do what I do here. My computer has live captioning. Most computers now do. So I read a lot of what y'all are hearing. I speak very clearly because I grew up hearing and became deaf over the last 15 to 20 years. Really, the last 10 have been the most of the hearing loss. And so she's my service dog, and she's trained by organization. She's not a self-taught. There's nothing wrong with it, but that's just where she comes from. And I'm blessed to have her. And but I went out in the country the other day. I went to a firehouse meeting. I didn't take her because there's a lot of rattlesnakes out where I was going to be, and I didn't want to risk her. Yeah. The more people watch this case, I think the more there is to believe with the possibility that she may be found not guilty for reason of insanity. Very much. If you listen to the testimony of that guy yesterday, you would be floored as to the realizations of what they went through. And I'm more worried. I'm also worried now about the women who stayed and the women who were there. Sorry, guys. Do I have enough water for more coffee? I think I do. Yep. Well, I don't have that because I'm renting a home. But yes, when I found out that I was going to probably end up going deaf, I was in a wheelchair at the time, and I decided I was going to go to college. Sorry, guys, get my water for coffee. I was going to go to college and get a degree for interpreting. I didn't know I was going to lose the rest of my hearing. I just knew that I definitely had a hearing loss at that time. I was what I would identifying as hard of hearing. We don't use the word impaired because we're not impaired people. Hard of hearing, yes. Impaired, no. But anyway, got a degree as a deaf support, especially focused on interpreting. I need to have a bachelor's degree. Sorry. I need to have a bachelor's degree in order to get a national certification. I've decided to forego the state level. I want to go national. So I am working towards my certification, which is a good thing. To be like Miss Dianne. And she's such a great mentor, great person, great friend. But she's sick today. But I have the flashing light on my phone. I have some flashing lights in my bedroom. I have the bed shaker alarm, but it doesn't wake me up very well. I have Sensei. She's fabulous. But it's one thing to be born deaf, and that's all you know. It's a much harder adjustment to be hearing and go deaf. So that's where it's just a little bit about me. That's people don't understand why I can talk so well and still be deaf. Yeah, definitely. I really struggle with her being found guilty for manslaughter. I'm just struggling right now of her being found guilty. I do. And do you know what's strange is there's not a lot of deaf people here for me to sign with. So my signing skill, which is normal for a hearing person who either learns to sign and be an interpreter or becomes deaf like myself and then learns to sign, our receptive is much weaker than our signing skills. So yeah, what I wish I could do and would love to do would be go to Gallaudet University and stay for the 2 week of all-inclusive time where you can't talk. Everything has to be signed only. It's a full submersion. It's a full submersion into the ASL. I was in Washington, D.C. That's where my sensei had saved me from getting hit by a bus. I had the white blinking man, and it was 3 lanes in each direction with 1 turning lane in the middle. And I got to the turning lane, and sensei pulled me back, and the bus kept going, even though he had a stop sign or stop light. And people came running up and asking if I was okay. And they told me the buses do not stop here. They don't care. And because I didn't hear the honking, I didn't know. My eyes were at the white light flashing. It was okay. Yeah, it was awful experience on that. But most hearing service dogs are not taught to back up, but guide dogs for the blind is. So she was meant for me. My goal is to eventually have full-time interpreters on this channel, but I have to get to a much better place to do so. But I do welcome people who have finished their ASL training and are doing their internships if they need to practice. One person was telling me that why was I signing for court if I'm not court certified? Well, first of all, this is for entertainment reasons only. I'm not in a courtroom. I'm not involved in the court case. I'm an observer of the case. And I do have a certified person mentoring me. So that's fine. And yeah, I'm not representing to be a certified interpreter of any kind. And there you have it. It doesn't sound like she's a little drunk sometimes. She's not drunk, her hearing aids. Yeah. Yeah, it was 1:30ish in the morning. Sometimes I start sounding like I'm a little drunk or slurry or kind of repetitive. It's because my hearing aids sometimes will just stop and it disorients me. And so that deaf sound happens once in a while with me. Yep. Mhm. Well, thank you, Skybell. But sometimes if you hear, like, let me see if it happens. So when it's so disorienting. I can't hear myself talk. But when I have my hearing aids at full blast, I feel my voice and it gets me kind of disoriented to have the trying to talk and think about what I'm saying because I really do have to sometimes think about how I form my words. And when I have this at the normal volume of when I'm just out and about, not live streaming, um, I'm not thinking about it. And here I need to speak clearly. And sometimes it's hard. Like right now, I'm having a hard time staying focused because the vibrations are so strong. So does that make sense? And I don't know if I did any of the stutter or the dropping. A lot of times when I don't have my hearing aids in, I can hear some with my hearing aids. But sometimes when I don't have my hearing aids, I do have more of a deaf tone because I don't know when the sound is stopping or starting with my voice. And sometimes when I say words, I don't hear the consonants. I don't hear really anything, but the tax is a very stronger vibration on the eardrum, like with d, k, g, p. And sometimes if I don't feel that, I leave it off a word. Instead of work, you'll hear were. So it's just a part of being deaf. It's who I am. The other thing is I do have in common with Emily D. Baker and many other famous people in our world is dyslexia. It is to the point that I didn't take notes in college. Oh, yeah, I did. Okay. I was thinking, did I submit my quiz? I don't take notes in college. I have accommodations. So sometimes reading names of some of y'all is difficult, but don't take it personally. I love everybody. I love all of you. And I tell people that I'm doing this because I want everybody out there to know that anybody with any kind of abilities can do whatever they want to do. In fact, this summer, I'm going to be starting Deaf Girl Glamping, where I go camping and I start filming it and stability. I'll be sometimes in my wheelchair, and how I can go
And
do
resume.
things
Thank you, Your Honor.
camping.
Detective Cruz, when we left off, we were discussing that you
I don't-
had left Kennestone Hospital on December the 9th of 2020, and we saw in those videos that you made plans with Miss Driver to come back the following day because she wanted to call Benjamin, Ben Michael, and her mother. Is that right?
That is correct.
Okay. Did you return to Kennestone Hospital the following day?
I did.
Right. And did you re-Mirandize her at that time?
I did.
Why did you read her Miranda again?
I wanted to make sure if she was on medications the prior day that she knew what she was reading the second day as well.
Okay. May I approach the witness?
Yes.
Showing you states one.
I would love to have
You recognize this?
all of
I
us
do.
together.
This is the
into a
Miranda one that you
campout.
completed with her on that day?
I did.
And
All of us Texas.
I would tender at this time states 106.
Yeah.
106 is admitted.
All right.
Here we
And then in
go.
terms of the manner of communication with her on the 10th of December, was she still communicating primarily in writing?
That's correct.
Okay.
Which is dangerous.
I'm gonna hand you, may I approach? Yes. States 107, which is a 4-page composite exhibit. Do you recognize these?
I do.
And what are these?
These are her handwriting.
Are these the handwritten notes from Ms. Driver for the duration of the conversation with her on the 10th, including her communication with you, with Benjamin, and with her mother?
That's correct.
Okay. Your Honor, I would tender states 107. Yeah.
Try being dyslexic and talking ASL. You know anything about ASL? Instead of saying, Matthew, please go get me my shoes, it's shoes want Matt now. I will talk it. Instead of saying I need to go to the store and then go home and store, go home, finish, go.
107 is admitted.
And then similarly, was that
I know.
communication
right?
recorded with your body cam?
It was.
And Your Honor, that has already been tendered. Let me get back into the computer here.
Definitely still in shock.
And I would like to publish at this time States Exhibit 102.
Go ahead.
Okay? Feel a little bit better? Right about that. You. Breathe, maintain.
Hello, salty girl. We're family here. And I'm an open book. I don't do this just for entertainment. In fact, I'll have to share my story how I got into this because it was not intentional. But with that, just understand that I want people to know that your inabilities should not limit your abilities, and access should be for all. And it frustrates me that it's not required that all channels have closed captioning. But I appreciate that when we do have it, that's one reason why I use Court TV. They have it more often than anybody. And then when I have an interpreter or myself, we know somebody is deaf, we will interpret. So if you have deaf family and friends, invite them. will interpret. Y'all are awesome. Read the banner. Read the ticket.
What do you want to do first? Do you want to call mom first? You can write if you want, and let's start FaceTime maybe? Want to do that or no? What do you want to do? Call Ben first? It's up to you. So, I will have you write whatever you want to do first. You let me know, and I'm here to help, okay? So,
I have to bring that down. It's a little rough on my ears. If you notice, you have a police officer always at the door that is nursing staff. He is now out of ICU. It appears she's at the same room.
call him first, then.
Same room. Her bed's just lower.
I'm going to place him on speakerphone so you can hear at least, okay? All right?
She was crazy last night.
Let me call again. Okay. 843 number?
What they call the unaliving self-unaliving.
That's what the number is.
Tried to she unalived the baby and tried to unalive herself.
Hello, Ben?
She tried to unalive herself as well, but the urine drinking friend saved her life. She tried to fight him off. She did not want to live.
Ben? Second? Ben is Detective Cruz, and I'm here with Chloe. And she hears you, but she can't talk to you, but she's writing down questions. So I'm going to relay the information to you, okay? And she says, Ben, hi, how are you, and where are you? Did you hear me?
Okay.
Ben? 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 Okay, I can hear you now. She says, hi, how are you? Where are you? Have you seen Nancy?
Okay. Yes. No news on that one. Not able to pick up the message.
Okay. You don't want to ask something else? She's crying. Do you want to say anything to her? She wants to know what happened. says, I felt safest. Oh, it felt safest. Then I felt horrible. It felt safest. Then I felt horrible. I went because I had no choice. You hear me? Yeah. So you went to get toys and you returned with a knife. So you went to get toys and you returned with a knife? No. I went to get a knife. Because she had no choice. Because she had no choice. No choice. No choice. I heard the word T-O-Y-S, toys. No, see, she said choice. C-H-O-I-C-E.
Is this the
Yeah,
husband?
you're on speaker. She can hear you.
I think this is the husband.
Your choices did this. You always had a choice. I don't know why you felt like you had no choice. Why did you feel like you had no choice?
You say
Because I couldn't handle being with the group anymore. And you left no alternative, which the certain threat. What threat did you make to her?
That's the husband.
Come on, man. Let's be truthful here. She's being truthful here. Ask her what threats. Taking the money and not letting me just buy land and be with her. As long as she needed you as a whole roof to take care of. And blame me for all the problems. You blamed her for all the problems. No, you were blaming yourself for everybody in the world's pain. You were saying you control everybody. You were blaming yourself for everything. Let's be constructive here. Just the day before. Let's not blame anybody. Just the day before. Yes, you constantly told me. Just the day before, that whole deep teaching that came out just before we left. It said the moral
Definitely gaslighting her. Definitely.
So what deep teaching was that? It's not your fault. Why the page? I said the moral is it's not your fault. Except everybody treated me like it was.
I'm looking at a bigger video because I'm having a hard time reading.
I only existed if I moved first. Okay. That's the whole thing. You never really talks unless you succeed. Hey, listen to me. I don't think this is getting anywhere. I felt like I wanted to hear something a little more specific. The girl always hated. That's why we run free us indifferent. No? Okay.
I only have a
Okay.
small
said the
screens.
girls
I don't have
always
huge
hated it.
ones.
That's why you bring us
I'm working on
different
that.
music places,
Ooh.
practicing. Oh, separate us. You separated the girls?
They were in different rooms.
Why?
As we said in the interview, because it was very negligent. They considered everything that just happened. But I felt like everybody was very happy because the context was going on our way to get land. We were all seemingly pretty excited about it. I felt like Cody was very uplifted about just this one big there farm.
She even asked. She even asked. She said it felt wrong. She said, I thought it felt wrong. I even asked.
I just said that's enough for you because I had a bigger head and they were driving me depressed.
Horrible. Deplorable.
Okay.
That was all. And
Are you ready to end this conversation?
almost. Yes.
And just, what was that say? Can you watch it? And just watch it. Okay. Here's a piece of paper. Let's push it up so you can write better. Alright, she said, and just wanted to have a normal life for me and Nancy. You constantly told me I keep distracting and removing, distracting and removing. Listen, she gave you what she had, okay? So,
I just wanted to know if there was anything more specific that's triggered in this lawsuit that's why I just wanted to know. I just wanted to know nothing about here. We were at for some stuff that all of us the steps of it. I was asking, just asking, I'm still asking.
I told you why. I told you why.
You told me you had no choice. I'm asking you had no choice about that, how specifically in that moment.
You refused to listen.
I don't know, love.
And
Chocolate covered coffee bean. Maybe that'll help me wake
how
up.
many times
I don't know if the state's going to rest today or tomorrow.
did I state how I felt? Things would go if I remained in that state.
Let me ask you this last question.
I screamed and said, and you did, oh, you didn't take me seriously.
Let me ask you this question, last question. Why do you think any of these, even if certain hurt out, that you had to do that? Why that?
Because you thought, oh, because you taught me about the
I don't get that.
messed up inner layers and magic with what you were doing to her. If I didn't listen. So it sounds to me like it was a lot of threats made on your part to her, and this is her reasoning for those threats, okay? I saw what you worry. Nobody will.
I got to take a minute break because that's really discomforting on my ears. And you know what the sad thing is? She would have more freedom in prison than she did in that household. I kid you not. She would. And I'm eating coffee beans.
Believe me. Good. You want to say more or not? Okay. He doesn't want to talk anymore either. Unless you do. Do you have questions? Okay. Did you arrive with her?
That's normally the case in these situations.
Okay.
Because they're going to be groomed and raised
All
up.
right. If you have additional questions about this, what happened, I can answer those. All right. Did you try to come to?
Either of us.
I don't know what that means. Did you try to come to either of us?
I agree. 100%. Him and that other guy. Remove the wives from him. Remove the babies from him. I want to know why Child Protective Services
Anything else before I
remove
let you go?
babies and kids if they're making everybody drink their urine.
All right. Thank you so much, Ben.
No, her parents were very abusive.
Okay. Bye-bye.
She had the same syndrome that I say it's a syndrome. A lot of young girls who are in a very abusive relationships with their parents will cling to the very first person that shows any kind of interest and that will show that they will protect and take care of them. And they'll cling to that person, even if that person is the worst person for them, because they think and have the misperception that this person's going to take care of them and it's going to be better than where they are. Sometimes the grass is not greener on that other side, even though that side that you're on pretty horrible and sucks. So,
Okay.
yeah, that's a good way to put it, Eddie.
I have questions, okay? Not about the conversation between you two, okay? That's your personal business, okay? Are you okay with me asking questions? Okay. When you came in with all the bags and the babies, is that when you got the knife or you went back downstairs?
I'm watching the bigger
You went back
screen here
downstairs.
because this one's too small.
Are the cuts on your hand from that knife or from something different? Probably? Okay. What about your black eye? Tell me what happened here.
I want to see Z testify.
I don't remember. I don't know. Okay. And same thing like that? Was it because of the situation that you were triggered that day? I wasn't in the same. Oh, I was in the same state for
2 months?
almost 2 months. Oh my goodness. your parents
Peace,
there?
Danielle.
One. I ran to them. Okay. Your mom sent me a video. You remember making that video? You want to see it? You let me know. You don't have to if you don't want to. Do you remember the video or no? No? Okay. Okay. Let's see if I can pull it up, okay?
What do you mean, Haley Mouse? Mm-hmm. What do you mean my screen says
Tell me about
featured?
that video.
Let me look at it.
Can you tell me something
Sometimes
about that
things get
video?
changed.
Was he forcing you?
Okay, no. I have no idea what you mean, Haley Mouse. How is that? What? What does that mean?
Okay. Do you feel like he was controlling you? Yes or no? This is a question, yes or no? Yes?
What does that mean?
What is? Yes, okay. He said that he took you to get medication. Were you taking any medication? Any oil, prescription, THC, CBD, okay? Was the CBD? That's when my paranoia started. Was it laced with anything, do you know? Where did you guys get CBD from? His friend. In what state? Connecticut? No? California? Okay. Got it in Connecticut. Ah, okay, okay. Is that the friend's name? No? That same Jason that was in the room?
Yay!
Okay, okay.
It's about damn time. Sorry.
Did he hurt you, Jason? Once. Or twice. Trying to get me back inside the house. Why did you leave the house? Trust them anymore. So scared. Okay.
Welcome, everyone.
I believe you. You know, I believe you. This group, he said it's only a trust for banking institution for a 501c3A. Is that true?
None of us are little people. We're all important in my world and in my life. I don't forget those. I don't forget y'all.
What kind of religion?
We are family. All by the You're not little, but I had to put another beat in there somehow.
To have the person and get free money and how okay. Christ doesn't have a system, right? No? Okay. Tell me, did you use the knife on yourself? What did you do first? How did it play out? Your Remember? Just write down. Walk me through the steps.
Hello, Miss Erica.
I just want to die with her.
I better stop eating chocolate covered coffee beans and drink coffee. We're going to be in trouble.
You want to quit? Let me know. We don't have to do this.
I didn't do anything.
Okay? You want to talk to mom, maybe? You think that'll lighten up the mood or not? You tell me what you want me to do. I'm here for you. If you want to talk to mom, we can.
Okay, it says featured. You're right.
I want to go home with why am I required to stay here? You're required to stay here because you're still hurt, first off, okay? Is there a way to leave earlier? No, there isn't a way to leave earlier, okay? Because of what you did, okay, I can't make you go home, and I can't let you go home. And I'm not even gonna sugarcoat stuff, okay? You probably won't be to the hospital until you get better, okay? They won't let you leave. Is there anything else you wanna ask me? Are you going straight to prison? Not right away. No. And I don't know when that's gonna happen. Okay?
Jail, not prison, honey boo.
I'm sure I'm better. Maybe. Okay? Not gonna lie to you. You wanna talk to mom? Or do you think it's not a good day to talk to mom? What do you think? I wanna go by what you think.
She is. She's 20 years old, but she's been living in Florida.
Just like I think Ben talking about was good, but
Yeah.
I'll let you have it. Okay? Yay, nay. So when do we get the phone back? Okay. He then will get his phone back hopefully today or tomorrow. You won't get your phone back, okay? Until the case is closed. All right? And even then, I don't know if they get phones where you're
She will never get her phone back.
okay? I don't know. I can't tell you that for sure. Your phone is also being downloaded, but I don't have the password to it, so it's gonna take much longer, okay? So I can't promise you that. I can't. Did you ever try to do this before? Hurt yourself? Eighth grade. Okay, so mom and dad know that you did that? Yes? What did you try to do in the eighth grade? Failure. Okay. Okay. See? So my parents can't bring me a phone to speak with them. Your parents came from the hospital at the COVID. So, if you want to speak to them, I can call them right now. Okay? Up to you. What do you want to do right now? Can we call them Can they send one in the mail? I can. You want me to ask? Okay. Whose number is that?
They can bring the
That's
phone
number.
to the
Okay.
hospital door and
Can't
hand
get
it
that
to
number.
them.
I can do it. All right, thank you. Okay. Let's do it. Create.
She was barely an adult, but she was mentally, I think, delayed because of the lifestyle and abuse that she suffered as a child,
Is this Renee?
and immediately
Hi,
abused
this is Detective Cruz.
a
I also have your
teenager
daughter
5
on the
years
line,
older
okay?
than
She
her.
hears everything you're saying. Okay. And she wants to talk to you, like.
From what I understand, she suffered abuse as a child daily at the hands of her mother and or father. Then at the age of 17-ish, she met the man, Z, and at 18, they got married. She got pregnant. 13 months later, 20 years of age, she ends the life of the child and tries to end her life. I think in a lot of ways, she has been treated in a and held in the situation with these two men that would not allow her to emotionally and mentally grow as an individual should. And I think she does have a childlike mentality because of it.
I will be communicating forward. She will be writing down the questions. If you have anything that
This
this
is
is
the
what she said.
detective talking to her.
She's unable to speak. She's whispering,
Female
but
is
not
on the
that great.
stand currently.
Yeah, let's FaceTime on iPad. Call me on this number. Thank you. Bye. Okay,
Now
now
we're
let's
going to
proceed. Is
FaceTime
that
her
okay?
mother from the hospital.
Just call me right back on iPad and we can FaceTime. I'm sorry I killed her. I
They ask
should
why I'm always putting lip gloss on. Because you talk
have
this much, your lips dry out. What?
stayed.
So she's sorry she unalived her daughter.
What's
She
your
should
phone
live with her
password?
mom and dad.
Are you going to give me that? 4, 2, 6. All right. Let's see if mom is FaceTiming you now. Let's see. I think she's going to call from this number. Is that what you want to tell mom too? Hey, this is Detective Cruz. She can hear you just fine. She said, I am sorry I killed her. I should have stayed.
Can imagine the grandmother slash mother. Couldn't imagine being in that woman's shoes.
I love you too.
No,
They're going to take me away after being in here for weeks by myself. So they are going to move her to a new unit. So I have to ask that new unit if you guys can come see her, okay? All right, and I will ask, okay? And I'm going to do my hardest to see if, because of COVID, it's really bad here. I'm not sure if you're familiar. The cases of COVID have gone up in Georgia, and this area that we're in is heavily invaded with COVID. So if you guys do come, you're gonna have to be masked up and everything the whole time with her. Okay. Absolutely. We're gonna try so that way you can see her, okay? Okay. Absolutely. like, that's, messed up. She said, can you talk to Brian about using the trust money? Maybe? The money? No? Can you talk to Brian about using the trust? Maybe. And I've already told them a lot. Yeah, she has told us a lot. I'm not gonna lie. Okay? Because I feel, hold on. Still talking, because I feel hopeless. Yes. Yes. We'll talk to you afterwards. I think this is a lot for her to handle in a day. I'm really sorry about your mother. I love you, Chloe. I love you very, very much. We will do whatever we can do, okay? She said, I love you too. She whispered it. I can read her lips, okay? Is she gonna be okay? She's gonna be okay. She is? She is gonna be okay. Okay? Alright. I love you more than anything. I love you more than anything. Take care of yourself. Please make sure you start eating. Please. I know you can't right now, but I think they have a feeding tube, right? They gave you a feeding tube? Yes, they gave her a feeding tube. She hates it, by the way. She hates it. I know. Okay. We will call you right after this, okay? Thank you. No, that's fine. Things are needed. It's a situation that's going to be needed, okay? I get it. Thank you for letting me chat. You're welcome. Can you talk to Brian about using the trust, maybe? Okay? I'll do my best. I'll do my best.
I'll be right back, guys.
He might ignore you. Worth a shot, though. Worth a shot. That's what she said. Okay. All right. Thank you. Thank you so very much. Okay. I love you, Chloe. Love you. I love you too. Okay. Thank you. Thank you. Bye-bye. You can do whatever. Can you bring my camera?
Detective Cruz, we discussed that was December the 10th of 2020. The following day, December the 11th, were you present when she had a conversation with her father on the phone?
I was.
Okay. Were you there for questioning her on that day?
I wasn't going to question her on that day, but yes, I was there. I held my phone for her, and her father talked to her about getting an attorney.
Okay. Did you Mirandize her or question her in any manner?
No, it was just a conversation between her and her father.
Okay. And what statements do you recall her making in your presence to her father?
She did not want an attorney.
And did she make any statements about her state of mind when she committed the acts?
She did.
And what did she say?
I did it in my own mind, or something to that effect. It was of my own mind.
I want to talk to you. You indicated that investigator Shaw did the scene processing in this case.
That's correct.
Okay. And I'm going to show you what's been previously marked as State's Exhibit 65 and admitted into evidence. Let's see. Do you recognize what this is?
That's the baby bag.
Okay. Was this the bag that was in the room with Ms. Driver and Hannah when the act was committed?
That's correct.
Okay. What is, can you see my cursor on your screen?
Yes.
What is this?
That's her cell phone.
Okay. Is this the cell phone that you collected and had processed by Lindsay Harris?
That's correct.
And after this bag was collected, did you do anything to retrieve any items out of that bag?
Yes. So we got rid of all of there was food in there. So we got rid of the food. And then we,
is that carrots we see?
yeah,
Okay.
yes. And then we looked inside of the bag to see what was in it. There was some baby clothes, a couple checks. Her cards were in there, like the state of Connecticut card. There was debit cards. There was also money, cash in there. And she had some checks and like a bank statement.
Okay. How much cash was in that bag?
$1,000.
All right. And did you ever communicate with Ms. Driver
How much?
after that bag was collected about what to do with those items?
I got to go back and hear that.
And she had some checks and like a bank statement.
Okay. How much cash was in that bag?
$1,000.
All right. And did you ever communicate with Ms. Driver after that bag was collected about what to do with those items?
I did.
And what did she request be done with those items?
To be given to her parents.
Okay. And when I say those items, what specifically, what were being given to her parents?
So the cash and then the cards, and I believe her photo ID was in there.
Okay. And did she complete a property release form to allow you to release her personal effects and cash to her parents?
She did.
May I approach? I'm going to use 108. Do you recognize this?
Yes, I do.
Is this the form that she completed?
That's correct.
I would tender states 108. No objection.
108 submitted.
Yeah, that is horrible.
Publishing 108. Okay.
I know, I'm sorry, I'm not trying to interrupt Ms. Rocker. I wanted to bring this up. I know we're on a delay, but there's been contact information already posted with respect to phone numbers, and now we're getting into addresses. I just want to make sure that none of that's going to be televised or that will be blacked out.
Yes, it will be.
This is State's Exhibit 108. And can you tell the jury specifically what you retrieved from that bag and that belonged to Ms. Driver and released to her parents?
Sure. 2 Wells Fargo's debit card, 1 state of Connecticut social services card, 1 state of Florida photo ID of Chloe, and then $1,000 US in 20 increments of 50 each.
Okay. And those debit cards, were those in the name of Chloe Driver?
They were.
They could have grabbed it and brought it with her to the hospital when they drove her there. Because it had her ID, probably her insurance information. Sometimes we do that. Grab the wallet or purse.
Yes. These were the checks that were in the bag.
Just generally tell me, are those the items that
Yes.
came from that bag?
All of these items came from that bag.
And do these photographs truly and accurately reflect what was inside that bag that was collected on scene?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, Your Honor, at this time I would tender State's Exhibit 109 through 114.
They're admitted.
Permission to publish?
Go ahead.
All right, I'll start with 109. This is the bag.
That's correct.
Do you know what this item is here in the middle?
It was, I believe, a Bible.
Okay. And then what were these items that were in the bag?
Checks.
Okay. And whose name were these checks in?
Chloe Driver's.
All right. And let me see if I can rotate this. All right. Let me go back to 109. What banking institution were these checks related to?
Wells Fargo Bank.
Okay. And in looking at this check, can you determine the last 4 digits of the account number?
Yes, ma'am. 6656.
And when we look to the receipts that were in the bag, what do we have in the receipts?
The checking number, which would be 66. The date of last transaction.
And there's 3 items in this, so let me be specific just for purposes of
Possible.
the receipt on the bottom left of the photograph, what was the account balance and last 4 of the account number on that one? Okay. And does this receipt on the lower left of State's Exhibit 111 show a withdrawal in the amount of $800?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And do the checks that we just discussed correspond with that account number?
Yes, ma'am.
And then going to the receipt on the top of State's 111, what does this show in terms of the transaction and account?
It shows a different date, the amount taken out, same checking number.
Okay, and this shows a withdrawal of $200?
That's correct.
Okay, the combination of those 2 receipts, $800 withdrawal and a $200 withdrawal, did that collective amount, was that consistent with the amount of cash that you found in her bag?
That's correct, $1,000.
All right, and is that the cash that she asked you to give to her parents?
That's correct.
Okay. And then this other receipt, what was the balance of this other account that she had a receipt for?
$69,000 for the check amount, and the total deposit amount was $69,000.
Okay, and was
Where'd
this a
she get
different account
69
number?
grand?
It was.
One moment. Detective Cruz, in the course of your investigation, did you discover any evidence that anybody had stabbed Chloe or Hannah Driver other than Chloe Driver?
I did not.
Okay. And when did you arrest her for, or when was she, I guess, booked for the charges of murder in this case?
So I took out the warrant for her arrest on the 17th, and they discharged her from the hospital on the 22nd.
Of December?
That's correct. So she would have been booked in that day.
December 22nd. Okay. And the individual that was on that
Oh,
interview
well,
who admitted
I
to
didn't
killing
get any
Hannah
of
Nicole
those.
Driver, do you see her in this courtroom?
I do.
And can you point her out and tell me what she's wearing?
She's sitting right there in a white sweater.
Your Honor, I have no further questions for this witness at this time.
All right. Judge, of course, I'm going to take a long break now. I appreciate the opportunity not to be interrupted in cross-examination. All right. We will take an early lunch recess.
Okay, that's interesting. She did not want to be interrupted during her cross-examination.
We will take an early lunch recess. We don't have a meal available for you today because we weren't exactly sure of the scheduling. So we're going to let you be in recess until 1:15. Leave us your notepads. Feel free to leave the building and otherwise enjoy your lunch. Don't talk to anybody about the case or do any research about it. Be back in the jury room at 1:15.
12:15 my time. Correct, Haley Mouse. Girl gotta learn. This is white. That cream. White. Cream. White. Cream. No kidding. I got you, babe. What the baby girl. Okay, let's do this. Everybody take a stretch break. Don't leave, please. We'll be right back. Well, we were snagged behind. We are actually behind because court is being streamed behind time. We're going to potty my little girl. Everybody take a stretch break. I will put on some lovely music and I will be back within about 5-10 minutes. Don't go anywhere. I mean, take your stretch break. Hopefully y'all will be joining us and not leaving the stream. I guess is what I'm saying. Keep me up, but move around. Get some blood going. Appreciate having all of you here who are new. We're going to take a little break. I've got a dog that needs to go take today. See you in a minute. We are back, y'all. It is break time. I don't know how long it will be break time, but it is their lunch break time. And I have had I've had 2 cups of coffee and a handful of chocolate covered coffee beans. This chick is buzz. I'm buzzing. I'm like, I saw we lost a few people at lunch, but hopefully y'all will come back. Let's see. Parents may have kept her money. Yeah, probably helped pay for an attorney. Mm-hmm. Yeah, I was wondering about that. And here, the friend, wasn't it Anthony or Andrew or something, was talking about how in the Bible, all throughout the Bible, men had multiple wives. And then when the defense asked him a question if it was biblical, he got super offended. And when he called it a religious group, or he got upset and said it was a CULT. And then he said culture. Yeah. I think she wanted to buy land and kind of be like the other sister wife show where she had her own house, everybody had their own house, and he became a Cody. Yeah, I bet he took every penny of that. I don't think she saw any of it. It's insane. And I wonder if the guy that testified yesterday was in on that. I mean, that's another reason why to get young people, they don't have bad credit yet most of the time. Yeah. In fact, I just finished studying that in college. What is police culture? So, yeah. Yeah, it's interesting. There's a lot of speculation, a lot of stuff going around. And but to me, it's very obvious that she is definitely DV'd, unlike Amber Heard. She is definitely ritual abuse or religious abuse, however you want to call it. Definitely. I want to take a moment to recognize Kathleen and Skybell, our newest 2 members of the family. Yay! We thank you so very much for joining us. Y'all are awesome. Awesome, 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 awesome sauce. Yeah, I know. He said police culture, and I'm all like, dude, you don't know what the hell you talking about police culture. He doesn't. No idea. Yeah, that's exactly it. They use the story of Abraham, Sarah, Hagar to justify polygamy. In fact, the idea that a husband has to get permission for the first wife to get another one is called, yeah, the law of Sarah. Exactly. The law of Sarah. And I didn't mean to do what I just did. We're going to put that back here. There we go. Definitely the law of Sarah. Mormons. Well, I don't know what the guy testimony yesterday classifies him as, but I call it sick. I call it abusive. I call it inappropriate. Um, oh no, we got a huge cold front getting ready to dump in, supposedly. Oh, they're not Christian, Haley Mouse. In fact, the prosecutor did say the word Christian, and he went ballistic. We ain't Christian. Wow. See, why do the men get to have all the women? Why can't the women have all the men? Just curious. By the way, does anybody know where my name comes from? It usually has an H on it, but just like with my Sarah, I took the H off because when you have Sarah, Ada, I hate the yeah. Ada, the whole internet is watching this trial. I'm glad we're here. Well, thank you for joining me. I would love to have as many viewers as possible. Um, but anybody guess where my name comes from? I'm hungry, y'all. Don't have anything to make anything here. I I'm trying to find something for us to watch. Yeah, that would be nice. Y'all know I had to have my bank account frozen and had to get a new bank account, and it was hacked. So we're still in the middle of fixing that. If you guys have not watched the new Kathy Bates show, Madlock, oh my gosh, it's fabulous. Love and adore that show. Love the show. The rescue boat reaches the stuck astronauts. Elon Musk SpaceX launches mission to rescue astronauts stranded. Oh, thank God somebody's finally going to save them. Yep. Love that show. Yeah, I'll take a DoorDash. I won't refuse it. Just no citrus. I don't expect anybody to order me DoorDash. I'm teasing y'all. Oh my gosh. No. No. I'll be nice. Oh, I was gonna share with y'all what I was getting ready to start in the spring. Yeah, exactly. I did the same thing, Andriel. Exactly. I did the same thing. Yes, I did. Thanks for reminding me of that. I've watched a lot about it actually. When I was going through to become an ordained chaplain, um, I could have just gone minister, or I could, minister is more towards one specific religious belief. I went chaplain because the goal was to become an emergency services volunteer chaplain, so I could work with victims in the midst of crime or disaster, or volunteer firefighter, police, EMS, any kind of group. And I am ordained in that, and then I'm also ordained under another ministry. So I have two ordinations, two different focuses. But I did have to do a lot of research, and I did in this group. We had to research pretty much every major faith or belief, including Wiccanism. Yeah, I think you're right. There you go. That's the name of it. I'm not going to badmouth any one faith. I have my personal beliefs, but I believe that this one particular faith gets a lot of families get in a lot of trouble. Depends on how far you take it. I'm trying to be very polite and politically correct. So, changing topics, one of the things I'm going to do, and I'll show you a quick clip, is I have learned through the years, and when I traveled, see, I never really traveled outside of performing in competitions or conferences. And so I went with my daughter, not this summer, but the summer last, to Tennessee for 3 weeks. I went to Washington, D.C. for a conference for a week. I went to Florida for a week for a conference. So within 6 months, I traveled a lot, and I had just gotten my service dog. And I realized how much I missed traveling, and I love it. Yep. Hello, Mr. Zach. Thanks for hopping on. So I have kind of gotten in the mood, but I love camping, and haven't camped in a long time now. Unfortunately, I can't camp the way I did in the past. You've been lurking. Hey there, love. And so one of the things I've noticed, and no shame on anybody, but there's nothing out there for people with disabilities that are trying to do some of these outdoor things, nor is there anything out there for people who are deaf blind, or in a wheelchair or whatever. So I am going to start in the spring, camping, geocaching, going out, doing things. My wheelchair should be ready by December 24th, a day before Christmas. We'll see. But I'm going to start doing videos of me camping and exploring and going to small towns around here, maybe even metal detecting, geocaching, just outdoorsy things, and doing it strictly in sign language, and then having a voiceover once I get the video put together, kind of explaining and talking about what's going on. And I want to be able to show people with different abilities that you can continue to chase your dreams. You can go camping with your family, but here's some of the modifications you may have to make. And I'd like to, in the state of Texas, we have a ton of state parks, ton. And I want to go to a bunch of state parks in the state and kind of rate them for disability friendly and different ability friendlies. So it may not be that friendly for wheelchair, but it's great for deaf, hard of hearing, or visually impaired. It may be great for wheelchair access, but may be horrible for another. It may be all around very fabulous. Oh, thank you so much. I know you are. I remember you saying you were going to be going. So I'm going to be doing kind of like ability park reviews. And so people can watch and see what I experience. And if they have a person in their family with a specific ability or limitation, that they can watch the video and know what they need to do to accommodate, or if anything needs to accommodate. By the way, if you're disabled and you have disabled tags on your plate, I think any state park, you don't pay an entrance fee. Now, some people will try to charge you, but technically you don't pay entrance fees for parks. Now, I did go ahead and pay for a membership because I want to support my local and state parks. So I went ahead and did that. Taking to the eldest one. Oh, why did he drop out? Wow. Wow. I've been wanting to kind of watch with y'all things like Karen goes absolutely ballistic after she assaults 3 flight attendants. It's 30 minutes long, so we can't do that now. Oh, I understand that. Well, I've made 2 or 3 different lists on Amazon for camping, just compound. I love to watch videos, and then when I see something that may work for me, I just go to my list and drop it in and then edit it out later. But I have to get everything, guys. I have nothing. Well, I take it back. I do have a 2-burner stove. That's it. Don't stand up in the boat unless it's a big boat. Yeah, I'd like to go fishing. I haven't gone magnet fishing in a while. I think I need to do that this weekend. Need to go do something like that. It's really good physical therapy for my shoulders. Really good physical therapy. Oh, and you hadn't even launched yet. Oh, poor baby. That sucks. Which package is shipped? Oh, Ollie T. Ollie T is sending me samples that I will be blessing you guys with. Zach needs to help me find a good fishing rod. I don't know what to get. We have several places to shop around here for those, but I need the expert opinion. North side of San Antonio had a triple shooting yesterday. Y'all. Ohio versus Quentin Nixon. Quentin Nixon took the stand and he said, I could have shot more. Really? You're going to say that on the witness stand? I'm shocked, but not. I also want to get a metal detector and do some metal detecting. Part of people go, why do you want to do this stuff like magnet fishing and metal detect? Number one, you do your civic duty and you clean the junk out of the, off the earth, You take all the fishing hooks and all the metal stuff where the kids swim. I went to a place here in Kerrville where a lot of kids like to go swimming. And I remember last year, this poor girl had 3 hooks in her foot. As soon as she hit the water, 3 hooks in her foot. Not the 3-prong, but 3 separate fish hooks. And had to go to the ER. It was horrible. So, I decided when I go metal fishing, I went over there and I helped clean up as many of those fish hooks as I could find. I dragged that thing for hours, pulling out hundreds of fish hooks. So, you know, I understand our fish hooks are going to get stuck. I get that. But I don't like to fish where people like to swim. It, to me, is not safe for them. Yep. And then when you do metal detecting, you're cleaning up the environment of foil and other metals that people leave behind. We have trash cans for a reason, y'all. Use them. You would be shocked how much trash is in the ground underneath you at a park. That's right. We don't swim where people fish. Mm-mm. So you shouldn't fish where people swim. Oh, Corey Richards judge denies request for bail. Yippers. Uh, we have some rivers that are just lined with cypress trees around here. It's absolutely gorgeous. Some of it's pretty hard to get to, but that said, um, it's amazing how people get to places to swim and fish. So, eventually, my goal is to be at a certain weight by next year, and I want to get a kayak. I'm ready to be outdoors. I'm ready to go do. But you will not see me in a bathing suit. Not anytime soon. Not anytime soon. I wonder how Broken Baker and all his peeps are doing. I don't know if they're alive. Let me check. Let me check on Mr. Broken Baker. Mm. Let's see if they see me. Who is he talking about? Okay, he's watching the Iowa versus McKinney Lewisma Red Room and kidnapping closing arguments. Yeah, I started covering that and was like, I hopped in the middle. I just told him thank you for the raids. Thank you, Adair. So right now they just ending the jury instructions. They're getting ready to go into the verdict watch for that trial. I will let y'all know what that trial. We will definitely let you know what their decision is. That was the problem for me. The trial was just like molasses. I would expect for him to testify for the prosecution. I would not, if they don't bring him, I think it's a mistake on their part. And part of me says that just because I really want the entertainment, and I say that wrongly. This is not here just for sheer entertainment, but it is entertaining to me to watch people with different mindsets and learn about how they, um why and how they think the way they do. It gets yeah. Oh, I always hop over on Baker and try to say hi, even though I'm live, and the same in RA. Those 2 chats, I always try to hop on over and say hi. Um, take care, leave my thumbprint, leave my DNA. I really appreciate him and appreciate all of them, so I really try to do that. Um, I support those who support me, and and I support some who don't support me, but we're all in this together. Um, one big family. And sometimes we have disagreements and misunderstandings, but as far as what's happening and things that go on, but um, these 2 guys are men of integrity, and I do my best to be a person of integrity. We all make mistakes, but that said, I really appreciate them. They helped me get my first 1,000. So that's where we are. Yeah. That is so funny. That is that in Broken Bakers? Um, that does concern me. And people have gotten mad at me for pulling videos on a live. Some of them that may show the face of the victim who's deceased with disfigurement and damage to them. I will never show a face. Oh, yeah. I will never show faces of victims in a deceased state that's got damaging or anything like that. I'm very careful because we have a lot of followers that are easily triggerable. I tell people if you want to see the unedited version, I'm streaming from, say, Court TV. You can go hop on over there. Boy, they're really loving you over there, Broken Baker. Wow. Hey, Zach on Broken Baker. Gosh, Broken Baker's getting a lot of loving over there. That's awesome. Yeah, I get it. But there are some people that sometimes evidence will show peoples that aren't involved or license plates or the phone numbers. I had no way to edit out that phone number that she had called earlier. I'll go back after the live stream if I can. I got to learn how to blow when I edit these videos. That's what I'm trying to learn to do behind the scenes, where I can put a blur spot on it after the fact. Yes, we can be live and support somebody else at the same time. Runkle. Yep. Yeah, I need to get back over there and do more interpreting of the Friday night lives. It's just been hectic and crazy. All of my assignments are due on Fridays and all my tests and everything. So, like tomorrow, I'm thinking if I can get my homework done tonight and everything submitted. I just took the test. Ada, Baker is a new grandfather for a week. What does that mean? Did he have a grandbaby? People are telling him, thank you for sticking with this one. What do you mean? Is there a grandbaby born in the family? Oh, I'll have to congratulate you. A new grandson? That's awesome. Thank you for telling me. I miss some of these things. It's hard to keep up with everybody, really hard. Georgia we're still out in that case. Where can I hear his sound? I like him too. I do watch him. I think him and Recovery Addict Long Lumber and Ian. That's why I felt like I had something in my nose. It was on my glasses. So, all right, it's good. He's definitely good. He's techie. Amazing techie. So I'm looking. Oh, I got me a new lead shooter. And anybody else wear hearing aids in this chat? I'm having problems with this part. I touched the back of the ear. It burns. It's like a sunburn almost on the back of my ear. Makes it difficult. Trying to find some kind of cool, information for us court-wise. I'll have to watch that, Skybell, because 'cause I'm not live. Usually, I catch it later. They're talking about beagles. Is it over there right now? Beagles. For those of you who don't know, I was a dog groomer for years. I had my own dog grooming business for years, and I had this beagle that would come in. I'll have to watch it Saturday morning. Usually, I'm doing homework or whatever. But anyway, beagles. I had a beagle come in once every 2 weeks, and I hated that beagle. Now, I don't dislike really any dog, but that particular one, because the whole time it was there, the moment it turned into the parking lot, till the moment the parent picked it up and put it in the car, it was boom, 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 boom for hours. I learned real quick. You bring it at the end of the day, I groom it. It's my last groom of the day, and you leave with it in and out. It was the owner was there, it still barked like that, and it was nonstop. I just Dawn, is your sister deaf? Oh, honey, I don't do everything. I don't do taxes. Mm-mm. There's some things this chick just don't do. I've had it interesting. So my first job was at Monty Big's Blue Ribbon Burgers, then Grandy's Restaurant, then Subway. Then I worked at the mall at a kiosk managing. Then I worked at another restaurant. Then I went back to the mall as security. Then I've done automotive repair, secretarial. Then I was a makeup artist, still am. I went into photography fairly young, had a photography studio. Um, then managed departments, um, helped my son with his shop, worked in retail a lot. I mean, I'm old, done a lot. I'm much older than I look. Definitely much older than I look. Oh, a poor baby. So I need to have Broken Baker come on my live, but the problem is that my lives are usually nighttime for him or when he's live. So we got to figure out a time to get it on. Oh, hush. I like learning. And once I master something, I'm on to something else. That to me is important, is mastering something. And I don't, I still do it stuff, but I like learning. Go congratulate him. Yes, definitely, y'all. You can have 2 lives up or go back and forth. I appreciate it. I do. We're in a break. We're in a downtime. I mean, you can do whatever y'all want, but I appreciate you coming back. I do. I do. I do. It's important. I love that part of the movie The Help. That is one of my favorite movies. And I love where she says, "You is kind, you is smart, you's important." Love that. Love that. Love that part of the movie. But that movie just cracks me up. And the interesting thing is the home that I had with my husband, we go into the garage and you close the door that you go into the house. Behind that door was just a toilet. And then it was like a little square room with a toilet, nothing else. And then you had the washer and dryer. If you kept going straight, you were in the mother-in-law's wing. If you took a right and went 2 steps up, you were in the galley kitchen and the rest of the house. And uh after watching that, I understood why there was a toilet there, because the house was built during that time of segregation and the time where they were pushing that you have a separate toilet for your help. And so it's one of those things that I finally went, "Ah, I get it." People bought the house, took it out and put a sink in, and I'm like, "No, I'd put a toilet back." The reason why, how many times have you come in with children or yourself or grandchildren who can't make it to the bathroom? If you didn't, there were times if I didn't have that toilet right there, there would have been a lot of problem, a lot of mess to clean up from the kids when they were potty training. It came in very handy, believe it or not. Super handy. Ugh. But I love that movie. I really did. Of course, Humble Pie. Eat my shite. You just did. I mean, I couldn't imagine doing that. I couldn't imagine eating that. But at least it was cooked. Bacteria and everything hopefully was killed. That's horrible to say. I know. I know, but um it's just so interesting. Why? I'm just searching the internet trying to find some interesting, maybe possibly court facts for us. And all of a sudden, I have about 15 different recipes for biscuits, and I haven't searched them. Yeah. Well, I remember my parents they lived in Beaumont, Port Arthur. It's the very southeast corner just before you go into Louisiana. And I remember when I was young and we were going to see grandma. We didn't live there anymore, but we were going to go see grandma and grandpa. And my mother would say, "Lock your doors. We're in the blank neighborhood." And get low in the seat. I mean, she was truly scared to go through a colored neighborhood, is what some people would call it. And I thought that's such a shame, you know, to live with that kind of fear is such a shame. Not like that anymore, thank God she's not, but back then it was. It was just crazy. And some of us are not old enough to ever be able to experience any of that. I did a little bit of that. Hold on, y'all. Food. Um, so I gotta. Our bank is just down, just across the parking lot. So I've got to go make a deposit in a minute when the court hops back on. But anyway, that movie and my other movie that I really love is Devil Wears Prada. I don't know why I did. Don't get me going. I don't know why. Other than clack, 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 clack. There's well, do you know what? It's interesting. I have a friend who has a nice house. I mean, it's probably a $250,000 home in Texas. Not outrageously, but nice. And she had a bunch of guests over, and I've never used her bathroom in her bedroom. But somebody was in the bathroom and they were taking for freaking ever. I think they were on their cell phone and must have been somebody just sitting on the phone. And I told her, I really have to use the bathroom. And it's the other one's occupied. And do you have another bathroom? She goes, well, I have a private bathroom, but I don't let anybody use it. And I'm like, I'm about ready to leave a puddle on the floor. I'll line it with toilet paper. But she just didn't allow people to use her private bathroom. Okay. Okay. That works. Gotcha. Well, you just say when, hon. Just say when. I'd love to have you on. Love to have you on. No problem with that. Mm. I'm so tired of hearing about these movie stars' financial struggles. If you're making millions of dollars and you don't know how to manage that money, you deserve your struggles. Yeah. Uh, I understand if you don't make that bathroom public, but if you got somebody that's got an urgent situation and they need to go, okay, fine. I'll clean that after you're gone. Don't embarrass that person or make them more uncomfortable. If it's really that bad, let them use your restroom. And if you're that worried about it, have your maid clean it or you clean it. I would never tell a woman that they can't go back in my personal bathroom. Men, if I'm in the country, I'll say, if it's number one, you can go pee behind a bush. No, I wouldn't make anyone suffer. I don't think it's about that. I think it's about hygiene. Some people are just germaphobes, and it's more about hygiene more than it is anything else. But yeah. But can you imagine this guy collecting his urine and drinking it? I'm gonna Google something. That's a good thing. Okay, here's health. I Googled it. There's no evidence to support the claims that drinking one's own urine is beneficial. Research suggests it could introduce bacteria, toxins, and other harmful substances in your blood, as well as stress your kidneys. This is because this guy that testified yesterday said that he and the husband to the defendant would drink his own yellow liquid. Whatever you want to call it, practice of drinking your own goes back millennia. Known today as urine therapy, the medicine use of urine is still practiced in some parts of the world. I know, right? I nearly lost it. So now today's people are saying you should be mixing your morning elimination with your morning smoothie. Not. What is it composed of fluid and waste products your body doesn't need? The kidneys work as filters, removing excess water, cellular byproducts from the bloodstream. The waste is sent down into the bladder. I know you did. It makes up 91 to 90% of your urine. The rest is made of salt, ammonia, and byproducts. 1945, John W. Armstrong, a British naturopath, published a book about the alleged curative power of drinking one's own elimination, the water of life. This is what the guy was claiming. Yeah. Others claim about urine therapy or ancient that claim to have been made that drinking it may treat the following conditions: allergies, acne, cancer, heart problems, infections, wounds, stuffy nose, rash, and other skin elements, stings. In modern day Nigeria, some traditional communities still use this as a remedy. Is it sterile? In a word, nope. The myth that urine is sterile is perversive and lasting one. I know. Even some doctors don't know that it's a myth. It says, is it safe? Well, drinking it probably won't hurt you. It's definitely not safe as a glass of water on a regular basis. Now, if you drink it once, like if you're dying and there's nothing else, then okay. But it contains bacteria, toxins, unmetabolized medications. Is it hydrating? It isn't good. It says drinking urine isn't good for you. If you're stranded in desert islands, can you drink it to save you from dehydration? Although it can make a dramatic movie scene, it's just a myth. If you drink urine while you're dying or dehydration, it would be the same as drinking seawater, only yuckier. Contains a concentrated salt and minerals. Wow. So all of the stuff he said, I call BS on. It's like drinking salt water. Now, if you boil it, filter it, all of that, possibly be better for you. I don't know, but I can tell you this. I wouldn't want to drink it. Not my cup of tea. Literally, not my cup of tea. Uh, yep, it will. It will. I just say go. I just don't understand how people can sit there and and do that. It just, at what point do you realize how stupid this is? I, and then what else was he talking about that was absolutely cray cray? Let me see. Let me do this. I'm going to go back. We're going to find that part of trial. We're going to throw it up there for people to see. I want you guys to see some of this. Ah! Okay. So, oh my gosh, you are so funny. You really are, by the way. I need day 2. This guy is priceless. Okay, let's share this.
Courtroom where a woman is standing trial for the death of her 13-month-old daughter, Hannah. Defendant Chloe Driver is accused of stabbing her daughter, Hannah, multiple times with a knife in the neck. We just heard from the ER doctor about those injuries. We have a mother who's there inside of the courtroom who has pleaded not guilty because she says she was insane at the time, stating in court documents that she was in the midst of a psychotic episode at the time. Who we're going to hear from now could go towards this defense of this woman being influenced by this polygamous group that she had been with since she was a teenager. It's another man who was in this group, not the father of her child, not the one that she was married to along with 2 other women, but another man who was in that group. His name is Jason Spillers. Let's listen.
Sure. Do you solemnly swear or affirm the testimony you shall give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I promise that I will be honest with you.
Okay.
Yes.
Do you have some opposition to swearing? Is that
Yes,
the concern?
Yeah.
Okay. Can you affirm that you will be honest and tell the truth today?
I just told you that I would be, and I will be. I will be completely honest and transparent in regards to the matter of which we're here today.
Okay.
And my experience with this circumstance.
Okay, great. And can you state your full name?
Jason Allen Spillers.
All right. How old are you, Mr. Spillers?
36.
All right. And you're wearing orange.
Yeah.
Are you in custody at this time?
Not in Cherokee County.
Okay. Do you have pending charges somewhere else?
Yes, I do.
Okay. And does it have anything to do with this case?
Absolutely not.
Okay. And the only reason I'm asking you that is, have we made any kind of deals with you or discussed your charges with you in any way?
Actually, you made it very clear that you're uninterested in the charges that I have because it has nothing to do with this.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right. And I'm not going to ask you anything else about that. Okay. So I want to know how you know Benjamin Ben Michaels.
I call him Z.
Okay.
And I call Chloe Alexis Driver Kawani. Those are the names of which they were introduced to me as.
Okay.
So just to relieve confusion for the court and for the jury, these are the names that I still call these people by.
Okay.
So I just want to make that very clear so there's no confusion. And maybe I just want to make that very clear. So Z, I met Z in April of 2020 through an associate.
This is a
and we
recap of
met
yesterday.
because of an interest in trust law and using trusts to legally incorporate yourself to minimize risk of obstruction by the government, like in the forms of taxes and being able to hold your properties and assets in a trust and making them safer. And there's a whole lot to that. So, I mean, you know, how much would you like for me to talk about that? That's just the nature of how I met him.
Okay, and that's great. And I'll just keep asking small questions till we get to all the information that we need.
Sure.
You said that you had the interest in the trust law, but how did you actually come to know him? How did you forge that connection? Did you meet him somewhere in particular?
What do you mean? Like
how did you come to know he exists?
Through Peggy Schindler.
Okay, so you met him through a mutual contact?
A mutual friend.
Okay.
Yes. I saw Peggy in Whole Foods.
Okay.
And she was telling me about the trust.
Okay.
But she perhaps doesn't have the vernacular or the capacity to explain it.
Mm-hmm.
And so Z does. So I spoke with Z, and and then Peggy gave me the trust, and I began a relationship with Z from there.
Okay, and you said that was April of 2020?
Yes, it was.
Okay, and so going forward for the rest of this questioning, I'm going to refer to Benjamin as Z.
That'd be great.
Okay,
yeah, to avoid confusion for everyone.
Okay,
Thank you.
Chloe will refer to as Kuwani?
Kuwani, yes.
That's how you
spell that, please.
Kuwani, Ku''A''N'.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
And is that how you were introduced to them?
Yes.
Okay, and is that how you knew them through the entirety of your relationship and still with them? Okay. So in April of 2020, when you met Z,
yes,
was that an in-person meeting when you first encountered him?
Yeah, it was.
Okay, and where physically were you?
In a park. We met in a park in South Asheville.
Okay, in North Carolina?
In North Carolina, yes.
Okay. Was he living there or staying there at that time?
Yeah, he was staying with Peggy.
Okay, and when you met him, did you become aware of his relationship status?
Yeah.
Okay, and what did you learn about his relationship status?
That he has 4 wives, actually.
Okay.
And that he practices polygamy.
Okay.
Is that the question? Is that the answer you were looking for?
Yeah, that's what I'm trying to get at.
Sure.
At that time, were you in a relationship?
Yes, I was.
And did you exercise any type of polygamy?
No.
Okay. And so when you initially met him, did you come to know his wives?
Not initially, but we did later. I believe I met Kwani briefly in May, but we really spent some time together in late May.
Okay.
When I went down to Florida to visit them with the girl that I was with at the time.
Okay. So you had a girlfriend at the time?
So we can call her my girlfriend, but
okay.
You know, she was living with me, and I mean, you know, I guess you could say that I have always believed in plurality as well, that that men should have multiple women, but I was never in a committed. I mean, I was with Jen; she lived with me,
okay.
And I took care of her. I provided her. She didn't work, you know, so I provided her with food and shelter and safety and companionship and love, but it was never in our agreement that I wasn't allowed to see other women.
Okay.
So.
And as it relates to Z and his relationship, who were his wives that you came to know?
So their given names on their birth certificates would be Chloe Alexis Driver, Jessica Lee Kafijian, and Sarah Stiles.
Okay.
But those women will be referred to as Kuwani and Anna, Gamliana, and Shalig, respectively, because those are their chosen Hebrew names.
Okay. Tell me about Jessica. You said, what does she go by as her chosen
Gamliana.
Hebrew? Gamliana?
Yes.
How do you spell that?
Gamiliana, I'm pretty sure. I'd have to look at it.
Okay.
Gamliana, yes.
And you all called her Gami?
Gami or Anna, she prefers now.
Okay.
Because she says that people have a hard time pronouncing Gami and they question her, so she goes by Anna now.
Gami or Anna. Okay.
Yes.
Is that a decision that she made to change that from Gami to Anna?
Yes.
Okay. Because
like I said, she says that when she introduces herself as Gami, people say, what? God. And so she just goes by Anna now.
Okay. And then Sarah is the legal name.
Shalig.
Shalig?
Shalig. Sheilig.
What is it with these names,
It's
y'all?
a Hebrew word.
Shalig?
Shalig. It's a
Okay.
Hebrew
Go by
word.
your own
Yes.
name.
What's the
So,
weird nickname?
when did you meet Kawani, Gami, and Shaylee?
Like I was say, I think I actually met Kawani and Gami in May before they left, like briefly at Peggy's house.
Before they left North Carolina?
They left North Carolina to go to Florida, but
Okay.
I can't remember. It seems like I did. So you're asking me, you know, this is like 5 years ago almost.
I know they
so,
are,
you know, whether I met them before I went to Florida, I can't
Not
remember. It feels like I
religious.
did, but that's kind of irrelevant because we went to Florida. Jennifer and I, this girl that I was with at the time,
Okay.
we went to Florida to visit them and stay with them.
Guys, he doesn't want to be, it was insulting to bring up religion to him, but yet you were using a Jewish religious names instead of your own actual names. What the heck?
All right. Do you know when that was that you went to Florida to visit and stay with Z? And
It was after Kawani's birthday, which is the 18th.
okay, tell me when Kawani's birthday is. 18th of what?
May.
Okay.
Um,
So after May 18th of 2020, you and Michelle,
no, Jennifer.
sorry, Jennifer,
Yes.
you and Jennifer went to Florida,
Yes, we did.
and
What was her
did you
nickname?
stay with Z and Gami?
No, we stayed in our van.
You stayed in your van, okay.
Yeah, but we spent all of our time with them though. Like they were staying in a motel at the time
Okay,
in Nokomis Beach.
where?
Nokomis Beach,
Where's
Florida.
that?
It's by Venice. It's like south of Sarasota.
Okay.
Yeah.
And you mentioned that when you first met them, they were in North Carolina and then they went to Florida, that they were staying in hotels. For the duration of your relationship with them, was that routine for them to kind of move around or travel or stay in different places?
Yeah, they were moving around a lot at the time.
Okay.
From what I understood, but they had been in, you know, I can't recall what they were doing before that, but they stayed in Florida and then they went to Connecticut and they would stay in different places for like months at a time. You know, I know that they stayed in Florida for months. After we left Florida, they stayed there for at least another month, I think. And they would stay in one place, like a singular location for a few months, and then they would go to the next location wherever they decided to go. I know that Kawani and Z had been in Myrtle Beach together for a pretty extended amount of time in Virginia Beach. That's where they met Gamliana. So they stayed in these places for extended periods of time.
Okay, so you're aware of Florida, North Carolina, Connecticut, Virginia,
Yes.
anywhere else?
Gosh, I don't know. You know, I mean,
Did they ever spend time in Tennessee?
I don't think any extended time. I don't know. I can't remember.
Okay.
I don't know. I mean,
All right.
so,
And so you indicated sometime in May of 2020, you went down to Florida and spent a lot of time with them?
yes.
Okay.
We spent a week down there.
A week?
Yeah, about
Was
a
that
week.
the first time you saw Benjamin with all three of the women?
Yes, it was.
Okay.
Yes.
And when you first met him and learned that he had three wives, sort of what was your thought process on that arrangement or situation?
I thought that was really interesting because, you know, usually you only see that with like religious cults like Mormonism. Even though, you know, scripturally, even, you know, old Jewish and Christian tradition promotes plurality. Like it's promoted in scripture that men have multiple wives. Like it's written about all through the Bible.
So clear there from Jason Spiller's testimony, he doesn't see himself as being in a religious cult or a cult of any kind. Let's bring back in trial attorney Krista Ramey. Krista, he's someone who clearly behind bars on an offense. We were able to look up in his background that he's got an assault on a female charge from this year and some communicating threats ones in past years. So that may be what his current incarceration is for. How do you think he's coming across so far? And what we've heard up until this point, we know there's more ahead, but up until this point, is it showing what the defense wants about this group that the defendant is going to be saying or sharing was abusive and coercive?
Well, yeah, it's interesting. I wrote down that Jason Spiller seems nice and honest. That's what I wrote down when I was taking notes as he was testifying. He actually comes across as a really likable guy. And to learn, Julia, that he's, incarcerated for assault on a woman, I'm like, oh God, that doesn't strike me as to what I'm watching on the stand as he's testifying. So he's coming across very nice and normal, like someone that you would interact with and not be, think that he was odd or off in any way or part of some kind of bizarre cult. So, to your question, how is this helping, the defense's theory of the case? I'm not sure. That does, in Georgia, it's not, you have to show that you don't know right from wrong. So being in a cult or being a little crazy just isn't going to get you over that finish line on a defense for insanity here. So, let's see what he has to say. But right now, I don't know that he has helped the defense any, and he certainly probably is helping the prosecution.
Yeah, he does come across in a way that is engaging. It's hard to look away when he's speaking about what you can tell he's very proud of, the lifestyle that he has with other people. Let's get to a break. We'll get to more of that testimony from someone who knows the defendant from around the time that this incident happened.
But it says
Cult baby murder trial happened in his bedroom, both suffering a reason of insanity.
You don't really see it that much anymore, perhaps in Mormonism only. And I had spoken with Z extensively about what was happening with his his wives in this situation. And I found it pretty interesting because he was providing care, all of the things that a man is supposed to provide for a woman. Like I said, and it was kind of like something that I was interested in because, like I said with Jen, I provided Jen with food, a place to shelter. She didn't work. I provided her with companionship and love, and I listened to her and I was affectionate towards her, even though I was never in a committed relationship. But it's like the value of having a wife is profound, like the value of having that intimacy that perhaps couldn't be achieved through a non-marital relationship. And so Z had basically taken what I found to be what I wanted in life was plurality, but also incorporating the deep intimacy of marriage with multiple women. And I thought that was highly interesting. And I was very curious to see how that played out and how that worked. And so was Jennifer. Honestly, she's like, whoa, like multiple wives, really? Wow. Like, we that's different. Like we should totally go hang out with him, so we did. So we went to Florida. Sorry, I'm gonna adjust myself.
You're fine.
My niece.
And you said you were kind of interested to see how it played out
basically, like we're talking about like the social dynamic of a circumstance like that, which I think is really like where most people go with that. When they hear about polygamy, most individuals will question the social dynamic of such relationship and how does that work? Like, what is the social dynamic between the women and the social dynamic between the women and the women and the men? I mean, you can see these types of shows. There's shows on television now that promote polygamy and
like Sister Wives.
Yeah, exactly. And so it's kind of like to see a firsthand perspective of somebody who's really living like that. I thought was highly interesting. I was very interested in what these women had to say and what they were about.
Okay.
So was Jennifer.
Tell me, you said you're.
But where are they now? The family has fallen apart. It may look good for a while, but y'all, Sister Wives is falling apart like a bad deck of cards.
Did you hear what the women had to say and what they were?
Well, yeah, I was just curious how they interacted with each other.
Okay.
So.
From May of 2020, when you said that you and Jennifer went to Florida and started spending time with them, how much time did you spend with Z and the three women from May until December of 2020?
Oh, well, there's a lot. I mean, so I went to go see them in May, and then I broke up with Jennifer. I broke it off with Jennifer over the summer, so she actually never saw them again.
Okay.
And then I stayed in Connecticut at Z's parents' house at the Joyce home in Connecticut in September for, I think I was there for about a little over 2 weeks.
Tell me about his parents. What do you know about them?
Oh, I love the Joyces. They're good. Mike Joyce is great, is a good man. You know, they're essentially, Michelle Joyce is a very, they're very powerful people. Like even, they're like really intelligent. They're highly intelligent people, highly well-spoken about their traditions and values. And they're very warm and open and welcoming folks. Like,
are they, his biological parents, still married?
Yes.
Do you know what they do for a living?
Michelle sells real estate and Mike works at a factory.
Works at a factory?
It's like a machine shop.
Okay. So you said you went to Connecticut and you stayed at his parents' house?
Yes, I did.
Okay. And how much time did you spend at his parents' house?
Like I said, I was there for a little over 2 weeks, I think.
Okay. Was he there with the 3 women as well?
Kawani and Gamigliano were staying there, and Shaylee was there sometimes, but her parents also live in Connecticut, so she was at her parents' some too.
Okay, so Shaylig's parents are from Connecticut as well?
Yeah, they live like, I don't know, it's like 45 minutes down the road in Southbury.
Okay, so Gami and Kawani and Z and you spent time at his parents' house?
We sure did.
While Shaylig spent time with her family?
Yeah, I was sleeping in my van. Again, I had a van that I stayed in.
Okay.
And so I was sleeping.
You have a lot of good points, dear.
And was it, from your observations, was it common for these women to go spend time with their families outside of their relationship with Z?
I mean, if they wanted to.
Okay.
I don't think, I mean, I didn't really get the feeling that Kawani or Gamigliano were very.
Now we're hitting the pause button on this testimony.
Yeah, we didn't get to the fun part. I'm going to see if I can't get to the testimony where he's talking about the drink of choice.
Directions to her about it.
Hold on. I was thanking my son for fabulous lunch. You know, I had people who got all over me because I had my kids cooking young, and I thought that was important for them so they could learn how to take care of themselves. Underneath all that are the M&Ms.
Are you going to go into the bank or you go?
Yeah, I got to go by the bank at some point today. Which is literally across the parking lot. I'm trying to get to this. Talk about the urine. I'm trying to find the urine. Yeah, both my kids are really good cooks. I taught them early, but my son wanted to be Iron Chef when he was like 4 or 5 years old. Yeah. That's what he do. Were you a cup? Hello, Brit. Let me know what you think. Honestly, I hope I didn't get hear you wrong. I hope. Which one did you get? A biscuit? He has a house, but he doesn't stay in it long. He's like a vagrant, but he has a nice home. He has a decent home. And we're going to talk about drugs. Holy I ate plenty of bad meals, but they learned. The link is in the description. Yes, I forgot. He's deranged. You are not a freaking doctor. You can't speak in this manner. Guard your ears. Don't bring Boy Scouts, Girl Scouts into this. It is not 101 to pee on a snake bite. The only time I've ever heard any say pee on something is a jellyfish sting. We are watching snippets of yesterday, waiting for court to come back because not everybody got to see this part. But Boy Scouts 101, that is not Boy Scouts 101. Are you telling me that the Boy Scouts teach these young men when there's a cut, a bug bite, a snake bite, they pull out their little, and so they pull out their privates and just pee on it? No. Oh, my bad.
It's a true sterilant
My
and
bad.
it's antibacterial. That's why Boy Scouts 101,
Could you
when
hear
you
it?
have an injury or you have a snake bite or a jellyfish sting or something like that, and you use your urine to sterilize and to act as an antiseptic and act as an antibacterial immediately on open wounds in the flesh. So you could think about.
You're introducing bacteria, you bat crazy dude. I'm sorry, I didn't do the video. We're going to pause this. We'll do more of his stupidity on the next break. But right now, we're getting back into this. We did.
All right, good afternoon, Detective Cruz. Good afternoon. All right, so I'm going to start with kind of a silly.
My dad was a Boy Scout leader. Cub Scout, Boy Scout, Girl Scout. None of us were taught that crap.
Yes.
That's why I got mad.
Yes. Do you recognize that individual?
I do.
Okay. Can you tell us who that individual is in that picture?
That is Ben Michael.
Okay. Your Honor, request to publish to the jury the picture, move to admit, and then, yes. No objection.
It's admitted and you may publish.
Okay. While this is going.
So that's the gentleman.
Do you have this? I'm going to run to the bank. It'll be about 10 minutes.
Yes, ma'am. Okay.
I got to get this in. I'll be right back.
All right. So Detective Cruz, you were pretty much involved in this case pretty much from the very beginning.
That's correct.
And the only people that were there ahead of you were EMS and some of your responding officers, correct?
That is correct.
All right. So you were assigned to this case by your sergeant?
My lieutenant.
Lieutenant. Okay. Also involved in this case was your Sergeant Hamilton, correct?
That's correct.
All right. So you were the lead on this case and he is your supervisor, correct?
That is correct.
All right. But he also assisted you in this investigation and did things alongside of you, correct?
Yes.
Okay. I think we saw him on one of the body cams that he was there as well.
Yes.
Okay. All right. So on December the 8th, when you went out to the scene, you told us earlier that the first thing you had everybody do, which some of your officers had actually done it, was separate all these individuals, correct?
That's correct.
And the purpose behind that was you didn't want any of these people talking to each other or anything else like that, correct?
That's correct.
Do you know if any of these individuals had their devices still at that point in time?
They all had their devices at that point in time.
Okay. But it wasn't until you got the search warrants, I think, to take those that you took them from Benjamin and Sarah?
That's correct.
Okay. And you didn't seek a search warrant for Jessica's phone?
No, I did not.
Or Mr. Spiller's?
No, I did not.
Okay. And part of the reason you want to do that is you want to keep them separate for an independent account of what actually happened, correct?
That's correct.
And give them some time to kind of process everything that they had just gone through.
Yes.
All right. So at some point later, after the scene, I guess, for lack of a better term, calmed down, your officers individually transported them to your precinct down here in downtown Canton, correct?
That's correct.
All right. And the first individual you spoke to was Benjamin, correct?
That's correct.
All right, and all of these individuals were put in separate areas, correct?
That's correct.
They weren't in a general waiting room or lobby together, correct?
Not that I'm aware of.
Okay, so they didn't have an opportunity when they were at the police department to kind of talk or engage with one another?
No, and if they were in a room together, there was an officer there with them.
With them. Do you know if any of them still had any of their devices with them at that point in time?
The only people who didn't have their device would have been Chloe Driver. Her device was in the bag. And then Benjamin had his while I was talking to him, and I asked for it after that.
Okay. And when you asked for it, what was his reaction initially?
Oh, he didn't even want me to touch it.
Okay. So when was and then after you talked to Benjamin, you talked to Mr. Spillers, correct?
That's correct.
All right. And then went and talked to, I think, Sarah next?
That's correct.
Okay. And actually, was it Sergeant Hamilton that talked to Jessica Kafijian?
I don't know if it was Jesse Hamilton or if it was Jesse Ray.
Okay.
I don't know. One of the Jessies did.
All right. And then the last person I think y'all spoke to was Mr. Ablin that night, correct?
That's correct.
And all of these interviews are going on while there's still stuff and active investigation going on at the house, correct?
Correct.
And that's all that crime scene processing and everything else that we saw earlier.
That's correct.
Okay. When was the first time you spoke to Eric and Renee Driver?
I believe it was the following day.
Okay. Did they contact you or do you recall you contacting them?
Now, I'm not sure if you had this, but Sergeant Hamilton actually spoke to them first.
Okay.
I think he is the one who did the notification.
Okay. And that could have been on the 8th?
It could have been, I'm not sure.
All right. But somebody notified them of what was happening at least that particular day, correct?
That's correct.
All right. So, and then based on, do you recall when you received a video from Miss Renee Driver?
So yes, she sent it in an email. And again, I don't know the exact date of the email, but yes, she did send me a video.
Okay. And you don't recall if that was on December the 8th or December the 9th?
No, I don't. And I know it wasn't on December the 8th.
Okay. And you received that video from the drivers prior to making contact with Chloe on December the 9th, correct?
No, actually, I received that video when I spoke to them afterwards. They actually came to Georgia and she told me about all of those things and she sent it to me an email after that.
Okay, but if you watch the body cams, correct?
Yes.
And when you're with Chloe at that particular point in time, it was either the 9th or the 10th, and I'll check my notes in just a minute.
It might be the 10th.
Okay, but at that point, you had met with Chloe one time.
Yep, and then met with the drivers and then met with Chloe again.
Okay, if the interview that you have with the drivers isn't until the 11th, would that refresh your recollection?
It wouldn't.
Okay.
Yeah.
Let me show. Could it have been a phone call you're thinking of?
Maybe.
Okay, so a formal interview didn't actually take place until the 11th, but you had some kind of phone calls and
Yes.
exchanges with them. Okay.
Yes.
I'll try to be a little clearer about
Yes.
that. I know there was a lot of moving parts for you in this case. All right, so, but you had you had obtained that video from the driver.
Renee.
Renee,
Connecting
prior
with hearing
to
aids. Hold on.
Interviewing them,
in-
yes.
Okay. And that interview, when you received that video, what did you do with the video?
I actually showed Chloe the video.
Okay, but you obviously watched
I can
it
lose it a
first.
whole
I
lot
did.
more.
Okay, and that became part of your case file, correct?
Yes.
All right. At this time, I would move to admit
or death?
the video from November 27th, 2020.
Any objection?
No, I do object. She didn't take the video. She's not the right person to authenticate the video. I asked that come in with Renee Driver. The fact that she had it in her case file is not the. I'm not. Sorry, Ms. Cropper. I'm not tendering it for what the contents are or the truth of the matter asserted. She received that video and she can verify that that in fact is the video that she watched and referenced and showed Chloe on December the 10th.
And this is D6. No, this is D7.
D7.
All right, I think you need to lay further foundation for it before.
Yes,
it's
ma'am.
admissible.
Sure. So you received this Facebook video, or excuse me, this video directly from Miss Driver, correct?
That's correct.
Do you remember what email it came from?
or whether it came directly from her cell phone to yours?
I don't, I'm sorry.
Can you clarify which Ms. Driver?
I'm sorry, Miss Renee Driver.
I'm sorry, I don't know if it came via text or email.
But you don't have any doubt in your mind that it came from Miss Renee Driver, correct?
Correct.
And that she had articulated to you that that was a video coming directly from her cell phone, correct?
Yes, she said she was going to be sending it.
I would again move to tender defense 6. 7.
I have the same objection, Your Honor. This witness cannot lay the foundation for what that video is, when it was taken, what was depicted in it. That needs to come from Ms. Renee Driver. Same objection.
Okay. If you can explore it any further, I'll allow it. Otherwise, I will sustain the objection to admissibility at this time.
Okay. Based on your receipt of that video, you took that video to show it to Chloe as part of your investigation, correct?
Correct.
Because it raised some concerns to you,
I
correct?
told you it'd be fast.
Yes.
And you don't have any reason to doubt that what the information was with respect to the date and time that was received directly from the file from Ms. Renee Driver, correct?
I'm sorry, say that.
That the date and time on that you didn't have any reason to believe the authentication or that it wasn't authentic, what she had sent you, meaning that there was any date or time change or anything else on that.
Now that I couldn't tell you.
Okay. But all you know is that in response to your investigation, Ms. Driver Renee Driver told you that she had this video and that she thought it was important to the case.
She thought it was important to the case. She sent it to me.
Okay. And based on that, you took that information and took that to Chloe on December the 10th and showed her that video.
I showed Chloe the video. I wanted more context on the video.
And as we saw in the body cam earlier, she indicated that that was in fact her in that video, correct?
Yes.
And that she identified herself as taking that video or being the part of that video from her mom's cell phone.
I'm assuming so.
Okay. You don't have a specific recollection, but she didn't say anything like, no, that's fake or anything like that.
All she did was wave her hand when I showed it to her.
That's as if she didn't want to see it again?
Correct.
Okay. Again, Judge, I'll move to tender defense 7.
I have the same objection. I don't think the proper foundation's been laid.
All right. I will allow D7 to be admitted over objection.
Request permission to publish, Judge.
Go ahead.
My name is Chloe Driver. It's 11/27/2020. I'm being forced to get into a truck with Dianne and Mikhail or Brian Joyce to see my daughter again because he has kept her away from me. I do not know where she is, and he won't tell me anything. He's kept her with people that I don't really know well, and I don't know what's going on with her. And I'm being forced to get in the car and go with him to be able to see her. And I don't even know if I'm actually going straight to her, but I'm doing whatever I think I can to get to her. Her name is Dianne Driver.
And that's the same video you showed her at the hospital, correct?
That's the same video I showed her.
Okay. Did Miss Renee Driver also send you some screenshots of some text messages?
Yes.
Okay. And did you make those text messages part of your case file?
I did.
Okay. And you again don't remember the specific date that you received those?
I'm sorry, I don't.
That's okay. I'm going to show you. We're on 7 now, Jonathan? 28. I'm going to show you a picture. Part B8.
This is one of the photos that she sent to me.
Okay, so Miss Renee Driver sent you that picture.
Mm-hmm.
And that again came from her cell phone or her email directly to you?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. And you made that part of your case file?
I did.
Okay. Is the person that is depicted in that particular photo the same individual you were conducting this investigation on?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Did you have any date reference in as to when that picture was in fact taken?
I do not.
We would move to admit defense 8. Is there any objection? No objection, Your Honor.
All right, it's admitted.
Going to have to publish that in just a minute, Judge.
No, really? I didn't know that.
Is this the picture that I just showed you marked as defense 8?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, and that's the picture that you said you received from Miss Driver, Renee Driver?
Yes, ma'am.
All right. All right. So on December the 9th was the very next day, and you had not gone out and talked to Chloe anytime on the 8th, correct? You were busy doing all of those interviews and everything else, but you were being apprised of what her condition and everything was?
Yes.
Okay. And you also spoke to some other individuals on the 9th. Do you recall who you spoke to?
I believe I spoke to Ben Michael. I believe I spoke to Jason and Sarah again.
Okay. When you went out to the hospital on the 9th, the purpose of going out there, you also had obtained that search warrant for her person, correct?
That's correct.
To obtain the DNA swabs?
Yes,
Okay.
on the inside of her cheek and on her hands.
Okay, and you were also going out there to take
Photos.
of Chloe for that particular, okay. When you went out there, you went over her Miranda rights again with her?
I did.
And explained to her what the purpose of that particular meeting was for?
Yes.
And that you already had the warrant and that she was, that she needed to, that you were going to do that because that a judge had already told you you could?
Yes, and
At
I put
any-
the paperwork right next to the bed.
Okay, but at any point in time, did she try to fight with you or tell you that you couldn't do that?
No.
Okay, she was cooperative with you?
Yes.
All right, and one of the first things that you told her is that you wanted to make sure that she was okay, correct?
That's correct.
All right, because at that point you had already done some initial investigation and then there were some red flags that had already been raised.
Huge red flags.
Okay, and one of the purposes aside from
He
the
was
search
red
warrant
flag.
that you communicated to Ms. Driver was that you wanted to get stuff from her body to make sure that nobody had hurt her in particular.
Also to verify paternity and maternity.
Correct, but that was one of the statements you made to her, correct?
That's correct.
All right, so that being said.
Make and lie.
Did you notice on that day that whether or not you could see her black eye?
Yes.
Okay, but you didn't document that in your report or anything until the next day?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, but it was present there on December the 9th?
Oh, yes, 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 I'm sorry.
On December the 9th, do you remember if it was her left or her right eye? Do you recall?
If she was sitting towards me, it'd be the left.
Left eye, okay.
Mhm.
And it had looked like it had been in the process of healing for some time?
Yes.
Okay. You also told her that she did not have to speak with you at any point in time, correct?
That's correct.
And you did go over that Miranda form and she did sign it and talk to you?
Yes, ma'am.
And that, she did answer all the questions you asked her, correct?
Yes.
Okay. I'm gonna show you. Some pictures. From the day. Have you identified them, okay?
Okay.
And when you went out there that day, you brought your own camera equipment and everything like that, correct?
That's correct.
All right. And then what kind of items did you bring to do the DNA testing and for the parentage?
I brought some buccal swabs and then an actual DNA swab kit.
Okay. Can you explain what a buccal swab is and how you take that?
Sure, it's just a Q-tip, a long Q-tip, and it's sealed. You open it, you put some water on it, put it in their cheek. You don't have to if you don't want to put water on it. Usually saliva is enough. And then with the DNA kit itself, to take blood, you would use water and try to swab from there.
Okay. But she was fairly cooperative with you in that whole process. You didn't have any issues with her?
I did not have any issues with her.
All right. May I approach the witness? Yes. Can you take a look at this?
These are the photos that I took that day. Yeah. Yes. Absolutely.
You would move to admit defense 8 through 12 and then publish to the jury?
All right, 8, this is 8, 9, I think 8 was
8,
already
9.
admitted.
Oh.
9, 10, 11, and 12.
I'm gonna get it right one of these days.
All right, they're admitted.
I love the accent. 9, 10, 11, and 12. Sound like some of my folk. Well, this is drama-free compared to yesterday.
All right. Can you identify what that picture is?
That is a Chloe driver.
Okay, and that's one that you took of her on December the 9th?
That's correct.
All right, is that another one of the pictures you took that particular day?
That's another one that I took that day.
Okay.
And another.
Can you identify what that picture is?
So that would be a part of her trach and the stab wounds.
Okay, and that's on her chest, the stab wound that's blocked by the air vent?
Correct. And then there's another one up by the trach area.
Right up in here?
Yes.
And what's this
I was
picture?
born in
Her back.
Tennessee.
Okay, and what was the purpose of that,
East
taking that
Tennessee,
picture?
Northern
I wanted to see if there were any stab wounds to the back as well.
Bristol, Tennessee, and I was adopted by Texas people. And within
All
1
right,
year of
when
me
you were
living with them,
there
they
and
had
after
to
you
do speech therapy.
completed
No,
taking
no,
those
no.
pictures with her, you were talking to her and she started indicating to you she wanted to communicate with you. But because of the trach in place, she could not
She could whisper.
but that was difficult for your body cam to pick up, correct?
Yes,
Which is something that you wanted to preserve.
Lived there the first
For this
4 years
case,
of my
correct.
life.
that's correct.
All right, so you went out and you got a Miranda form from another officer?
No, from my binder.
From your, but there was another officer sitting outside.
Right, but I had it in my
You
binder.
had it in your binder. And then you went back and went over the Miranda form with her, correct?
I did.
All right, and one of the first things that she asked you is she wanted to know where her baby was, correct?
That's correct.
All right, and then you had the conversation with her that the baby had passed?
Yes.
Okay. And, you know, she had asked you if the baby had survived and who was with her, correct?
That's correct.
All right. And you also asked her in that interview who did this to you, correct?
Yes,
You were still in the middle of a very active investigation, exploring all potential options, correct?
absolutely. I had tons of scenarios in my head.
Okay. And that those scenarios were still in your head, even though you had already spoken to Benjamin, Jason, Sarah, Gerald.
Absolutely.
Okay. You also indicated to her that you did not want her to or have anyone hurt her anymore, correct?
That's correct.
All right. She continued to speak with you via the writing, correct?
That's correct.
All right. She told you that he didn't do it, she did, correct?
That's correct.
All right. And that she was going insane and no longer wanted to be with his friends, but kept coming back for him. Is that?
Did you try the tea?
That's pretty accurate.
Okay. And at that point, she had not talked to anybody, correct?
Not that I'm aware of.
Okay, so she didn't have her cell phone at the hospital, correct?
She did not.
And as far as you know, she had not communicated with Benjamin or her parents or anybody up until that particular point, because she was in the ICU, correct?
That's correct.
All right, so you were kind of, aside from the hospital staff, her first kind of point of contact.
I would think so.
Okay. When she agreed to speak with you, she wrote down those answers to your questions. What was her demeanor?
I mean, as any person that was hurt would be, sad.
She was crying.
She was crying.
And at points, I think you would agree with me, she was sobbing.
Oh, yeah.
Because there were points and times where you had to go out and ask for the medical staff because things started going off in alarms in the in the room. So she was having some very real physical reactions to what she was communicating with you about.
That's correct.
Okay, and you were able to observe that, and we saw that on your body cam, correct?
That's correct.
All right. All right. So let's talk about at what point did you learn about a prior, without telling me the contents of it, learn about a prior incident with the Asheville PD?
I think Benjamin is the one who brought it up.
Okay. Did you or your sergeant, after that interview, request the law enforcement reports?
I did.
Okay. And do you remember at what point in time in your investigation you did that?
Oh, I would have done it immediately after I got back to the office.
Okay. Do you know approximately how long it was before you received those?
I don't.
Okay. But that was something that was on your radar?
Oh, yeah.
Okay. And you wanted to find out what law enforcement had to say with respect to those particular incidents, because you already had Mr. Spillers and Mr. Ben Michaels, correct?
Correct.
All right. And after seeing that video, you were concerned, correct?
Correct.
All right. So on December the 10th, let's talk about what else you did that day. Do you recall going out and seeing Chloe before talking to some other individuals that day? Or do you remember the order of how you did things that day?
I don't remember the order, unfortunately. That was
That's okay.
almost 4 years ago.
Understood.
But I did talk to a lot of people that day, yes.
Okay, so you spoke to, you were contacted by Benjamin. Okay, and I believe you've already told us Miss Renee Driver, correct?
Yes.
All right, and all of these phone calls actually are recorded, correct?
Everything's recorded.
All right, so they're all documented so that there can't be any dispute as to what was said. Is that
That's
fair?
correct.
All right. And you talked, then you went back out to talk to Chloe because you had promised her you were going to come back the next day.
And I did.
All right. And part of that was because she had asked to be able to speak with her mother and Benjamin, correct?
That's correct.
All right. And you, at that particular point in time, I think also read her Miranda warning again?
I did.
Okay. And that was prior to any of those phone calls?
Yes, I believe so.
Okay. Do you recall having any conversations with the doctors at Kennestone that day prior to talking with Miss Driver? Miss Chloe Driver.
I might have, yes.
Okay. Do you recall which doctors those were?
I'm sorry, I don't.
That's okay. Do you recall telling those doctors that the people she was associating with made her feel paranoid?
No, I don't remember that.
If there's a recording or a transcript that indicates that, you have no reason to dispute that.
I would have no reason to dispute that.
Okay. Do you recall telling the doctors about that very video we were just talking about? Do you remember talking to them at all about that?
No,
Okay, but again, if it's in a transcript of
it would be on video recording.
Okay, and again, no reason to dispute any of that. Do you recall talking to these doctors about scenarios where a mom loses a child or anything like that?
No.
Okay, but again, if there's a recording of
If
it.
there's a recording of it, then absolutely.
Okay. And talking about how sometimes women use desperate measures.
Again,
Okay, I get it's 4 years ago, but if there's a recording.
if there's a recording, then yes.
Okay. Not trying to trip you up. I'm just.
Nope, you don't have to.
So we went back and the first phone call you made was to Mr. Ben Michael, correct?
That is correct.
All right, and that was actually before you started talking to Chloe about any other questions or things you wanted to talk to her directly about, correct?
I believe so.
Okay, and you contacted him and it took a minute for him to answer the phone, correct?
Yes.
Or took, yeah, and he was kind of, I think I heard you kind of going, Ben,
Hello?
Ben?
Yeah.
Like, and at that point, he did not have his phone back, correct? It was a different
He did
phone.
not.
So that was a different phone that you had to call him on?
Yes, I think it would have been Jessica's phone that I called him on.
Phone. Okay. And in that conversation, you told him that she couldn't speak still, or could only whisper.
Correct.
And that she was going to be writing down her questions and answers.
That's correct.
And then he understood that you were kind of going to be the middleman to navigate that conversation, correct?
That's correct.
All right. And during this interaction with him, was she crying?
Certain parts, yes.
Okay. And he, started asking her questions about when she went to get the knife. Do you recall that?
I do recall that.
All right. And, she also communicated, at least at that particular point in time, it took a little bit for them to get there, but that she told him that she did not feel like she had a choice.
That's correct.
All right. And that her response, he was not really understanding of what that meant. And so she responded, I felt safest and I felt horrible. I went because I had no choice. Is that your recollection?
That's correct.
All right. And then he asked her, why did you feel like you had no choice? And then she proceeded to write out that answer to you, correct?
That's correct.
And those answers are the ones that were admitted through the state's case, that you didn't alter in any way. That's all her handwriting.
That's
correct?
all her handwriting.
All right. And in fact, you were having to kind of jumble a bunch of paper to try to keep up with her at certain points in time.
Oh yeah, she was going really fast.
All right. And she wrote down at that point in time that she couldn't handle being with the group anymore and that you left no alternative with certain threats, correct?
That's correct.
All right. So when the word threats came out, did that raise another red flag to you?
Always.
All right. And you, his response was that he wasn't sure what anyone was referring to, correct?
That's correct.
All right. And then you tell him that you asked him to be truthful because you told him that you felt she was being truthful and honest in what she was writing down and communicating with you, correct?
That's correct.
All right. And she started talking about the other girls, their teachings, and blaming herself, I guess, for the world's pain.
That's correct.
All right. And how she wanted a normal life, but she didn't kind of articulate what that meant, correct?
Yeah, I don't believe so.
Okay. And that there was something about he was constantly telling her that she kept distracting and removing. Do you remember him saying that to her or her saying that to him? And,
yes, I think she wrote it down.
And that you really weren't sure what she was talking about, but she kept reiterating that point to him. Is
That's
that fair
correct.
to say? Okay. Do you recall her writing down that, after Ben Yaman asked why, then she responded, you refuse to listen? Do you remember her saying that to him?
Yes.
All right. And telling him, how many times did I state how I felt things would go if I remained in that state? You recall that?
Yes.
And the words I think we saw earlier on the screen in her handwriting was that she screamed and begged to him, correct?
Yes.
And that you didn't take, and she thought he didn't take her seriously.
That's pretty accurate.
And that Mr. Ben Michael was repeatedly kept pressing the why question. Is that fair to say?
That's fair.
And she was answering that. She was answering with her explanations of what was going on in her mind at that time, correct?
That is what she stated.
Okay. And then one of the things that she ended up saying prior to the conversation ended is that Benjamin taught her about the messed up inner layers and the
Black magic.
that he was doing to their daughter, correct? Or to her, I think is what he said.
Right.
Okay. So you didn't know if he was talking about the child or to Chloe at that point in time.
I knew they were talking amongst each other.
Correct.
Not necessarily about Hannah.
Okay. But at that point in time, you kind of sensed that that conversation really wasn't going anywhere, correct?
It wasn't going anywhere for me.
Okay, that's fair. But it was also upsetting her
Tremendously.
It was, it was evoking a physical response.
That
with
is
her.
correct.
And so you decided that that was pretty much,
Yeah.
we're not going anywhere. And she actually said she had nothing else to say, correct?
Yes.
All right. And then at that end of that conversation, you start talking to her. The first thing I think you said is, okay, I have questions. Like you wanted to follow up on some of that stuff that you just heard.
Yes.
All right. And one of the things that you asked her about was the cuts on her hands.
That's correct.
Do you recall about how many cuts you noticed on her hand?
Just 2.
Just 2? Were there any on her left hand that you noticed?
Nope, it was just the right.
Okay. But you did make another note in that particular, on that particular day about the black eye again, correct?
I did.
All right. Did you happen to notice if any old marks or anything on her wrists?
I did not.
Martini glass?
And she you asked her about the black eye, correct?
Mhm.
And she said, I don't know.
Yeah, she said she did not know.
And it's not uncommon for people who maybe have been abused or in that way to not identify somebody that might have hurt them, correct?
That's very common.
Okay. And at this point in time, you were trying to establish a rapport with her and get her to communicate with you because you were still in the throes of this wild investigation.
Yeah, I wanted to get more context on the whole situation.
Okay. And at that particular point in time, she told you that she was in the same state of mind for about 2 months, correct?
She wrote it down. Yes,
Yeah.
she did.
All right. And that, that she indicated to you that she had felt like she kept getting worse and no one cared.
That's correct.
All right. And that was when I think you showed her that video we were talking about. And then again, that kind of evoked a
physical response again. Yes.
And emotional too, right?
Yes.
Did she turn away and not want to watch it, or she just put her hand and waved?
I think she actually turned her head and put her hand out.
Okay.
If I'm
All right.
making sense of everything. Yeah.
And based
Male
on
or
that
female
response, you followed up with that because you're trying to find out what was really going on in this relationship, correct?
I wanted to know all of the relationship. Mhm.
Okay. And you asked her at that point in time, do you feel like he is controlling you? And what did she say? Or what did she write down?
Yes.
Okay. And then you asked her if, I think it was about the CBD. There was some discussion about the CBD.
That's correct.
Because you had indicated that you had learned from one of your interviews that there was discussion about medications or something like that.
Benjamin had told me that he gave her medications.
All right. And then so you were asking Miss Chloe Driver, I'm just going to call her Chloe.
Yeah,
just go
Chloe's
that way. About the CBD.
That's correct.
All right. At that point in time,
Male or
had you
female?
located or any of the supposed CBD or anything else like that?
So when we looked in the baby bag, it was in the baby bag, but I didn't know it was CBD.
Okay.
I don't know what CBD looks like, so.
Well, let's talk about what was in the baby bag for a second. So I know we talked about the carrots and the identification and the cash and the receipts and stuff, but there actually were 2 things in that bag that were not photographed, correct?
That's correct.
All right. And one of those was the bottle that was, a bottle with a teardrop, a dropper in it, correct?
That's correct.
And then in preparation from this case, we learned that it had a label indicating it was in fact CBD, correct?
That's correct.
All right. And then there was also that little, I don't know if it was glass or plastic, but that little jar of that orange substance, correct?
That's correct.
All right. And then you understand that substance was field tested.
It was field tested, but
Okay.
not by me.
Correct. But that, it didn't field test for anything other than CBD. Are you aware of that?
I'm aware.
Okay. But those things were in that diaper bag at that time too.
Yes.
Okay. And so when she started telling you about this CBD that she had been given by Mr. Spillers or Mr. Benjamin, that stuff actually was in that diaper bag, correct?
That's correct.
All right. And that she told you that when she started that CBD, that it was an increase in paranoia, correct?
Yeah, I think she believes she said she got worse.
Yeah. And then you asked if Jason had ever hurt her, correct?
Yes,
And that was, and you were direct. You asked if it was Mr. Spillers, correct?
I did.
All right. And that was after you had already, talked to Benjamin and Mr. Spillers, correct?
That's correct.
All right. And she told you that he had hurt her maybe once or twice, correct?
That's correct.
All right. And then that's where you also learned that additional information about that Asheville incident, correct?
I had already known about the Asheville incident.
No, but that she brought it up to you.
Yes, she brought it up, yes.
Okay, because prior to that, you had learned about it from an independent source, but not necessarily had spoken to Ms. Driver about it.
Correct.
All right. And she told you at that time that she didn't trust them and that she felt scared.
Yes.
Okay. And she didn't tell you who them was, but she didn't use the, a singular in that sense. It was them.
It was just them. And I asked her who. She didn't give it to me.
She didn't want to give it to you. And that she also told you at that particular time that she just wanted to die with her daughter.
That's correct.
Okay. And throughout these 2 days that you spent with her, she was emotional.
Very.
She was crying.
Yep.
And was indicating some level of remorse for after realizing what had happened, correct?
I don't know if it was an indication of remorse, but
okay.
Yes.
But she was showing an emotional and physical
She was.
response that you could see and document. Is that-
How's this, my dear? Does that work? How does that look, Dawn? I can do whatever you need. That was fun. All right. Back to the trial.
Didn't have a cell phone.
And she was in the ICU.
That's correct.
And didn't have a phone or anything that you could tell within reaching distance from what you were
Not that I
told.
saw.
Okay. So you were able to get her mom, Renee Driver, on the phone. And there was a little bit of difficulty, at least talking to her. So she suggested to do a FaceTime.
That's correct.
All right. And so you did that FaceTime call with, on your phone?
Yes.
Okay.
On my work phone.
All right. And she immediately kind of had another emotional response to seeing her mom.
That's correct.
Okay. And upon seeing her mom, or first hearing her voice and then deciding a FaceTime call would be better, she had written down, "I'm sorry I killed her. I should have stayed."
Yes.
Okay. And then, one of the things that also came out in that was that Renee
How about that? Got that one too? All right, back to the today's court trial.
you point blank, like, did she do these injuries to herself? Because she didn't necessarily know. So she asked you that, correct? On that FaceTime call, do you recall that?
Yeah.
Okay. And that was when you communicated to her that she had, in fact, at least as far as
Which
you
one do
knew
you
from
want?
your investigation thus far, that they were self-inflicted.
That's correct.
Okay. Did you become aware of what exactly Ms. Driver's injuries were, or how many wounds there were?
So I saw the 2 wounds while taking the pictures, but I did not actually get the medical records until much later. So I did not know of the internal actually injuries until I read the reports.
Okay, but did you, when you reviewed those are the Kennestone records?
That's correct.
Okay, so did you review, when you reviewed those reports, I think you're indicating those internal injuries that would have included the collapsed lung, correct?
That's correct.
All right, but there was notes about the, I think 4 or 5 stab wounds to her neck.
Mhm.
Do you recall that?
I do recall that, yes.
Okay. And then the one on her chest. Okay. And when you took that picture of her on the side, it was because of how they had to, for surgery, do you recall which one I'm talking about? I can show you.
I know the back picture you're talking about.
Yeah, there's a bandage on her side. Do you recall if that was from one of the
I don't
wounds?
recall if it was from surgery or not. I can only assume that it was from surgery.
Okay. But she also had that trach, correct?
That's correct.
And she had a
Feeding tube.
What I can presume would be a catheter.
Yep.
And she was hooked up to the whole 9 yards.
That's correct.
All right. And so she really couldn't get up and move around on her own or anything else like that.
Not that I'm aware of.
Okay.
I get it. I used to do that for a living.
Let's talk about what else you did on December the 10th, okay?
I only used Photoshop for years.
Give me 1 second. Do you recall when you spoke to Brian's parents? Do you remember when that was?
It would have been a couple days after.
Okay. And you also talked to someone, and you don't need to tell me anything about the contents of that, but someone by the name of Lauren Paget?
I talked to a lot of people, yes.
Okay. But that name sounds familiar?
Absolutely.
Okay. Do you recall receiving an additional phone call from Jason Spillers on December the 11th of 2020?
Might have recording of it. I don't know.
Okay. But it wasn't something, you don't have an independent recollection of you calling him, reaching out to him for additional information, correct?
No.
All right. And so you got back to your office and found out that he had called and you called him back, correct?
Possibly, yes.
All right. But you don't remember the specific contents of that call?
No.
Okay. And I believe we already started talking about this, but Mr. and Mrs. Driver did not live in Georgia, correct?
They did not.
So they had been in communication with you throughout that week, correct?
That's correct.
And they had sent you some emails with additional information kind of every step of the way, correct?
Correct.
And you actually had set up a time, once you figured out that neither one of them could physically visit Chloe in the hospital, you set up a time to sit down and talk to them, correct?
That is correct.
All right. And then they came down to your office?
That's correct.
All right. And you conducted, again, another recorded interview?
That's correct.
All right. And I think you said at that particular point in time is when they might have given you another copy or given you the video at that particular time?
So I know at that particular time, she was stating that she had spoken to Ben Michael's mom and that she had some text messages. And I said, can you please send those to me?
Okay. Do you recall whether or not you received those text messages?
Yes, they're in my case file.
Oh. Okay. Do you remember reviewing them in this particular case?
Yes.
Okay, but you're saying they're part of the actual case file?
They are.
Okay. As this investigation continued, you also reached out to
Minuscule
the Bristol
amount.
Police Department, correct?
They were giving her straight
I did.
THC and CBD.
I'm going to show you.
Not just one, both. CBD is taken from the part of the plant that does not contain very much THC.
14?
THC is a chemical within the plant that makes you high.
What has been marked defense 14?
THC is a part of the marijuana plant that's illegal.
Vampir's witness? Yes.
CBD is the oil from a plant that's legal. We have to separate it.
Yep, these are both from me, and I would have submitted this to the Bristol Police Department and the Bristol Social, or Buncombe County Social Services for records.
Okay.
Yep.
All right. So one of your requests in that email was requesting information for any and all reports on Mr. Brian Elliott Joyce, correct?
That's correct.
And you also gave his alias, correct?
That's correct.
I guess he refers to that as his legal name, Benjamin Eliyahu.
That is his legal name.
Legal name, but he was born
Brian
Elliott
Joyce.
Joyce. Okay. And you provided
didn't
their
have any
his
of it.
date of
I'm
birth
allergic.
and referenced
Give
what
him
the
a
investigation
minstrel.
was for, correct?
I did.
All right. And you
I think I
also
called
indicate that you sent an
Somebody
email
that
to the
had
Buncombe
THC in it. I
County
didn't know
Social
it.
Work Services Office. And where's Buncombe County?
I believe it's in North Carolina.
All right. So then maybe the Asheville, North Carolina area?
I would assume so.
Okay. And that might have been based on the information you had learned from those Asheville police reports, correct?
That's correct.
All right. And you ultimately did receive information from both of those departments?
I did.
Okay. All right, let's talk about some of the other things that you did on the 14th of December. One of the things you did was you spoke to a young lady named Gabrielle Kuykendall, correct?
I did.
All right, and then you also spoke to another young lady named Brett Tabor, correct?
That's
Or
correct.
Tabar. All right, and actually after those conversations is when you generated those emails, correct?
That's correct.
All right, and the purpose for you when you spoke to Ms. Kuykendall was that you were concerned about an abuse aspect as far as Chloe goes. Is that what you communicated to Ms. Kuykendall?
Absolutely.
All right, and that you were interested in finding out the backstory, correct?
I wanted to know the context of the full relationship
All right, the full relationship with.
between Chloe and Benjamin.
Okay, but you also got.
Eyes get
or
sleepy,
both of those phone calls
y'all.
were in fact recorded too, correct?
That's correct.
All right, and you called Ms. Kuykendall and were asking for the backstory specifically related to Chloe, correct?
That's correct.
But also with respect to Ms. Kuykendall, correct?
That's correct.
And that's based on information you had generated thus far in your investigation. That was where your investigation was leading at that point in time.
That's correct.
All right, and you specifically asked her that you wanted to hear about why she ended up leaving that relationship, correct?
Yes.
Okay. And at that point in time, you told Ms. Kuykendall that Benjamin was not a suspect at that time.
He wasn't.
Okay, but that you believe that he could have played a part in what happened, so you were concerned about that, and that's why you wanted to talk to her.
That's correct.
All right, and that interview again was recorded.
That was recorded.
All right. I'm gonna go back to this. Let's bring up. Where are we at, John? I'm gonna move to admit number 13, Judge, the emails, tenders and exhibit.
Any objection to D13?
No.
D13 is admitted.
May I approach the witness?
Yes.
All right, Detective Cruz. We'll get there eventually. All right, I'm showing you two different documents.
That's
I'm gonna leave
correct.
those up there with you.
I know.
Identify what
That would be a good
what's
question.
marked as
Any further
defense
thoughts?
14 for me, please.
It is a financial crimes enforcement network request for research on a specific individual.
Okay, and who are the specific individuals listed in that report?
Ben Michael Benyamin and Chloe Driver, and then Christian Ministries Trust and Children of Christ Trust.
Okay. In that, is there identifying information with respect to both of those individuals?
There is.
Okay, is there identifying information with respect to the accounts or specific financial information you were seeking?
Yes.
Okay. I would at this time move to admit defense 14 and 15.
Is it two exhibits?
Yes, I did. I marked them separately.
15 is the Georgia Bureau of Investigation Analysis Center form. So this is a different form than the
Correct,
financial
but
crime
that's
form.
another one you generated on the same date and time?
That's correct.
All right, and whose names are on that one?
Brian Elliott Joyce or Benyamin.
Okay, and do you know what the dates of those requests were?
They would have been on the same date. Yeah, the same date as this one.
Okay, and I think that's December 14th?
That's correct.
And that this is just a process that you have to go through as a law enforcement agency to obtain sensitive information like financial information or that kind of thing. You just can't serve a subpoena on that kind of thing.
You cannot do that.
All right,
yes.
so you have to submit those forms to the GBI and let them kind of vet that information before they'll release that to you, correct?
That's correct.
All right. At this time, I'll move to tender those as exhibits.
No objection.
Events 14 and 15 are admitted.
We would request to publish, Judge.
Yes.
All right, so this is just the page one, which is the face sheet with your information, correct?
That's correct.
All right, and part of this process, you actually have to get your supervisor to certify that they are in support of you doing this, correct?
That's correct.
And in order to do that, there's got to be some sort of basis or in the investigation to do that. Like you just can't.
I can't submit it on my own.
Okay. And the investigative information in this particular case was sought for a criminal investigation, correct?
That's correct.
All right. And the subject information, as you've already told us, was that this was for Benyamin Eliyahu Ben Michael.
That's
And-
correct.
And you provided the identifying information that you had, and also known as, I think it's the Orion Christ Trust.
Correct.
All right. And that's the name of one of the trusts that you would come across in your investigation, correct?
That's correct.
All right. And the next one is is Miss Drivers, correct?
That's correct.
All right. And there was also some additional information regarding these trusts that you would come across in your investigation, correct?
That's correct.
And then one of them included this Christian Ministries Trust?
Yes.
Okay, and then the next one was the Children of Christ Trust, correct?
That's correct.
And they all have the same address. Did you notice that?
No, they didn't. One was Tamiami Trail, and then this one was Bristol, Connecticut. That's Sarasota, Florida.
Correct, but the
Jacksonville, Florida was, Bristol was for Chloe's driver's address, and then his address was in Clinton, Connecticut.
Okay, but they were all related to those trusts, correct? They had different addresses.
Different
related-
addresses,
depending
different
on which
trust
trust.
names.
Okay, and different bank accounts that you could tell.
That I could tell.
Okay, and the one bank account that you were able to ascertain with respect to Mr. Ben Michael and Miss Driver was that Wells Fargo account that we talked about earlier, correct?
Not
Correct.
sure.
And that account is the one that ended in the
Question.
6656, correct?
Correct.
And that one was identified as the Children of Christ Trust,
I
correct?
didn't say.
That's correct.
All right, and during your investigation in this matter, that you had learned that one of the things Ms. Driver was saying was that Mr. Ben Michael had her take out a loan or like the economic COVID loan at this particular point in time. That was one of your questions.
That
That's
was correct.
one of the, I think 501c something that they were running as these spirituality nonprofits, whatever you want to call
Correct.
them. All right. And so your investigation led you to request those financial aspects because it was part of this case, correct?
Correct.
All right. And then we were shown some receipts earlier today regarding this Wells Fargo account.
Mm-hmm. She's a good detective.
Well, let me ask you this while the state looks those over. Did you turned over those phones for the cell phone dumps with the sheriff's office, correct?
That's correct.
Did you ever review those reports from the phone dumps at all?
I might have.
Okay.
Again, it was 4 years ago, so I'm sorry.
Okay.
I don't remember.
You don't remember if those were part of it? Okay. All right. That's okay. Do you want me to mark them separately or? Are you gonna, well, do we need to take them up individually or? No. Okay. I'm going to show you what I'm marking as D16. This is, I told you might need your reading glasses, so we'll test your sight.
I'll be okay.
All right.
Says Children of Christ Trust, Chloe A. Driver, TTE, Benjamin Ben Michael, TTE, Virginia. Account terms and conditions apply. And then they have a $98,600 balance, or actually minus $101,199.87, which leaves them $207.13.
And can you read what the last four digits of that account number were?
Sure, 6656.
Okay, so that Wells Fargo account.
Do you want me to read these two?
We'll get to that.
Okay, perfect.
So that Wells Fargo account that we were talking about earlier actually had Mr. Benjamin and Michael's.
It feels like 6 o'clock to me.
And it was under the Children of Christ.
Feels like
as
it.
well, correct?
That's correct.
We close the office at
All right,
6:30.
so you want to identify the next one?
This says Wells Fargo, account number 6656, available balance $99,907.90. And then it has.
I think I may go home and go straight to bed tonight.
Okay. And on the bottom, can you?
But I can't. I got homework to do.
Yeah, does it identify another trust associated?
It does. They are transferring from the Lorian Christ Trust, $50,000. And it looks like 2 transactions, but it might just be one.
Okay, but what are the dates on those?
10/2/20. Okay. And then this one is an everyday checking from Wells Fargo, checking number 5702. Bill balance $544.79 on that way to save one, and then the 6656 everyday checking $99,907.90.
Okay, so that 6656 account has both of their names on it under a trust.
Please?
Under a trust.
Okay. Let's see. Judge, I'll move to admit defense 16 at this time and request to publish. Yes, ma'am.
No objection.
Oh, I know. You did good.
Trying to move that up, there, but if that's
Surprised
the
any of
information that
us
you
were
just read?
here after
Yes.
last
Okay.
night. Catching up with me though.
all right. And then again, that's the everyday checking that ended in the 6656 that we were talking about.
That's correct.
And then there's reference that they were transferring, someone at least was transferring, scroll down here.
Terry Gar passed
The
away.
$50,000,
Aw.
potentially 2 times
Potentially.
from the Lori and Christ Trust.
That's correct.
All right, and then you
Probably
previously
30
testified
before I
in
actually
the
know.
financial documents that I
Three?
showed you that you were requesting,
Maybe
one of
closer to
the
3.
entities you were investigating was that Lori and Christ Trust, correct?
That's correct.
And that's the one that it appears to be in Mr. Benjamin Ben Michael's name, correct?
That's correct.
All right. And then this is just the 2 different accounts you just referenced. Okay.
That's correct.
All right.
I want something I can't have. I'm craving cake. Can't have it. Doesn't help that all I see on my screen are commercials for cake or pop-ups for cake.
Okay.
Excuse me. I'll get my second wind in a minute. Hopefully without the use of coffee.
I'm going to go back to these receipts that are states 114, 113, and the overall picture in 112, okay?
You know what? I have
Yeah, first
pineapple.
witness?
I can have some pineapple.
Yep. All right. With those particular transactions, can you tell me
Same
what
here.
the date of those transactions were?
11/26, 11/26, and this was of 2020, and then this one says 12/1 of 2020.
Okay. And at this point in your investigation, you were familiar with the 2 incident dates from the Asheville Police Department, correct?
Correct.
All right. And one of those dates actually is the November 26, 2020 date, correct?
Correct.
All right. And do you have any indication on those receipts where the transactions took place, or have any idea where that might be?
It's a location that says Ware Bridge.
Okay. But that's the same, those 2 withdrawals for the $800 and $200 are the same dates as one of the Asheville police incidents that you were investigating, correct?
Correct.
All right.
This is where it got
All
me
right, so I
started.
know that you had testified that you submitted the phones for examination,
I'm gonna
correct?
get you pineapple.
And that's done by someone at the sheriff's office because they have a specific program for that, correct?
Correct.
But you don't have any independent recollection of reviewing specific instances regarding what was in the contents of any of those people's phones, correct?
So I did review the phones. I know that for a fact, because I did get Google searches and things of that nature off of Chloe Driver's phone.
Okay.
And that's in my report. But as far as the context of reviewing them for finances and things of that nature, no.
So you reviewed text messages, phone.
I reviewed a lot of things.
Okay,
Let's just
so
say
it's
that.
possible, I'm not asking if you remember the
I
specific
can't remember the
contents.
specifics.
All right, but you remember reviewing the text messages or the contents of those in particular individuals' phones, correct?
Correct.
All right. And do you recall any specific messages that stood out in your mind with respect to Ms. Driver and Mr. Benjamin?
No, I'm sorry.
Okay. All right, and you reviewed. Okay. Do you recall reviewing Facebook messages or anything like that?
And again, I've submitted a search warrant for that, and I probably reviewed it, but I cannot remember the context.
Okay, but if it was pulled directly from those phones into what we call the Cellbrite
program,
then you wouldn't have any reason to dispute what was returned on that, correct?
I would not.
And one of the things you do when you seize people's phones is put them immediately in airplane mode, correct?
Oh, for sure.
Because so then they can't remotely disable them or stop you from downloading whatever's in there, like erase it remotely.
Correct.
All right. And in this particular case, you don't have any specific recollection of those particular messages, but you do recall probably reviewing them in some sort of context based on what you were investigating.
That's correct.
All right. So you don't have any recollection, but you wouldn't dispute that if Ms. Driver sent text messages to Mr. Brian Joyce when he had Hannah in November of 2026 or November 26, 2020, correct? You wouldn't have any reason
I
to
wouldn't dispute any of that stuff.
All right. One of the things in those messages is that Ms. Driver sent to Mr. Benyamin, I know Peggy promised to keep in touch with me, but wouldn't respond to simple things because she had never been there. Everybody is under your spell. Who is Peggy? Do you remember in this investigation who Peggy was?
So Peggy was apparently a friend of Z or Benyamin and a friend of Jason Spillers from Asheville, if I'm not mistaken.
And one of the things you knew about this particular case is that based on that video, there was allegations that the child had been taken from Chloe at some particular point in time.
That's correct.
And that time period was approximately November 26th through the 28th or something to that degree from what you could tell?
Correct.
All right. So Ms. Driver sent a message to Mr. Ben Michael via Facebook that said, I didn't think you would ever take Nimsy away from the breast. You wouldn't have any reason to dispute that, correct?
I would not have any reason to dispute that.
All right. The same thing if Ms. Driver told him that she just wanted to peacefully leave my parents' house and get a catch of breath with Nimsy, correct? You don't have any reason to dispute that?
I would not dispute that.
And Nimsy, again, is what they referred to as Hannah?
Yes, that was her nickname they gave her.
And one of the things she communicated to Mr. Benyamin, it was that he had told her that she'll never see her parents again or never see Nimsy again. You would have no reason to dispute
I would have no
that.
reason to dispute that either.
But that seems to be kind of along the context of the information you had received in the investigation, is that there was allegations that he had taken her from him or from her, and that she was not in agreement with that at all.
No, and I believe when I interviewed him, he stated that he took Nimsy.
Okay. One of the other things that you were concerned about was whether or not she was being controlled by this individual in the relationship, correct?
I was definitely investigating all of that.
And one of the things, well, let me jump back. When you interviewed Eric and Renee Driver on December the 11th, and then you went down to see Chloe after that interview, correct?
That's correct.
And you talked about not giving her Miranda rights, particular that time, because the purpose of your visit was to allow her to speak with her parents, correct?
That's correct.
All right. And in that particular thing, her dad was begging Chloe to open up to you and tell you what was really going on.
He wanted her to tell me the full story, but he also wanted to talk to her about getting an attorney.
Correct. But part of that conversation, yes, involved getting an attorney, but was also telling her that she needed to tell you everything about what was going on.
Yes, he wanted me to have her talk about what, I guess, Ben Michael was doing.
Okay. But she at no point at that particular time said that she wasn't going to talk to you or answer those questions, right? She continued to talk freely that particular day, even though her dad was asking her to get an attorney. She continued that conversation.
She was just talking to her dad.
Okay. But she didn't stop that conversation when he said any of that, correct?
No.
All right. And that she was wondering, or that he was concerned about explaining the full situation of the control and all of that stuff. He was trying to
have her not protect him.
Okay. Thank you.
That's what I gathered from his comment to her.
Okay, but it's not uncommon for somebody that may be in that type of situation to want to protect somebody, correct? And not disclose that to somebody like law enforcement?
Probably. They didn't like law enforcement, so.
Okay. One of the other Facebook messages he and Ms. Driver exchanged in November of 2020 is that she said to him, "I'll see her when it's correct, not under complete planned control by you. You planned for this to happen from the start." Is that, you have no reason to?
I have no reason to deny that.
And then one of the last messages with respect to that exchange, which these are all in the cell phone dump and cell phone records that have already been previously admitted as evidence, that you stole a baby away from her mom. Congratulations. Again, consistent with everything that you had already been hearing in the course of this investigation, correct?
Correct.
All right. Some of the things
I love
that she was
pineapple.
concerned about, or at least appeared that
I love pineapple juice.
she wanted to get, at least through those messages, get a break away from him with her daughter, with her parents. Is that a fair assessment?
I would assume so.
Okay. Some of these messages seem to indicate that there was at least, some power struggle or elements of coercion or control to manipulate how he would be able to see her daughter again, correct?
Your Honor, I'm going to object to her asking this witness to speculate about conclusions versus just comment on what the actual evidence was.
I can move on.
Rephrase your question.
Yes, ma'am. You would agree with me that the context of those were not ones in which he was agreeable to returning the child. There was some element that there would need to be some sort of compromise on his terms. Is that a fair assessment?
I would assume so.
Okay. Do you recall any text messages or Facebook messages about Chloe telling him that she was coming to get her back, even if it took a year or two to get her back?
And again,
if it's in there, it's in there.
If it's in there, it's in there.
Okay. And so it became at least abundantly clear based on your investigation and what Ms. Driver had conveyed to you that she was, at least with respect to that incident, wanting to get her daughter back.
That's correct.
And that was actually consistent with what you had read in some of those Asheville Police Department reports, correct?
That's correct.
All right. If I can have just a second.
Next witness. Get the husband up there.
Those
Wait
Asheville
for him.
police reports, you reviewed them, correct, in the context of this particular case, correct?
Yes.
And were the law enforcement reports the only items that you received with respect to that case? Do you remember if you received any photos or any witness statements or anything else other than the law enforcement reports?
None that I'm aware of.
Okay. Did you ever reach out and speak to the Asheville investigator with respect to the November 25th incident?
No, I don't believe I did.
Okay. So you didn't make any attempt to contact Ms. Torres or anybody else? You just kind of took what those reports had in them and conducted your investigation from there?
And again, yeah, it was a long time ago, so I don't believe I spoke to Ms. Torres.
Okay, but you took that information that you had received early on in this investigation and kind of used that to kind of create a pathway and how you were looking at this case, correct?
So yes.
And one of the first things that seemed to be abundantly clear in this case, aside from the initial response that it was a murder-suicide investigation, one of the things you were concerned about from the beginning was Ms. Driver's mental health, correct?
Yes.
And you actually had some conversations with Mr. and Mrs. Driver about psychological evaluations and all of that stuff and, how it could play out going forward.
Yeah, I asked if she was ever evaluated when she was younger and things of that nature.
Right, but there was also talks about like when because she was hospitalized, making sure that some of those things were addressed while she was in the hospital, correct? with the psychological evaluation by Dr. Chowdhury or anything else like that?
Yeah, they were going to do all of that.
They were going
yes.
to do all that. So that was one of the things in your mind that when you continued to investigate this case was kind of on the forefront. Like that was something you were actually investigating, correct?
Correct.
And that also one of the things that you were investigating throughout this situation was the fact that Miss Driver was potentially a victim of abuse.
I was investigating everything.
Right, and that included because she had the black eye. You have to answer all that.
Absolutely.
Okay, and
Okay,
she
well,
had
Butter,
indicated to you
what's going
that
on?
that she felt like she was being controlled.
That's correct.
And you are a detective, obviously, but you are also, you've received special certifications with respect to domestic violence training, correct?
I have.
And some of those certifications include the ability to, spot some of those things that the average citizen wouldn't necessarily agree or see on their own.
That's correct.
And based on that training and experience is kind of what led you down this path with Miss Driver, correct?
That's correct.
And it's not uncommon for somebody who presents with a physical injury to either deny or not offer an explanation as to what had happened. Is that fair?
It's not uncommon.
And it's not uncommon for a person to not want to talk to law enforcement about what level of abuse or control that they had in fact experienced, correct?
That's correct.
And it's not uncommon for, especially in a conversation where it involves a potential abuser, for them to withhold information in that context as well.
That's correct.
And, in that phone call with Mr. Ben Michael, Chloe was answering and asking questions.
That's correct.
And she was trying to say certain things, but at the same time, it appeared that she might be holding back some things. Is that a fair assessment?
That's a fair assessment.
And you continued even after that to continue to investigate that particular aspect of that relationship, correct?
I did.
And that included leading you down the road to contacting Bristol Police Department, correct?
That's correct.
To talk to that Brett Tabor, correct?
That's correct.
The allegations and or talking to Miss Lauren Padgett.
That's correct.
And Miss Gabriella Kuykendall.
That's correct.
All right. And that path also took you down this financial road.
Yes, it did.
Which I'm sure when you first started investigating this case that you didn't even think that that was a possible animal in this case.
No.
And then ultimately you were able to generate some information about it, but that's kind of where it ended, correct?
Correct.
You didn't ultimately do any referrals to any law enforcement agencies with respect to the information you obtained in that particular that part of your investigation, correct?
So one thing that when I submit for GBI or GSIAC, and then also for the FINRA, they do a separate investigation as well. So when you open up a request or inquiry, they should also do an investigation.
Okay, so they may have done.
They might have. I don't know.
But you don't know ultimately what happened to it.
Nope.
In any way, shape, or form.
I don't.
All right. So how long have you been a detective now?
Going on almost 6 years.
Okay. And prior to that, you worked on the road, right?
I did.
All right. How long were you on the road?
2 years.
All right. And during that road experience, you encountered, I'm sure, several victims of domestic violence, correct?
Is everything okay?
Okay. And that so based on your experience and what happened with Miss Driver, you don't have any reason to dispute that it's not uncommon for them to cover for their abuser.
I don't have any reason to dispute that.
Okay. And it's not uncommon for somebody to want to communicate with that abuser, correct?
Correct.
And not, or to continue to take steps to try to get away from that abuser, correct?
Correct.
And that sometimes it takes multiple attempts to break that cycle, correct?
That's correct.
And sometimes that involves setting up a separate checking account or doing stuff without their partner knowing, correct?
That's correct.
All right. So it's not uncommon in your experience for individuals to not be successful the first time they get away from their abuser, correct?
That's correct.
All right. And it wouldn't be uncommon for a person to continue to talk to that abuser just based on an emotional connection to them, correct?
That's correct.
Despite what they may or may not have done to them.
That's correct.
All right, and that's what,
You're good.
it's generally called what, a cycle of
Wanna make sure.
violence?
It is a cycle of violence.
Okay, thank you. I have no
Yeah.
further questions.
Redirect.
Were you investigating any acts of domestic violence committed in Cherokee County?
No, I was not.
Was there any evidence of any acts of
Okay,
domestic violence
Dr.
ever
Culpepper.
committed in your
Thank
jurisdiction?
you.
No.
Okay. So when she used the broad
You are
term of were you
awesome.
investigating this, was
Thank
this
you.
just to provide context to the murder of Hannah Driver?
That's correct.
Okay. And when you looked at all angles of the history of the relationship, the financials, everything that you reviewed, is that what led you to your conclusion to charge Miss Driver with the offense of murder against her daughter?
That's correct.
She indicated earlier, she asked you a question about why you ended the conversation between Benjamin and Miss Driver, and she said the conversation wasn't really going anywhere, and you said it wasn't going anywhere for me.
Definitely not.
And was it your purpose of facilitating that communication at that time to focus on what happened to Hannah?
Correct.
And in terms of the relationship and Miss Driver's decision whether to stay or go, or her participation in this cult or not, did those things in any way impact your assessment of who killed Hannah Driver and what happened surrounding the death of Hannah Driver?
No.
Okay. I have nothing further. Thank you.
Any further cross-examination?
Just a Detective Cruz, I never asked you if you were investigating any specific acts of domestic violence with respect to Chloe Driver in this particular jurisdiction, correct?
Correct.
But you would agree with me that any acts of domestic violence with respect to an individual that you're currently investigating, regardless of jurisdiction, is relevant to your inquiry, correct?
Everything's relevant to inquiry.
And at no point in time was Ms. Driver ever trying to negate the physical act of what happened, correct? She was telling you that she had killed her child, correct?
She did tell me she killed her child.
But she was talking to you about why that happened, correct?
Yes.
And what was going on in her mind, correct?
Yes.
And that what she had experienced with Mr. Benjamin Ben Michael, as much as she was willing to offer to you.
As much.
Okay. So you would agree with me that, yes, you were investigating the death of Hannah Driver, correct? But a defendant's mental state and what has happened to them is relevant in the course of that investigation, correct?
In context.
Correct. But it is part and parcel of what we're doing here today, correct?
I would say so.
And so investigating a defendant's acts of or domestic violence against a defendant or or the mental health status or anything else is just one part of your investigation for everybody to consider, correct?
It's just one piece.
Thank you.
Anything else with this witness?
No, nothing further.
All right, you can step down. Thank you. And we are going to take a recess then at this time until 3 o'clock. So leave us your notepad. You can step downstairs if you'd like to, but be back in the jury room at 3 o'clock. Thank you.
Woohoo! We got a break. Okay, I am throwing up the National Domestic Hotline. You'll see that periodically. I think it's important, especially in cases like this. If you guys are not a part of our Discord, I don't think I have it. Maud, can you put our Discord link? I have not been as due diligent in Discord because I had to learn how to use Discord. One of the things that happened when I started doing this, unexpectedly doing this, sorry, I had no idea how to do this. And I had a lot of people, wait a minute. So I had a lot to learn. And so now, thank you, Ronnie. We do have some places in my personal Discord. We have something called the Ada Corner where you can ask me any question and I'll communicate. We have an interpreter corner. So if you have a deaf person, they can communicate, or if you have questions about American Sign Language or deafness. We have breaking news. We have the Discord rules. We have a hurricane check-in because we had a lot of people in that area. We have a members chat, which is fun. Everybody can just go in and chat. Just be respectful. We have a recipe section, which is cool. I want y'all to throw recipes in there. That's fun. And then we do actually have what's called a support group. So if somebody is going through a difficult time in their life and they need someone to chat, put it in there to a point, and then I'll respond, or one of us who feel led to communicate with you to do so. Okay. But I got new unreads. Where's that member chat? Yep. So we got people chatting in there right now. So that is really a good place for us to be able to say things we cannot say on YouTube. And I encourage that a lot. It's a good place to get to know each other. If you were a mod, we have a mod corner, and that's where mods can communicate back and forth how to do things, where to find things, also drop some new things. We have a mod schedule. If you are a mod, you don't have to put details, but just let me know when you know for sure you're available to mod, because if I have a problem, I could hop on over there and get some assistance. You'll see how some people have done it. Live communication, that's for mods to communicate with me if we have a problem going on, a connective issue, my sound's too loud, something's going on. That is strictly for communicating with me while we are live. Okay, vitally important. But we have a fabulous Discord group. Invite you guys to go over and join that if you would, please. Yeah, the detective definitely doesn't want to be there. There's our Discord. Well, do you know what? All of them, any good detective is there not to judge, just to get information. Yep. That is true. But I also find that she was being very kind and gentle with her. I was very impressed. Why are we having a problem with my chat on my stream? Let me go and see if I have a setting. Let me go into my YouTube thing. Go into community. That's not it. I need someone to help if we're having a problem. I don't know how to fix this. What are we having a problem with? Are we having a problem with, let's see. I don't know how to fix that. If somebody knows, please tell me. I will be happy to fix it. Let me go up community. Okay, Miss Kevin shares that she's doing better today. They have appointments for the pediatrician and the kids tomorrow. They're resting and take it easy. She's had a migraine for 3 days. Let's see, where were y'all at? Okay, I've asked Miss Kevin to look at it when she feels better. Because I don't know how to fix that. I apologize, guys. I'm trying to do my best, but that is not my wheelhouse. Not my wheelhouse. Customization, maybe? Nope. Are you having a hard time hearing me? I hope not. I'm trying to figure out how to fix the situation with y'all's chats. Let me go to content. Go to this particular live. It's not that I see a problem. I see that y'all are having a problem. I have no restrictions on. I'm trying to see if there's a place to do this. Not maybe. Yes, it does. No, it doesn't. Comments are on. Okay, I'm going to do something. I just refreshed it. Check and see if the newest is on there instead of top chats. See if that fixed it. I may have fixed it, y'all. But it's going to suck if I have to go back and do this every video. There are word restrictions we cannot use. But go back. Let's go back and look at the comments. I think I have it set where the newest comment will show and not the top. So those who are having problems, refresh your page and let me know if it worked, please. I think I just fixed it. We'll see. We'll see. We'll see. Okay, let's go back to this cray-cray testimony.
This is like the same type of thing is happening inside of your body. We're talking about like antibacterial, you know.
How long have you been engaging in that practice as like a, do you consider it a healing practice or like a health routine?
Well, to me, it was a healing practice at first. And I would say that the first year, it took me probably like 6 months to a year. But actually, I would say maybe a little less than that. I think for some individuals, they would probably, that would be a healing practice for at least a year. But I was considerably healthier and more fit than the average individual. Okay. Like I said, I've been filtering my water, all the fluoride and chlorine out of my water for like 20 years since I was in high school.
Okay.
Like I started these practices very young. I just realized that, it's like, would you like to have toxic waste and heavy metals in your water, or should we filter these out? You know, I mean, it doesn't really take a genius to figure this out. Like, we should be taking these steps to heal ourselves and to and not only heal ourselves, but as a health practice. So I'd say, like, for the average individual, I think their first year of urine therapy would be more of like a healing, but I use it to maintain my body still to this day.
And did you start urine therapy practice before you met Z?
No, actually, but I didn't learn about it from Z. I learned about it from Peggy.
Okay.
Yeah. And then I started drinking my urine, and after about a month, I was, Z never even mentioned that.
Okay.
But after I had been drinking my urine for about a month or something, I was like mentioning it to Z, and he's like, oh yeah. He's like, yeah, we do that too.
Okay.
You know, so I actually know a couple dozen individuals who drink their urine regularly.
A couple dozen? Okay.
Yeah, sure do.
And as far as Z and Kuwani and Shalig and Gami, did they all participate in urine therapy also?
As far as I know.
Okay. Did you ever know of anybody be forced to participate in that practice?
No, I didn't, actually. All the individuals that I've met, or it's kind of like one of those things that's like, oh, I didn't even know about that. You know, like I didn't know until Peggy told me.
Mm-hmm.
And then I started doing my research online, and it turns out there's a lot more people that do it than, like, there's this guy who I really respect online. His name's Troy Casey. He's a certified health nut. He's like an influencer on Instagram. And so he and like several other individuals, they really promote like urine therapy. They do it all the time.
Okay.
You know, so it's like, it's a little more mainstream than, you know, you would think. And unless you know about it, and then you hear about it and it's like, oh, this is a lot more mainstream than I thought.
Mm-hmm. You already kind of just spoke about the sort of group's collective views on medicine, or traditional medicine.
Sure.
Were there any other types of healing practices to either like center themselves or strengthen their mind or their body that you were aware of?
Gosh, I mean, I personally use all kinds of, like, I use Rife machines. I've watched people have miraculous healings from Rife machines.
And what is that?
A Rife machine is a frequency generator developed by Royal Raymond Rife in the early 1930s at the University of San Diego, Southern California. And this man found that, and you can do your research on this, anybody who's interested. This man found that
no, we're not interested.
When
we are here as a
exposed
jury.
to certain
Not
that
for
everything
you to
has a frequency
educate
and
us on your own
vibration,
private.
because that's the nature of reality. It's just an atomic
we're not
structure.
interested.
And so to understand the fundamentals of science, which we're all taught in
Google it if
school,
we
but
are.
it just doesn't seem to sink in to a lot of people, you know, that everything that we're experiencing right now, the air is mostly nitrogen and the matter's it's mostly carbon. So we have a atomic pixelated holograph reality, and these things have been written about from, you know, the 1927 Solvay Convention in physics and beyond, even to Michael Talbot and Carl Sagan, who write about the nature of reality. And so everything has a frequency and vibration, including illnesses inside of the body. And so this man, Royal Raymond Rife, was able to find that these illnesses, specifically tumors and things like MS and certain other illnesses, have a certain vibrational frequency. And when exposed to certain frequencies, now we're talking about particles and waves, which is, you know, another foundational cornerstone of science, of the understanding of science, quantum physics, and reality. When you have the particulate matter of a tumor inside of your body, it may be exposed to the wavelengths of certain frequency vibrations, and it destroys tumors. I've watched some pretty miraculous healings, people being on their deathbed to walking around cancer-free.
Were those things that?
No, that's just me.
Okay.
You know, I'm just introducing this to, you know, to the world.
Okay.
Here, right now.
Let me ask you about, and I mean, I've got to just keep
but
it.
Z knows about frequency Z knows about Rife machines too.
Okay.
You know, so I'm just curious, like, which ones?
Let me ask a more direct question.
Yeah, please.
Are you aware of them using any type of sensory deprivation or dark therapy?
Dark therapy, yeah, from the teachings of Montauk Chia.
Okay, can you
Absolutely.
tell me about that?
Okay, so I did dark therapy in September of 2020. I actually did it after I left Connecticut. I had like a small bungalow style house. And so I taped off the bedroom and the bathroom. And I blacked out all the windows, and I retreated into into a meditative place for 432 hours.
Okay. And was meditation or sensory deprivation or dark therapy, was that something that Z and the 3 women also subscribed to and participated in?
Z did dark therapy like 10 years ago.
Okay.
You know, he did dark therapy, but at the time when I met them, none of the women had done dark therapy.
Okay.
Gamliana was the first one to do it, and she did it for 2 weeks at my house in November of 2020.
Okay.
Like she was the only one to have done that at that point.
What brought about her doing that? Did she want to do that, or was she made to
Absolutely.
do that?
No, definitely not.
Okay. So
Like Z never made them do anything like that. Like,
Okay.
I mean, it's like they volunteered because they're interested in the same type of achievement. I know Shayla did the dark therapy for a very long time.
Okay.
She went into the dark for like 2 months.
Okay.
Yeah. And she's will speak highly of it, but she was seeking that. She was seeking, I mean, Z didn't say, go be in the dark. It's like, that's not the thing.
And in practice of dark therapy or sensory deprivation, do you come out of it whenever you feel ready, or is it something that like you're locked in even if you don't want to do it?
No, what you're asking is like a personal question about the individual who's embarking on.
All right, we're getting back to it. I kind of spaced out. I guess I don't remember the dark room therapy.
All right, call your next witness, please.
Dianne Jarrett.
If I'm having a migraine, I'll do that. But
Can you raise your hand? Do
Strange.
solemnly swear or affirm the testimony you shall give will be the truth, the whole truth, and
Dang
nothing
it,
but
I
the truth,
want
so
the
help you God.
husband.
I do. Okay, can I see?
let's get
Can you
a
state your name and
husband.
spell it?
It's Deanna Jarrett,
Are they divorced?
DeANNA JARRETT.
And Ms. Jarrett, how are you employed?
I'm a senior investigator assigned to the Special Victims Unit with the Cherokee County District Attorney's Office.
Right. And what does it mean to be an investigator with the District Attorney's Office?
We gather all things involved in an investigation. We request and gather the reports, the videos, 911 calls. So basically, we just gather everything, medical records, and we compile that to assist in the prosecution of the case.
Okay. Are you a post-certified police officer?
I am.
All right. And how long have you been employed with the District Attorney's Office?
I've been with the District Attorney's Office for 14 years.
All right. And prior to that, how were you employed?
I started my career in 2002 with the Cherokee County Sheriff's Office.
Right.
And then I left there in 2010 and came to the District Attorney's Office.
Okay. And in terms of the function of your role as a post-certified investigator with the District Attorney's Office, what does that look like in terms of working together with the investigating agency, like in this case, Canton Police Department? Once they make an arrest, how does that sort of impact your role and how you interact with that agency?
So we are here to assist the law enforcement agencies during or after the arrest. We further investigate because once they make the arrest, they still investigate the case, but there's some things that they can't do that we are able to further investigate, such as reviewing, in this case, cell phone extractions and listening to jail calls and things like that. We have a good relationship with our local law enforcement officers, and they usually involve us on the front end, which is very helpful to the investigation and prosecution of the case.
Okay. How long have you been involved in this case?
Since the incident date of December the 8th of 2020.
Okay. And what was your involvement in that case on December the 8th?
So the Special Victims Unit was created in October of 2020, and I was assigned as the investigator to the unit. Oftentimes, law enforcement will reach out to us with certain cases, and they reached out to us in this case. And so members of our office traveled to the Canton Police Department on the incident date.
On December the 8th?
Yes.
Okay. What was happening at the police department when you went there on December the
They were conducting the interviews. All parties were brought to the Camp Police Department for interviews to further the investigation.
Okay. Did you participate in those interviews or just observe?
I just observed those interviews.
Okay. And have you been consistently assigned as the investigator on this case with the district attorney's office since that date?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And you mentioned that sort of one of your responsibilities as an investigator with the district attorney's office is to review the evidence that gets provided, including cell phone extractions. Did you do that in this case?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And we talked about Ms. Driver's cell phone in State's Exhibit 115. As part of your work on this case, did you receive the complete cell phone extraction from that device?
Yes, ma'am, I did. I collected those from the Camp Police Department, their evidence department.
Okay. And we heard testimony from Lindsay Harris, the digital forensics expert who extracted that device. But when you are going through the device, are you familiar with what's known as the UFED reader?
Yes, ma'am.
And what is that?
So the UFED reader, it actually allows us to open the cell phone extraction itself, and we're able to view the items within the cell phone. It actually allows us to search for certain terms and create reports like searched items, text messages. We can narrow down the search and pull and create reports.
Okay. And so when you were starting sort of your analysis and generating of smaller reports from that device, I think we previously heard there was an 84,000 page report generated at one point by Ms. Harris. But as it relates to narrowing it to a more relevant scope to the allegations in this case, did you have a sort of a starting point for what you were looking at?
I did. So in Detective Cruz's report, part of my job is also to review all the reports. And in reviewing those, she had completed a search, and she notated in her report that she had searched the cell phones and she had located some terms that were searched in the phone. So what I did is I took the phone and I further searched those items and pulled the reports. Because Detective Cruz, she did not pull the reports, but she did notate that she observed those items within the phone.
Okay. And when you use the term pull the reports, are you meaning generate like a smaller report with specific criteria pulled from the phone?
Yes, it forms a PDF, a viewable PDF form.
Okay. I'm going to hand you. Members witness? Yes. I'm going to hand you State's Exhibit 128 through 132. Can you look at these and tell me whether you recognize those documents?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. What are these?
These are the reports that I generated using the UFED reader, using key terms.
Okay. And do these truly and accurately reflect condensed data that you pulled from the phone extraction from Chloe Driver's device here, States 115?
Yes, ma'am.
Your Honor, at this time I would tender States 128 through 132. No objection.
All right, 128 through 132 are admitted.
I'd like to publish States Exhibit 128.
Go ahead.
All right, Jarrett. What are we looking at here?
So this is an extraction report that I generated. And so the searched item was kill. And so this is the report that the UFED reader generated.
Okay, so you were able to go into that UFED reader, do a search term for the word kill, and these were the things that populated?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, so in item number 1, the left column where they're numbered, what was the term searched on her phone?
Killing somebody to save them.
Okay, and what was the date of that?
November the 25th of 2020.
Okay. And then in 2 and 3, we see the same search terms?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And then in line 4, what was searched?
Killing because the world is fake.
All right. And this is a 1-page report that you generated with 8 searched items. Was that all of the information that related to the word kill?
Yes, ma'am. As far as the searched items, yes, ma'am.
Okay, you said as far as the searched items, are there different places in the phone or categories of content you can go look in?
There are on the left-hand side when you're doing or you're searching the phone. There are different categories that you can search within. You can search within text messages. You can search within web history, web searches, and you can also search in searched items. So this was inside the searched items in the phone.
Okay, so you narrowed the word kill in the things that had been searched on that phone.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. All right, and I'm going to publish States Exhibit 129. What are we looking at in States Exhibit 129?
This is an extraction from the cell phone. Neck was the key term used. This is something also that Detective Cruz had notated in her report, so that's why I searched for neck.
Okay, and in line item 1, what do we see was searched and on what date?
How to snap a neck, and that was on December the 2nd of 2020.
Okay, and had that same term been searched on prior dates?
Yes, also on November the 30th of 2020.
And then I'd like to go to publish States Exhibit 130. And tell the jury, how is this web history report in States Exhibit 130 different from the searched items report we just looked at?
So like I explained earlier, this was the search within the web history rather than the searched items. So I put in the keyword neck inside the web history to search for that.
Okay. And does this show in line 1, is that a Google search?
It is.
And what did she search?
It's how to snap a neck.
Okay. And what was the date of that?
That was December the 2nd of 2020.
Okay. And then in web history, does it also show websites that are visited?
Yes, it does.
Okay. So in line 2, what was the sort of website that was visited in relation to the term search term neck?
It's that www.quora.com. And it returned how hard is it to kill someone by twisting their neck. And then it says movies, make it look really easy. How much force would be needed? That was as a question.
All right. And what was the date of that?
That was December the 2nd of 2020.
Okay. And then item 3, is that a similar web page?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And then items 4 and 5, is that the same Quora website you already referenced?
It is. It appears the date is different.
Okay. That was visited on multiple dates?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. So let me go back to the first one. We have the first one being December the 2nd in line item 2?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And then in line item 3?
December the 1st, 2020.
Okay. And item 4?
December the 1st, 2020.
And item 5?
It is November the 30th of 2020.
Okay. And item 6?
November the 30th of 2020.
Okay.
As
And
well as 7.
item 7 is, what is that?
That is Google search.
Okay. Another Google search of how to snap a neck?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And item 8?
November the 30th of 2020, how to snap a neck.
And then what are these at the bottom?
These appear to be links to Walmart. I'm not sure, maybe the word neck may be embedded
in the item number?
In the item.
Okay.
Or it might have been, yes, it is embedded. I see it. It could be an item related to a neck.
Okay. And then those were specific to a key term. Are you also able, in going through the UFED reader of the larger phone extraction, to narrow searched items based upon a particular date range?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And were you asked to generate a report of all searches on her device for a particular date range?
Yes, ma'am.
And what was the date range that you generated?
I believe that was November the 1st of 2020 to the incident date of December the 8th of 2020.
Okay. So in States Exhibit 131, that's already been admitted, we have a 61-page report. Is this everything that her searched terms between November 1st of 2020 till the incident date of December 8th?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And does this larger report contain the searched items, killing someone to save them, killing someone because the world is fake? Are they contained in this larger search term report?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. November 1st of 2020 to December the 8th, yes.
Do all comments.
And in States Exhibit 61, which is the all the search terms, were there search terms in there that indicated Ms. Driver might be looking to travel in any way?
Yes, ma'am. There were searches about a bus ticket, traveling with a child. I don't know if child was the actual term. It might have been baby, or it may have had her age, but.
Okay. I'm going to publish States Exhibit 131. All right, and on page 51, starting with search item 547, what was she searching?
547 was 12 tribes, community, single, woman with baby.
Okay, and what was the date of that?
That was November the 22nd of 2020.
Okay. And then item 551, what was she searching?
What does the Bible say about having more than one wife?
Okay.
What does it say?
And in item 557,
can God forgive me for being with a married man? Excuse me.
Okay. And in item 561,
can God forgive me for harming my husband?
Okay, just real quick. When you Google that, what comes up is pretty much right. It says the Bible does not condone polygamy. While some men in the Old Testament had more than one wife, this was not God's original ideal plan for marriage. The Bible never shows polygamous marriages as successful or appropriate. It states that he wants a husband to have only one wife. So, anyway, there's a lot of things. I mean this is a bucket of worms, honestly, if we go there. But I find that interesting that she's searching this. This is telling me she's seeing through the BS, like I told y'all yesterday. It comes a point where these young girls start growing up and start reading through the BS. And that's where she was. But she felt trapped.
Right. Were you asked to generate a report specifically with regard to anything involving CBD?
Yes, ma'am, I was.
Okay. I'm going to publish States Exhibit 132. And this is indicates it's searched items, so these things that would have been searched on Ms. Driver's device?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And starting with item number 1, what was searched and on what date?
Does CBD work first time? And that was on September the 12th of 2020.
Okay. And item number 2?
Does CBD work first time? September the 12th, 2020.
Okay. And 3?
Does CBD help with anger issues? September the 12th, 2020.
Right. And item 4?
Does CBD help with anger issues? September 12th, 2020.
Okay. Item 5?
Breastfeeding with CBD oil experience, September the 8th of 2020.
Okay.
Yep.
And number 6?
Breastfeeding with CBD oil experience, September 8th of 2020.
Okay. And are the next several the same date and same search term?
Yes, they are.
Okay.
Looks appears.
And then the item 10?
CBD oil and therapy for mental illness.
Okay. And do you know why that doesn't populate with a date in this extraction report?
I'm not sure exactly. It could be, it's my understanding it could be various reasons. Maybe the reader didn't import it over. Could have been something that was deleted. I'm not sure exactly.
Okay. And then the item searched after that?
How long is CBD in breast milk?
Okay. And number 12?
Does CBD help with depression?
Okay. And then finally, number 13?
I breastfed baby on CBD.
Okay.
You know what? You are right. People can take the scripture
With regard to
and modify
the
it to whatever they want to be.
CBD in this case, I think we asked Mr. Spillers yesterday, States 87. Are you familiar with this?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And this small container, where was this located?
That was in the diaper bag.
Go
Okay.
to
And was
this
that the
word
diaper
called
bag
butter.
that
I
we saw
want
in
to know
the
what
scene
you were going to
photos next
say.
to Ms. Driver?
Yes,
Where
ma'am.
Ms. Driver and the baby were?
And
And
Yeah.
did you at any time
Message
request for any
me.
testing to be conducted on that?
Please.
Yes, I did.
Okay. And who did you request that of?
I contacted the Cherokee Multi-Agency Narcotics Squad, and Agent McNeely came over to conduct a field test of the substance.
Okay. And what did you ask him to test it for?
We wanted to find out what the substance was. It was suspected to be CBD, but we wanted to have it tested.
Okay. And did he test it?
He did conduct the test.
We're stipulating to this, right?
Yes.
Your Honor, we've stipulated to the admissibility of States Exhibit 133, which I would tender at this time.
I dare you, Bull Butter, Doctor.
And
Bull Butter. Tell me what you were going to say.
States 133, what did that substance test positive for?
It field tested positive for CBD.
And was your request of him to just test it for whatever substance it was?
Yes, the field test, they test for multiple substances, but it returned positive for CBD only.
And that was part of the narcotics squad that did that for you?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. I want to speak to you about sort of your role as an investigator taking this case over post-arrest. Are you aware of when Chloe Driver was arrested and booked into the jail?
Yes, that was on December the 22nd of 2020.
Okay. And were you already working on this case and assigned to this case at that time?
Yes, ma'am, I was.
And is part of your role at the district attorney's office to monitor?
We had a 3.7 magnitude earthquake just south of San Antonio. Y'all.
Phone communications of any inmates?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And did you do that with regard to Ms. Driver?
Yes, I did.
And when did you become aware of, well, let me back up. How does the phone system in the Cherokee County Detention Center work?
So they use a system called Fusion. And so when someone comes in, when they're arrested, they come through booking. And there are phones inside the booking area where they can call out. These phones are recorded, but they're at no cost. Once it's determined that a person is not being released for various reasons, what they'll do is they'll be placed in a different location. There are other phones throughout the jail and the adult detention center, and those phones require a code. It's like a 4-digit code that is assigned to each inmate and that allows them to call out. So the Fusion system allows us to go in and search calls underneath the inmate's name. We could also search by number.
Okay. You indicated that the booking phones, when people first enter and are booked in, those are not linked to anybody's account?
They are not. They don't require the PIN. That's not until they're in population.
Okay. So anybody can call from those phones and it's not searchable by an inmate's name?
That is correct.
Okay. And when did you become aware of the first phone calls of Ms. Driver that were linked to an account associated with Ms. Driver?
So periodically, I would be checking the calls under her account, and on on February the 22nd, I was able to locate a phone number for her, or a phone number that she had called, and in listening to that, she had called. The actual call was made on the 18th, so 4 days prior.
Okay, and so on the 22nd, you located a phone call she had made on what date?
February the 18th of 2021.
Okay, so February the 18th of 2021 is the first phone call that you detected on her own account?
Yes.
And are you familiar with who she was calling?
Yes, I did not recognize the number, but I did recognize the voice. And I was able to determine that was Benjamin Ben Michael.
Okay, and what was the date of that call?
That call was on the first one that I located was February the 18th of 2021.
Okay. And in monitoring her phone communication with Mr. Ben Michael on that February 18th, 2021 call, did you do anything once you identified that phone number? You said you weren't familiar with the phone number, but you were familiar with the voice. How were you familiar with his voice?
He is the next of kin in this case, so our office makes contact with the next of kin to the victims, and we had done that on occasion.
Okay. And after you identified that phone number being associated with him and a call from her account, what did you do next?
I then went in and searched the number, which is another option that we can do. So I located additional phone calls that were made to that number that were not associated with her name. So they were like in the booking area.
Okay. And so when you got a phone number that you could search, you saw that there were additional calls made from the booking area that weren't associated with her PIN?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And did you listen to those calls?
I did listen to those calls.
And were those calls between Chloe Driver and Benjamin Ben Michael?
Yes, they were.
And the phone calls that you listened to from the booking area, what were the dates of those phone calls?
The very first call to that phone number was on February the 8th of 2021.
Of 2021, okay. And in listening to the phone calls from everything you looked at from that phone number that you identified as being associated with Mr. Ben Michael, was the first phone number you could locate, first phone call you could locate between the two of them February 8th of 2021?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. When you listened to those phone calls from booking, did you develop any concerns?
I did. So she was having a conversation with him, and during that conversation, it appeared that she had been contacting him on another line. During that conversation, she referenced a work phone, which led me to believe that maybe she was using another phone within another area of the jail that was not recorded or monitored.
Okay. And on that February 8th, 2021 call, You indicated already that was the first recorded one you could find. Was it apparent from their communication that they had had other communications since she'd been in custody?
It was clear that they had been communicating.
Okay. And what was it that made you believe she may be communicating with him on an unrecorded or unmonitored line?
There were additional calls that she also made on February the 13th of 2021. And so the conversation that she had on the 8th and then on the other dates, she was talking about being allowed to talk on the phone for an hour or so. And she would talk about how staff would step away. And it appeared that that was when she was able to utilize that phone to call Benjamin Ben Michael.
Okay. And did you alert the jail to your concerns at that point when you discovered that?
I did. I communicated with the sheriff's office on February the 22nd of 2021.
Okay. And what was the result of that?
It's my understanding that the number was blocked, and she was not, and her privileges were taken away.
Okay. Her privileges to use an unmonitored line?
An unmonitored line.
Okay. And what was your understanding of why she was permitted to use an unmonitored line?
It was my understanding that a doctor requested that she be allowed to contact her mom and her attorney on the unmonitored line, and only those two. And then it was approved by the jail staff that she be able to do that.
Okay. And when you informed them that she was utilizing that unmonitored phone time to contact Benjamin Ben Michael, those privileges were taken away?
That is my understanding.
Okay. After that occurred, you indicated that number was blocked. What was that phone number that you first found her being in contact with him on?
May I look at my notes?
Yes, of course.
Okay. The first number was 84.
How many calls did she make to him on that phone number?
There were 33 calls to that number.
Okay. And what was the date range of those calls?
February the 8th of 2021 to February the 22nd of 2021, which I believe the number was blocked, and there were no additional calls to that number at that time.
Okay. So in a 2-week period, she made 33 calls to that number?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And then after you contacted the jail and they blocked that number, what does it mean to have a number blocked? What is the significance of that in terms of whether it can be called?
So a number's blocked throughout the facility. They're able to go in and block a number from being called anywhere within the facility. So just understand that you probably already know that no one can call into the jail. No one can call in. So the inmates have to call out. That's the only communication as far as calls go.
Okay. And as it relates to the monitored accounts, do they have to put in their PIN that associates that call with them?
They do, as long as they're in populated or not in the booking area.
Okay. And apart from that phone number, were you able to identify a second phone number that Ms. Driver was utilizing to contact Mr. Benjamin?
Yes, I was.
Okay. And what was the second number you identified her contacting him on? And how many phone calls did she place to him on that phone number?
There were 5 calls.
Okay. And what was the date range of those calls?
That was February the 8th of 2021 to February 23rd of 2021.
Okay. And did you locate any other phone numbers that she was communicating with him on?
Yes, I did.
Okay. And what were those?
There are 3 others. 757-392-6370.
As it relates to this case, is that phone number significant or relate to any parties in this case?
It does. That number is Jessica Kavigian's.
Okay. The other wife of Benjamin?
Yes.
Okay. Is that the same phone number that she called 911 from in this case?
It is. It's also the same number that she provided to law enforcement.
Okay. And how many phone calls did Ms. Driver place to Ms. Kavigian's phone number to speak to Mr. Benjamin?
7.
Okay. And what was the date range of those phone calls?
March 30th of 2021 to March 31st of 2021.
Okay. And did you locate any other phone numbers that she had utilized to contact him?
Yes, I did.
All right. And what was that?
20.
And what might the reason be for an inmate to utilize different numbers to reach someone after a number has been blocked?
Well, they're still trying to make contact with that person, so they utilize different numbers to reach out to them.
Do you know how many numbers of Mr. Benyamin in the jail blocked?
I believe there were
My
2
daughter's
that I was aware of.
went home earlier than she thought on Thanksgiving.
And as it relates to, what is the last phone number you told us?
First,
20.
Does that phone number come back to anybody associated in this case?
Sarah Stiles.
Right, and is that the phone number she utilized to call 911 in this case?
Yes, it is, as well as provided to law enforcement.
All right, and how many phone calls did Ms. Driver make to Mr. Benyamin on that phone?
54.
Okay, and what was the date range of those calls?
April the 5th of 2022 to April the 14th of 2022.
Okay, so in a 9-day period, she made 54 calls to him?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, and were those 54 calls during that 9-day period made on her account?
No, they were not.
Whose account were they made on?
Brinley Peppers.
Okay, was that another inmate?
Yes.
And in your experience, why would someone use another inmate's PIN to communicate with someone?
To avoid detection.
When you would go into the system and search calls made by Chloe Driver, would these phone numbers made to Benyamin Ben Michael under Brinley Pepper's account, would those populate?
No, they would not. They would just come up under Brinley Pepper's name.
Okay. And were you able to locate any calls made to Benyamin Ben Michael from any other numbers?
Yes.
To any
Come to the hill country.
Yes, ma'am.
And what was that?
Beautiful.
47.
Okay. And how many phone calls were made by Ms. Driver to that phone number to Mr. Benyamin Ben Michael?
518.
I'm going to get
And
some
what
water
was
for you
the
back.
date range of those 518 phone calls?
April the 20th of 2022 to February the 5th of 2023.
Okay. So from the first phone call to him being February the 8th of 2021, when was the last phone call to him?
February 5th of 2023.
So about approximately 2 years after Hannah died?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And what was the total number of phone calls that she placed to him in that 2-year period?
617.
And in the last phone number, where there were 518 calls that she placed to him, how many different inmates' accounts did she use to accomplish those phone calls?
6 different inmates.
Were any of them her?
No, ma'am.
Okay. And you testified that the 617 phone calls that were made by her out to Benyamin was between February 21 and February of 23. Are you aware of the dates in which Ms. Driver was evaluated by mental health experts in this case?
Yes, ma'am.
And what were the dates of her evaluations by those doctors?
Dr. Ballard conducted the evaluations on March the 29th of 2021 and June the 12th of 2021.
Okay.
Dr. Garrett conducted 2 evaluations, the first on August the 11th of 2022 and the second on September the 2nd of 2022.
Okay. And after all of those evaluations by Dr. Garrett and Dr. Ballard, did Ms. Driver continue to reach out to Mr. Benyamin and communicate with him after those evaluations had occurred?
Yes, ma'am.
One moment, please.
Cross-examination.
afternoon.
Hello.
All right. I'm going to ask you some questions about the Cellbrite report in total, and then we'll whittle it down to the actual reports you did, okay?
Yes,
And then we'll
ma'am.
talk about some of the jail calls. One of the things I want to ask you first and foremost, were you asked as part of this case to do any of these extraction reports with respect to Benjamin Ben Michael's phone?
No.
Okay. So you agree with me that there were 3 cell phone extraction reports done in this case, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
All right, and you received all 3 of those full extractions, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
And the only one that you were asked to pull search terms or run through was Chloe Driver's, correct?
Yes, ma'am. I did review the other phones, but I did not pull
Generate
any reports.
or you didn't conduct any searches on Mr. Ben Michael's phone about mental health or treatment or anything like that?
No, ma'am, I did
Okay,
not.
all right. And the same with Sarah's, correct?
That's correct. Yes,
All
ma'am.
right. And part of those reports is contained in those reports. I mean, we're talking with Chloe's, I think it was what, 84,000 pages?
A little over 84,000.
And
Yes, ma'am.
that report is broken down into sections, correct?
Yes, ma'am, it is.
And so you can go through that report and, look at the text messages, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Any Facebook Messenger that's associated with that phone or that's been logged into on that phone, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Any of their search history,
Yes,
their
ma'am.
cell phone call log, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Voicemails, to a degree,
Yes, ma'am.
based on storage of the phone.
Yes, ma'am.
And contacts,
Yes, ma'am.
including like locations of, when they've used the Apple Maps or whatever. All of that is contained in that report, correct?
Yes, ma'am. There are some things that don't import over for various reasons, but yes, ma'am, you're correct.
And it includes stuff that's even been deleted, correct?
Sometimes, yes, ma'am.
So it's never really permanently deleted in some aspects. It shows on the report at least if the item had been deleted, if it pulls it in the report, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
All right. It also includes all the images that they generated with their camera, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Any images they may have downloaded from the internet, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
All right, and videos as well.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And one of those reports that is generated is what we call the installed applications one. Is that accurate?
Yes, ma'am.
All right. So I'm going to show you, and I'm not tendering it as an exhibit because it's already been admitted. Pages 4014, 4015, and 4016 of Ms. May I put witness?
Yes.
All right, with respect to each one that I gave you, each notation, can you tell me what applications were installed and what date those were? Or do you want me to highlight it a little bit for you?
Tape a call.
Yes, the first one is called
Tape a call.
Okay, and what date was that installed?
Purchase date was December the 1st of 2020.
Okay, and what about number 2?
My second line, calls and texts. That was November the 5th of 2020.
Okay, and then number 3?
Easy voice recorder. That's that's October the 24th of 2020.
Okay, so even if when you purchase those and install them, it generates a report based in that cell, right, reader, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
All right. And there's lots of apps that are installed and deleted generally when you review all of those, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
All right. The other part about this is that there were other searches done by Ms. Driver that you were not necessarily asked to search for, correct? She searched for a lot of things.
I did go through the phone and I reviewed it, but there are not reports that I generated for every search that I conducted.
Okay.
So you would agree with me that if it was generated as in the overall picture, that it was included was an accurate reflection of what other topics she may have searched for?
Yes, ma'am.
All right, so if she searched for things about how to make muffins with vegetables and chickpeas, you have no reason to disagree with that?
That's
Or,
correct.
baked casserole for a 1-year-old?
Yes, ma'am.
So not all of her searches were related to anything related to mental health or the event that we're here for today. Is that a fair assessment?
No, that's correct.
Okay. There's also searches in here about things about parenting, correct?
There is, yes, ma'am.
There's there's one about failing at sleep training for a 1-year-old in September of 2020. Do you recall seeing any of those?
Not that one, but
okay.
I
agree if it's
yes,
in the
ma'am.
report that it
Yes.
is what it is. Okay. Also ones about, conditions of the child, like hives, or doing some sort of research to take care of the child.
I do recall that one, yes, ma'am.
Okay. She also did searches in September 2020 related to her baby's specific age and milestones. Do you recall that?
Yes, ma'am.
About walking, sleep training, all of those kind of things.
Yes, ma'am.
All right, and she also did searches about specific types of food. It seemed that she was trying to figure out what she could feed her child or other things. You would agree with me with respect to that?
Yes, ma'am.
All right. And again, she did other searches about and related to the care of her child. You'd agree with me on that, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
All right. You would also agree that some of that web history and searches included trying to search on how to obtain a birth certificate, correct?
Yes.
All right, and part of that included, and that was around November 25th of 2020. Would you agree with me on that?
I don't recall the date, but that sounds correct.
Okay.
Yes, ma'am.
And those were searches that were done, and well, you had knowledge about this case with, from being on it since the beginning, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
And you knew that there were at least contained within law enforcement's reports that they had sought out information to establish Hannah's birth record, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. So, and you understand, or you would agree with me that part of this whole scenario is that one of the reasons we had to establish parentage and stuff was because there wasn't a formal birth certificate or anything else issued.
That's correct.
Okay. So around November 25th of 2020, you would agree with me that these searches indicate that she was looking for how to obtain a birth certificate.
Yeah, that's correct.
All right, and some of them included deciding a year later to get a baby a birth certificate.
Yes, ma'am.
And variations of that. She kind of seemed to word it different ways.
Yes, ma'am.
Do you recall her also looking for how to travel with a baby without that birth certificate?
I do.
And how to obtain, proper documents for her daughter, like a passport and other things around that same time?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Part of the Cellbrite report also includes you get emails, correct? You can see emails that are sent to the associated email address with that phone.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, and those are all truncated, smaller than what the full message tends to be. But you can see who it came from, the date and time, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
And kind of the subject and a little bit of the body, correct?
That's correct.
All right, so you would agree with me that if there are certain emails that I'm about to reference with you that are generated from that particular report, you'd have no reason to dispute that they existed, correct?
That's correct.
All right, so, yes. May I see? I just. Okay, just the subject lines. All right, so December 8th, 2020, you would, this is item number 4 on page 3898 of the Cellbrite report, with the subject line of why did the narcissist pick me from English@Quora.com. I think you already talked about Quora, that was part of some of the searches you generated.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, you'd have no reason to dispute that was something that might have been in her inbox at that particular time.
That's correct.
Do you have any familiarity with Quora and how that works?
I do not.
Okay, so typically it may be one of those sites where you ask a question and then get an email response. So if it was something that said like a reply to, you'd have no reason to dispute that.
No,
Okay.
ma'am.
Same with a email on December 7th from the same Quora.com, specifically directed to her. Subject more related to, I've realized that I'm a bad person. What can I do about it? Again, no reason to dispute that.
No, ma'am.
Same with a subject line from December 6th. Do narcissists know that they've lost a loved one? No reason to dispute that.
No, ma'am.
I know it seems tedious, but we have to do it. On November 28th, 2020, this is page 3916 of the Cellbrite report. How can I cure a paranoid thought that everybody is against me, plotting against me? Same position.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Do you recall seeing any emails in there regarding the the Children of Christ Trust and the SBA applications or anything else like that?
Yes, ma'am, I do.
Okay. And so there were some references on the pages 3970, 3971, 3974 regarding the establishment of their, or when they were applying for that loan, that kind of thing. You
Yes,
recall seeing those though?
I do, yes, ma'am.
Okay. One of the other items that you generated with respect to this particular case was a report you did a search about a bus ticket for a 13-month-old. Do you recall that?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, and that was generated by you putting in that particular search in the Cellbrite reader and establishing a report, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
All right, and that search, based on your extraction or your running of that report, that was a search that was conducted on December the 8th of 2020. Would it help you if I showed you the report?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, may I approach? Yes. I'm going to show her what I'm going to mark as defendant 17. So you'd agree with me that on December the 8th, 2020 at 12:23 p.m. that she had conducted that search for a bus ticket for a 13-month-old?
Yes, ma'am.
All right. At this time, I would move to tender that the defense 17.
Any objection, Ms. Crawford?
No objection. All right. Some of the other reports I know you already. I'm sorry.
It's admitted.
Some of the other reports that you entered or talked about already was about the CBD, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
And those searches began in around September 12th of 2020, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Around the same time that the individuals involved in this case seemed to indicate that Ms. Driver had started utilizing CBD, correct?
Yes, ma'am, that's correct.
And some of those searches included her concern, or seemed to indicate a concern about breastfeeding while using that substance, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
All right. And there was also a search in that particular time frame that she did, specifically asking, like, how long was it in breast milk? Do you recall that? If it's item number 11, you have no dispute about that?
No dispute, yes, ma'am.
All right. And that one of the other searches, which is item number 10 in that state's exhibit, that CBD oil and therapy for mental illness, no dispute about that, correct?
That's correct.
All right. With regard to the searches that you ran about killing or snapping a neck, you didn't find any in those entries or anything about any specifics related to her searching on how to kill a baby, correct?
I did not.
Okay. Didn't have any idea of who she was looking or talking about at that particular time?
No, ma'am, that's correct.
Did you run any searches indicating that regarding suicide or anything else like that? Do you recall?
I don't recall. I may have searched the phone, but I did not pull any reports or create any reports.
All right. To make this easier for you, I'm going to give you back states 131 so we can walk through this one, okay?
Thank you.
All right, so the first item that search, and you can correct me if I'm wrong, so these reports kind of actually run backwards, meaning it's the closest in time date, right? All the way to the end date of when you started the search. So the first part of this search started technically ended on December 8th, but it's the first part of the report, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. So when we look at it, we have to kind of look at it like we're reading it backwards.
Yes, ma'am.
All right. So let's go back to, if you will, go to page 59, if you don't mind. And look at items 655 and 656. And if you wouldn't mind reading the dates and times and what the searches were, please.
Okay, 655 is November the 11th of 2020. And the search is mental institutions, Knoxville, Tennessee, or Knoxville, TN.
All right. And that was, it looks like, done 2 different searches on this, just a little bit of time apart, a couple of seconds maybe.
1 second. Yes, ma'am.
Okay. All right. So we are now going to go to page 57. And let's look at 627, 628, and 629, please.
Okay, these are made on November the 17th of 2020. And the whole world is waiting on me to heal it. That is for number 627 and 628. And then 629 is the whole world is waiting on me.
Okay. And those were all made within a few minutes of each other based on that timestamp, correct?
Yes, within 3 minutes.
All right. And so if you go up further up that page, we will talk about 619, 620, and 621.
These were also on November the 17th of 2020, all at 10:34, a few seconds apart. And all 3 entries or searches are the whole world is programming me.
All right. And then we'll skip over the ones that are the searches of the baby that we were talking about, okay?
Yes, ma'am.
The page 52. And you would agree with me that these searches from November 22nd of 2020 are about what you referenced earlier about the married man and that kind of thing. Her search is related to that?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. All right. All right, I'm going to direct your attention to page 45, starting at 482, going down through 490. Now, the way I understand this report, Ms. Jarrett, and you can correct me if I'm wrong, is that when you are searching, when you plug something in to search it, it can search across multiple applications and that kind of thing. So just because there's multiple entries, it's the device utilizing all its available areas that it can find the information, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
All right. So with 482 to 490, can you indicate what on November 23rd of 2020 Ms. Driver's search was?
Home Anchorage, Instagram, Allie, Oma, Gabriella, Cockendall.
Okay. And you know from your work on this case that the Ms. Kuykendall had previously gone by the other name of Oma, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
All right. All right, so we are going to go to 41. And these are from November 24th of 2020. You would agree that the searches included not having enough and having too much at the same time. Live without newness.
You want a real one,
living the
Andrew.
same day. Everyone is the oneness except me. You'd agree that that's what's reflected in your
You're
report?
not gonna guess anymore?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Page 40, same date, November 24th, search about the Truman Show ruined my life, history repeating itself, and
Here's the
life
answer.
is infinite
What kind of
shattering.
candy would a prisoner
Yes,
want
ma'am.
before executed? A lifesaver.
Flip to 39, similar searches. My life is being made for me and doesn't exist outside of me. That's kind of what the gist of that entry, or that page is about.
Yes, ma'am.
Page 38, November 24th, 2020. World is against me. There is no escape.
This is cute.
Yes, ma'am.
37. These are the ones I think you already talked about, but that's the one that says killing somebody to save them and the world is fake.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And that there's also a notation on that same day for a search about forced to live.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. The 34, we will start with
Very
370
close,
and
my
371.
friends. Very close.
Those entries are at 9:44 a.m. The whole world is watching and reacting to me.
Yes, ma'am.
All right. And so then you go up to same date at 11/28/53. This is number 361. Getting a passport during COVID. You would agree with me that that's what those searches were?
Yes,
On
ma'am.
those days, just at different times.
Yes, ma'am.
And then we
I
go
like
back
that
to
one.
the birth
I
certificate.
do.
We don't need to go back through that.
It got battered. That's real good.
Page 29. 303 are the.
What did the
this is
pancake get
November
charged
27th
with?
of 2020 are police with Satan.
Battered.
Yes,
Battery.
ma'am.
Okay. November 26th, what is the punishment for running from sins? I'm sorry, that's number 310.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Then there appears to be, we're on page 28, November 27th of 2020, she did a search about schizophrenia.
Yes, ma'am.
All right, also about what I would assume to be like a warrant.
Warrant. Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Just misspelled a couple times.
Yes, ma'am.
All right. And then again, on November 28th of 2020, which we're now on page 27, there was another search for on that date around 8:14 p.m. for about schizophrenia.
Yes, ma'am.
All right. And again, there's lots of searches in between these indicating like looking for a place to live, stuff related to her baby, that kind of thing, correct?
Yes, multiple addresses.
Okay. Also on page 19, December 2nd, 2020, train Knoxville. Do you see that?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Page 18, number 175, a search on December 2nd, 2020, 3:02 in the afternoon. I see patterns and mistakes of myself, life infinite breaking.
Yes, ma'am.
That's good, Andrea. That's good.
All right, page 13, we're getting there. December 3rd, 2020.
My answer. Why did
Search
triangle
about,
say to the
I'm
circle?
evil and don't know how to be nice.
Yes, ma'am.
All right. Then on the next page, on page 12, the next day, December 4th, there's searches about trying to find ways to treat severe diaper rash. Do you see that on page 12? Numbers 111.
Yeah, baby red rash on body and face. Yes, ma'am. And then cream for severe diaper rash on baby skin.
You would agree with me that aside from the testimony you gave earlier about how to snap a neck on those dates, there were aside from those dates, there were not any additional searches related to that leading up to December 8th of 2020 outside of the ones you highlighted earlier, correct?
That's correct.
All right. So December 4th, December 6th, 7th, 8th, there were those kind of searches from the reports that you ran in your review of the data from the cell phone?
Yes, correct, Eddie.
Now we're going to go to page 3.
Oh, sorry. Correct, Eddie.
And that's that bus ticket one that I asked you about earlier from December 8th, and that's at 12:23 p.m. on the 8th.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. There's another search on 12/8/2020.
I know this one.
12:44 about going bankrupt or to clear debt.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And the next one on there is at 12:47 p.m. and that's the reference to going into the dark for healing. Is that correct?
Yes, ma'am.
All right. And that's the end of that, the data on that cell phone with respect to searches, correct?
That's correct.
All right. All right, I don't have any other questions. Thank you.
And you redirect.
No, Your Honor.
All right, you can step down. Call your next witness, please.
State rest, Your Honor.
All right.
State rest.
Given that, we're going to go ahead and recess for the day.
Why can't
we're going to ask you to come back tomorrow morning at 9 o'clock.
Kingpin.
Leave us your notepads.
No.
Don't do any research about this case by any means. Don't read any media reports.
It's going to
Don't talk to anybody or let them talk to you. We'll see you tomorrow morning at 9. Have a good night.
No. No. We wanted the husband. Bring the husband. Bring the husband. I wonder if the defense is going to call him. I would if I was the defense. I'd show how cray-cray he was. That's all I've been waiting for all freaking day is bring the damn husband. Arrgh. Now I feel robbed. I feel totally robbed. I feel totally robbed. It should be the first witness out the door tomorrow should be that husband. Wow. I feel a huge letdown and robbed. Huge letdown. Huge. How do y'all feel? I'm tired. I slept good last night. My sleep pattern's off though. Okay. Yeah. AdaKay. Is black and yellow and red all over. Oh, I'm glad you just woke up, love. You just might as well go back and do a rerun. It was a fairly quiet day, honestly. They had some video, of course, of the yeah, I know it's newspaper. But they had the answer to your riddle as newspaper. It was kind of a boring day, but they did show videos of her in the hospital in her condition with the trach and all of that. But compared to yesterday, oh, this was a snoozer. absolute snoozer compared to yesterday. Yesterday was a lot more engaging. I will say that 100 times over. But that said, I mean, it was an important day. Every day is an important day in trial. Um, they needed to get all this done. Oh, okay. Then you didn't miss much of anything. Honey boo, you're good. You're good. What did the diamond say to the circles? You got no angle? You got no angle. Or I got you out angled. You got no points? What did it, Dan? Okay, guys, 9:00 tomorrow. I've got homework to get done tonight because I want to be free to be able to interpret. I want y'all, if y'all want to come live, if they do the Ian and Ron do the Friday Night Frenzy, I want to interpret it. I have somebody who wants to watch it. So we will rebroadcast it over here. They've given me permission to do it anytime I want. So that's not an issue. Probably should get that in writing because, people give you verbal permission and then they say they don't. I need to probably call them again. I think I have it in an email. I do have it in email. I'm safe. That was interesting. Or YouTube gets snotty. Yeah. I've learned that you can't take people at their word. That's for dang sure. So I do have it in writing. I can share it, but I'll notify them tomorrow. If I see that they're going to actually do it, I'll send them an email saying, hey, you told me I could rebroadcast and interpret. I'm just letting you know I'm doing that. And so, Dan, see you later. Hopefully see y'all tomorrow. We'll be back on. Thank you to all of our new viewers and our fabulous new members. We appreciate you so much. You got 11 entries if you subbed and became a member for a Starbucks tumbler of your choice out of 4 or 5 that I have. Out and about, Diane, thank you so very much for joining. I think I may go get a quick nap and then get my homework done. Don't plan on going live tonight unless there's some kind of thing that happens. I haven't looked at the internet. But with that, I just want to thank everybody for helping this channel grow, being involved. I love our jokes. I love our conversations. Don't forget to join us on Discord. And if you miss anything, go back and replay. Don't forget, before you leave, please hit the like button. It doesn't cost you anything, and it helps me a lot. All right, y'all are amazing. Thank you. Bye. Thanks for watching. Please comment, like, share, and most importantly, subscribe. I hope you have an awesome day. Till next time, take care.